StarCraft, the Terran Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501. This is the Empire. The Tal'Darim Protoss fleet is heading for the core of the Jebus system. Once it reaches Jebus, it will immediately open fire and destroy everything without delay, and then move on to the next target. Until the high-ranking lord of the Tal'Darim believes that he has given enough revenge to the humans, or he thinks that there is nothing more to say about this matter. The human immigrants on Jebus do not know that the shadow of death is looming over Jebus, but even if they know, the crazy posture of fighting for seats on the transport ship and the riots caused by it will only intensify. Troublemakers, queue jumping and non-compliance with boarding regulations. Even if you have already boarded the ship, for God's sake, I swear that I will kick you damn selfish ghosts, scum and cowards into the mud pit with my steel boots and throw you to the Protoss. Children, women and the elderly line up first, and then everyone else. In the largest central square of the new Columbia city of Jebus, the raised yellow sand rose and fell, hitting people painfully. Dozens of modified Apod 33 transport ships, with unique paint and logos, all represent that they belong to mercenaries. Thousands of new Columbia citizens are queuing up to board the ship, while Remy Harris, one of the leaders of the mercenaries, is directing his men to maintain order on the scene. The mercenaries, who always emphasize cold efficiency, will not give these civilians any good face. Even if they are just dissatisfied with the order of boarding, they will be scolded and insulted by the mercenaries. They are used to speaking with the bayonets and bullets in their hands. Such a vigorous effect is naturally immediate. If you want to leave Jebus, even the mayor has to queue up. In the yellow sand, a fully loaded transport ship rose into the sky under the expectant eyes of countless people, and then turned into a cold star in the sky. Gravin, if the fleet of the Terran Empire does not come again, the brothers will sooner or later have to explain here. Harris came to Hillside and whispered to him, "We are mercenaries. The largest ship we have is a gunboat converted from a Mammoth-class carrier. Its specifications are comparable to those of a battle cruiser, but its combat effectiveness is far inferior. What are other ships in the eyes of the Protoss? Harmless cruise yachts?" He said to his old friend, "I bet that the Emperor of the Terran Empire does not intend to fight to the death with these vicious Protoss in Jebus. If it were me, I would first defend the few pieces of land in my hands instead of rushing to attack." "So you are not the Emperor?" Hill shook his eyebrows over his sunglasses. "You will be a mercenary all your life." "Great, that's great." Harris grinned, without any tension from carrying out a dangerous mission. "Being a mercenary is so fun." "Boss, those kids are awake, we can't let them stay with us." At this time, a mercenary with a golden mustache came over, holding a blonde girl about 10 years old in his hand. In the Kaprulu sector, mercenaries are a profession that requires one to be on the lookout for opportunities. Even the most experienced former Federation veterans often make mistakes. Death is common, and fighting with children is even more risky. "Are you Delta Rambrock?" Hill's mind flashed with the girl's information. A native of New Sydney, her mother has passed away, her father is an alcoholic and often violent, and Delta had to work in a factory to make a living when she was very young. Apparently, those Chimera pirates found Delta and brought her to the shipping transit station in Jebus, preparing to take her to the core world and sell her for a good price. "I'm Delta." The girl's expression was numb and cold, and she was surprisingly calm. Her beautiful blue eyes reflected everyone. A 7th level seeker, extremely rare. This type of seeker already has more advanced abilities besides telepathic energy, such as teleportation or creating fire out of thin air. Hill thought that, if he had a daughter this old, he would definitely not let her suffer such grievances. "Child, we will send you and your companions to the spaceship soon. Then, the people of the Terran Empire will come to pick you up." Hill was always very patient with everyone. "I heard that the people of the Empire are good to people with telepathic abilities. The Queen of the Terran Empire is a psychic." "Thank you." Delta tightly grasped his collar. "You are much better than those new Columbians who only know how to be grateful to the Emperor." Hill smiled and urged the mercenary next to him to send Delta and the other two children on board. When Hill looked at the new Colombians who were queuing up to board the transport ship, he suddenly heard a violent roar. A transport ship that was accelerating into the sky suddenly caught fire and broke into pieces after a moment of trembling, turning into countless fireballs. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, several Tal'Darim Protoss fighters were like black swords piercing the hazy clouds. Like ghosts passing through the fog, these Protoss fighters with great war aesthetics have both exquisite elegance and aggressiveness. The tail wing is shrouded in blood red light. It seems to be fleeting when flying, and appears in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. The transport ship that was leaving Jebus immediately became the target of the Tal'Darim Protoss fighters, and every human spaceship became prey. At this time, the mercenary fighters, that seemed to be made up of a pile of rags, also appeared. First, there were 5 Federation Avenger fighters during the Kalian War, followed by more and more advanced Ghost fighters. The sky turned into a battlefield where pilots from both sides fought to the death. They are attacking civilian ships. They are not human. Harris cursed angrily. Although he thought he was not a good person, he could not do such a thing. Keep boarding the ship. Don't stop. Staying on the ground is a dead end. Hill shouted to his men to send the terrified citizens onto the spacecraft. The Protoss only sent a few ships, which are useless except for scaring people. And the next moment, a circular warship with 3 red rotors jumped over New Columbia. Even the rotors on its edge were much larger than the mercenary transport ships. The Tal'Darim mothership, the bloody throne of the Death Fleet. As early as the Protoss Protoss Empire placed the flagship mothership of the once invincible fleet high in the museum for admiration, and lost the spirit of progress and the motivation for technological progress. Their distant relatives, the Tal'Darim Protoss, dug these warships from the abandoned colonies and lost worlds of the former Protoss Empire in the galaxy, and used them for their own use. The purpose of deploying the mothership is to gain control of the battlefield. It is like a throne hanging high above the enemy's head, and the energy dome projected by the triangular rotor flows with blood-like light. But once it appeared, the humans below were already in extreme panic. As long as the Tal'Darim commander on the mothership ordered the main gun to be fired, the city of New Columbia would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Shit, Hill's face was distorted. How come it's so fast? I should make your stingy chicken beak into gold. Harris also stared at the huge ship in the sky. In front of it, the spaceship that the mercenaries were proud of was just a small yacht. The Protoss fleet did not directly bomb the planet into slag, but entered the atmosphere to show off its power. Why? He no longer had time to maintain the nearly collapsed order around him. The transport ships in the sky were being shot down one by one. The people of New Columbia had just experienced the great pain of falling into the abyss from the hope that was about to be brought. Graven, what on earth do these Protoss want to do? Several Tal'Darim Protoss shuttles quickly left the fleet and flew to the ground. Then, a large number of Tal'Darim Protoss warriors wearing black armor and red robes appeared in the city of New Columbia and rushed straight to the mercenaries. It's obvious that they think they have already won. Now it's game time. Hill cursed inwardly. Fire. Even if they don't deliberately appear in front of humans, the Protoss fleet can destroy everything in high altitude orbit. The Tal'Darim Protoss undoubtedly want to release fear and hone their warriors with battle. The battle is about to start. Even if these Tal'Darim Protoss are just running on the ground, their speed is comparable to that of human chariots. Each of them is equipped with a single plasma shield, which can completely ignore the firepower of electromagnetic rifles when charging. The human shield technology can only be applied to warships of fortress and battlecruiser level, using huge energy to supply shields, and lightweight and miniaturized individual shields have never achieved a technological breakthrough. The Tal'Darim Protoss on Jebus are not only good at using sharp blades, but also use a large number of plasma light cannons and phase-tearing cannons that warp to the surface. As long as the dazzling scarlet light bolts fall on the mercenaries, no matter how indestructible their armor is, and how many reinforcement processes they have undergone, they will melt like broken jelly without exception. When the blades of the Tal'Darim warriors followed closely, these elite mercenaries were cut into pieces with almost no resistance. The Tal'Darim of Slain were undoubtedly stronger than the Tal'Darim that had appeared in BC, and they knew more about war and massacre. Instead of losing their minds due to fanaticism under the influence of Terrazine, The war in New Columbia was one-sided, and Hill's mercenaries had little power to fight back. Blood quickly dyed the streets red, and even the wind and sand were filled with the smell of blood. Why haven't the damn Imperial Army come yet? Hill asked people to take the citizens of New Columbia to escape to the air raid shelter, while leading the rest of the people to resist the fierce offensive of the Tal'Darim. The AGR rifle in his hand even took half a minute to penetrate the shield of a Protoss. He couldn't help but feel powerless. When the Tal'Darim jumped into the mercenaries waving the bloody blade, it was like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, and they could only use grenades and rockets to fight these Protoss. This was a massacre, and the Tal'Darim Protoss had turned massacre into an art. They should have come long ago. Harris was so heartbroken that he could hardly speak as he watched these brothers who had fought with him through thick and thin being chopped to the ground. This loss was enough for Harris to wail for weeks. The remains of dead mercenaries were everywhere, and many New Columbia citizens were lying in the corners of the streets. Most of them were scared to death, and those who collapsed on the ground could not stop trembling. Just when the mercenaries' front line had been completely torn apart, blue and purple lights suddenly appeared in the sky of Jebus, indicating the arrival of space fluctuations. One after another, the Terran Empire battlecruisers leaped out, and more than 40 ships appeared in less than a minute. The Imperial fleet and the Tal'Darim Protoss fleet over New Columbia were facing each other from a distance, perhaps several leagues away. But to the people on the ground, the Terran Empire flagship and the Tal'Darim Protoss mothership were very close. The classic hammerhead bow design of the battlecruiser was very eye-catching. This was the first direct confrontation between the Terran Empire's Iron Fleet and the Tal'Darim Protoss Death Fleet. The New Columbians on the ground were so shocked that they even forgot to exclaim. Some people were in a trance and burst into tears. They had never thought that the Terran Empire, which they had never seen before, would dispatch such a large fleet for a sparsely populated colony. In the past, the Terran Federation's fleet might be larger than this, but they never dared to confront the Protoss or the Zerg head-on. The Tal'Darim Protoss on the ground also stopped the attack because of this change. The mercenaries immediately contracted their defenses and dragged back their injured comrades. This is the flagship of the Revolutionary Fleet, the Iron Justice. I'm Admiral Horace Warfield, the Terran Empire's Navy Marshal. The Tal'Darim Protoss Fleet, you have entered the Imperial airspace. Stop the attack and surrender immediately. A deep voice came from the speakers and radio stations in New Columbia that were still working normally. I repeat, this is the Empire. Okay, I know what you call a slow ass, General Warfield. Harris was furious, but he and Hill both noticed that a large number of fighters and transport planes were leaving the Imperial fleet. I hope you know how to win a battle. Hill had seen the new model of transport ship, the G-226, which was developed by the Terran Empire. The G-226 had a larger carrying capacity than the old Dapad-33 and was equipped with an aerial nanomedical station. It was a transport medical ship that made the mercenaries drool. Okay, gather the rest of the people. Hill ordered. We have reinforcement. In this core world far away from civilization, the cruel side of the dark universe has begun to emerge. On the Iron Justice, Admiral Horace Hoffold, who was staring at the Tal'Darim fleet on the screen, said to the Protoss executor Artenis beside him, the Tal'Darim Protoss believe in a golden saying, that is, they have guns, and you don't. Tal'Darim Protoss, the first son of God has never seen them since the Aeon of Disaster. At that time, the glory of the Kala had not yet enlightened that ignorant and sad era. After hearing the news that the Tal'Darim Protoss appeared again and attacked the human world, Artenis, who was originally preparing to return to Shakiris to fight against Auriga, stayed back. The Tal'Darim have returned. This is not a good sign. I'm Artenis, the Protoss executor of Darum. At this time, the Iron Justice was connected to the Tal'Darim mothership, and a tall Tal'Darim Protoss appeared in front of Artenis and Warfield. Tal'Darim, stop your brutality immediately. You have violated the law of Dornu. Compared with the efforts made by the Darum Protoss to change their image, the behavior of the Tal'Darim is simply throwing dirty water on the Protoss race. For example, the current Jebus people have no time to figure out the difference between the Darum Protoss and the Tal'Darim Protoss. Oh Artenis, I scared you by saying my name. The Tal'Darim commander on the opposite side interrupted Artemis unceremoniously. "I'm the 4th person promoted to Tal'Darim, Alarak. The Tal'Darim don't care about anything. Do you want to drown me with saliva? Templar. If you don't want to die, retreat obediently. Of course, I don't care about your life or death. I don't want to swing a knife at my former compatriots," Artemis said, and still ignited his blue psychic blade. "Okay, I'm going to tell you what humans will do." "Executor," Warfield said. "Imperial fleet, open fire immediately." I didn't finish writing when I posted it, and there will be a few more paragraphs if I brush it. Chapter 502, Hymn of Humanity. Hahaha, you'd better be kidding. The 4th Ascendant of the Tal'Darim sat on the commander's iron throne, which was lined with bloodthorns like swords, and his glowing scarlet eyes looked down on all directions. "Use your ever-moving primitive mouth to tell your emperor how I won the victory. Extremely pragmatic, cruel and cunning, smart, confident, cold, ruthless, and deadly." No matter what words Alarak's subordinates used to describe him, it is not an exaggeration. The 4th Ascendant Alarak sees the Ascendant chain as a power game intertwined with loyalty and betrayal, and uses all his cunning to weave conspiracies until he becomes the ultimate winner of this game. Looking at the entire Ascendant chain, only Alarak is famous for cultivating and controlling allies, and other Ascendants who are good at manipulating people's hearts have all been defeated by the current 4th Ascendant. Alarak may not be the strongest in the Ascendant chain, but he must have the most outstanding, cunning, selfish, and vicious brain among them. My only response is artillery fire. Warfield had seen many Protoss, and it was not the first time he had fought against the Tal'Darim Protoss. Many people thought that the Protoss were invincible, but that did not mean that he was one of them. The Emperor of the Terran Empire trusted Warfield and appointed him as the head of the 3 admirals of the Empire. And Warfield wanted to prove to everyone that he was worthy of the Emperor's trust. A man dies for his friend. The entire Terran Empire stands behind us, and the National Gate is at our feet. There is no way back. Warfield completely blew the horn of the Terran Empire fleet's attack. Activate all reserve forces and concentrate the firepower of the artillery forward. Today, we will burn our boats. The confrontation and tense situation between the Terran Empire fleet and the Tal'Darim fleet immediately evolved into a direct and head-on military conflict. At this time, there were only 60 battle cruisers that jumped into the Jebus system, which was more than half of the entire Empire's warships. On paper, the Jebus Empire fleet was not inferior to this Tal'Darim fleet. Although the Tal'Darim Protoss themselves said that their Death Fleet was extremely powerful and invincible, the fleet of Jebus was by no means the main force of the Death Fleet, and was even only a small part of it. In fact, although the arrival was terrifying, this fleet only had 1 Tal'Darim mother fleet, and more than 20 aircraft carriers, hundreds of reconnaissance planes, shuttles and more blade-like spacecraft. Even so, such a fleet was undoubtedly more than enough to destroy several human colonies, and it was also a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. But the arrogant Tal'Darim Protoss finally met their opponents in the Jebus system and hit a wall. These Imperial humans were different from the humans on the Federation planets destroyed by the Tal'Darim. They were high-spirited and fearless, which came from their sense of belonging and confidence in their identity. After going through countless hardships and countless wars, the battle-hardened Korhal Revolutionary Army has become the largest human armed force in the Kaprulu sector. Due to the perfect officer promotion system and military discipline system established at the beginning of their establishment, they have completed the transformation from the Revolutionary Army to the Imperial Regular Army at an astonishing speed. At this moment, rows of Imperial battle cruisers opened fire at the command of Marshal Warfield, and the laser guns and electromagnetic cannons set the entire sky on fire. To the people on the ground, this might be the largest fleet battle they had ever seen. Large expanses of orange-red barrages stretched from one end of the sky to the other, brilliant and dazzling, illuminating the entire world. Located in the atmosphere, the roar of dozens of battle cruisers' Yamato main guns charging and firing at the same time was truly shocking, as if the mountains were collapsing and the sky was about to fall. Anyone who has heard this sound will never forget the classic hum of the Yamato guns. Dozens of smaller suns suddenly appeared in the sky, and then dazzling flames burst out. The Tal'Darim Protoss mothership in the front was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, and the compressed nuclear explosion splashed on its wide plasma shield curtain wall, and the aftermath turned into flowing flames and fell. Yamato shells landed on the Tal'Darim mothership's shields one after another, triggering nuclear explosions that would have destroyed 30 New Columbia cities. The Scarlet mothership had originally taken all the attacks with open arms, as if mocking the weakness of human weapons, but its shields soon reached the limit of its endurance, until a focused nuclear explosion shattered the energy curtain, causing the ship's hull to burn and leave black scars. The damaged Tal'Darim mothership quickly retreated to the bottom of its own fleet through a short warp, and by then the Tal'Darim fleet had already opened fire in response to the Imperial fleet's attack. Scarlet particle beams subdivided the sky into multiple fragments, bombarding the green shield matrix raised by the battle cruiser. Hundreds of Protoss and human warships opened fire at the same time, and 10 times as many small and medium-sized warships and fighters shuttled between the gunfire. Warships were constantly shattered in a round of concentrated fire, and molten metal fell from the sky like rain. The light released by the gunfire and explosions illuminated the whole world as bright as day. Wraith fighters and transport ships continued to take off from the battle cruiser's dock. This largest fleet battle in human history against the Protoss reached its climax as soon as it broke out. It was like a doomsday scene, with countless flames falling from the sky, and the falling warships released endless light and heat at the moment of crashing. In the hands of the communication screen that was still connected, Warfield and Artenis could see that the body of Alarak, the fourth ascender on the Tal'Darim mothership, trembled, but the light shining on his purple-gray face was immediately stretched and far away. The famous human fusion weapon hair. What an ancient weapon. You humans love to play with fire, but in the end you don't even know how to burn yourself. The fourth ascender still showed a calm attitude, as if he was sure of victory. But the situation on the front battlefield was not like this. The Tal'Darim's warships were more powerful than human warships in terms of shields and weapons, but they were not without losses. After completing a series of upgrades such as Titan reactors, capacitors, and energy transmission pipelines, the Terran Empire's warships already had enough energy to equip Yamato cannons and energy shields. Both the firepower and armor level were already incomparable to 4 years ago. In addition, their strongest weapon was the determination to put life and death aside. The Protoss could even use their powerful telepathic ability to feel this belief of unity, which was rare in the human race. You butcher. Just because one outpost was attacked, you killed all the people on 3 planets. The Imperial cap badge on Warfield's blue-black wide-brimmed military cap shone brightly under the reflection of the artillery fire. The whip ringing the shield emblem and the golden 5-star on it have become the symbol of the Terran Empire. When Warfield was speaking, the Alterra on the port side of the fleet flagship Iron Justice was hit head-on by the phase main gun of the Tal'Darim Protoss mothership. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, its bow was almost completely cut open, and large-scale explosions covered its surface. This is a Behemoth-class battle cruiser that was built in 2492 and launched the following year. It was built by the Aurora shipyard on Antigua Prime. Strictly speaking, the Alterra and her sister ship Martel are transitional ships between the Behemoth class and the new Minotaur class. They are larger than the previous Behemoth class, and the Yamato guns have also been upgraded. But the magnificent ship built by the Emperor's order did not even last 2 minutes, and unfortunately became the first target of the Tal'Darim fleet's concentrated fire. Then, the rest of the Imperial warships avenged the Alterra, surrounding a battered Tal'Darim carrier, and with just 1 round of reinforced Yamato guns, it tore through its already shaky shields, and another salvo completely destroyed it. In the brutal battle, even the scientific ships responsible for escort and repair support joined the battle. Every minute, warships fell and thousands of people died. At the same time, the operation to rescue refugees on the surface of the planet Gobus was also underway, and a large-scale battle was also taking place there. The ground forces of the Terran Empire and the Tal'Darim alone deployed tens of thousands of mechas and fighters in the vast desert of Gobus. Gobus was originally just an unknown colony, and the Battle of Gobus will surely become a milestone in mankind's fight against alien invaders. Since then, all historians who write about this period of history cannot avoid this battle, writing about the Emperor of the Terran Empire ordering Marshal Horace Hoffeld to fight the Protoss in a bloody battle on Jebus. Whether it is officers or soldiers, the sacrifices of countless people will eventually be left with only words and texts. 4 years ago, no human fleet had ever confronted the Protoss head-on. From your human perspective, it is indeed like this. Alarak said, "Why should I have mercy on humans? Even other Tal'Darim who angered me will suffer the same fate. This is a Tal'Darim. This is our all." The fleet of the Terran Empire made Alarak cheer up, and he began to devote himself to command. Even the arrogant Alarak had to admit that even the broken copper and iron of humans were not powerless to fight back. Alarak's fleet was only a small part of the Death Fleet. In fact, at this moment, the Tal'Darim Protoss from all over the world were gathering in Slain to participate in the Raxir ceremony of the First Ascended and the High Lord Marash. Those high-ranking Ascenders who supported the First Ascender were sent to other battlefields far away from Slain by High Lord Marash. Since Marash suspected that the 4th Ascender Alarak had secretly joined the First Ascender, he ordered him to deal with humans. Nevertheless, even if he disobeyed the so-called order, Alarak would definitely return to Slain in time when the Rakshi ceremony arrived to join the final competition for power. Dealing with humans is just a way for Alarak to pass the time and hone his men. And Alarak is not prepared to start a longer and longer battle with humans, which will make him miss the largest Rakshi ceremony in Slain in nearly a century. If the first 3 Ascenders, even Marash, can be killed at the same time, Alarak can become a high-ranking lord of the Tal'Darim, second to Ammon, and above 10,000 people. Fighting with humans to the death is not only of no benefit to Alarak, but also makes him lose the potential power to fight for power. Alarak, it is the Earth humans who attacked your outpost, not the Terran Empire humans. Executor Artemis tried to reason with the other party in another way. The goal of the Earthlings is to make the Tal'Darim and the Terran Empire lose both, so that they can take advantage of the situation. You are fighting here and losing both, but it is only to benefit the third party. Oh dear Artemis, you have caught my attention. The tone of the 4th Ascender was full of his superior pride and sharp black humor. Although withdrawing now can save a lot of strength, it also means that Alarak's reputation in the fleet will be greatly affected. How can an Ascender who was defeated in the war with humans have the face to compete for the First Ascender or even the high-ranking position? This is exactly what the current high-ranking Lord Marash wants. But it would be great if the enemy gave him a way out. I think, besides being defeated, the best thing you Templars are good at is talking nonsense. Can you kill the enemy? Artemis Alarak said, "You are so naive that I want to laugh." Artemis, you just happened to guess right. That is, no one can use the Tal'Darim. So, you are willing to retreat. Shakuris is still in the war, and Artemis did not bring a fleet. Otherwise, according to Augustus Mengsk, the Emperor of the Terran Empire, he would rather defeat the enemy and then reason. Retreat? The Tal'Darim must pay the price. Warfield played the role of the black face without changing his face. Even if Alarak's fleet retreated, Warfield would not stop there. Warfield had received the Emperor's personal order, and he had to eliminate the Tal'Darim Protoss entrenched in Monlace and the Sigma Quadrant, expel them permanently, fight back, and give an explanation to the people of the Empire. Only when I think there is no need to waste time here. Alarak snorted. I think that's now. Artemis shot back. Are you angry? Artemis. That piques my interest. Alarak clicked his tongue. Dead apostles. Concentrate the firepower of your fragmentation cannons and burn them all to ashes. Our mission is only to burn down this planet. I give you a piece of advice. Don't stand under the mothership. Of course, it's you who's going to die, not me. Artemis. After the words fell, the arrogant Tal'Darim Ascended snorted and cut off the communication. Oh, this vicious guy. What is he implying? Artemis looked at Warfield. This arrogant Tal'Darim is even more arrogant than you. Warfield sighed. It sounds like he wants to burn down Jebus as a reward. Unless I have twice as many warships, there is no way to stop him before burning the planet. But it should not be a problem to evacuate all civilians before that. Excuse me, this looks very similar to the weapons of your Protoss Empire. Warfield thought. I heard that the Tal'Darim parted ways with you thousands of years ago and never saw you again. At that time, the Protoss Empire was still in the tribal era. Then why are your warships and weapons so similar? I can't deny this, General Warfield. Artemis also fell into deep thought. In fact, I can't figure it out either. This is too strange. The Tal'Darim mothership is charging their main guns, after which they will destroy the entire bugs. Artemis' eyes lit up, pointing to the Tal'Darim mothership on the screen of Iron Justice and said, "We must stop him." Warfield hummed, "General Medici, send a few more Valkyrie frigates." Chapter 503 Recovering the Lost Colony. Bekarro is an extremely remote world, so remote that it has not been marked on any published star map, and even the most adventurous adventurers have never heard of it. The Edge world refers to the place on the edge of the Kaprulu sector, far away from the civilized world, on the outermost layer of the outermost layer. It is usually considered by the core world to be wild, backward, barren and scarce, with a broken legal system, and no rituals and music. The people living there are not only uncivilized, but also have to do the poorest and lowest jobs to support themselves. This increasingly deep-rooted prejudice has also made the people of the core world believe that the people of the outer colonies and edge worlds are generally uneducated and rude, and are country bumpkins from remote areas, vulgar and lowly, and incompatible with the elegance of the civilized world. This view seems to be tenable. Historically, those worlds with prosperous economy, technology, and art are within the cultural radiation range of Tarsinus and Eumagen, and interstellar shipping is also extremely developed, which can reach any world that is developing rapidly. The fringe worlds are more like vassals and exploited objects of the core worlds. They are usually not yet completely controlled by the capital of the founding families and giant companies, but that is only a matter of time. Under the rule of the Terran Federation, the wealth of the entire Federation is constantly converging towards the core worlds such as Tarsinus, and the contradictions between the outer worlds and the core worlds are intensifying, which has also brought about rebellions one after another. It is in this era that some Terran humans did not join the official plan of the Terran Federation to develop colonies, but chose to find and build new homes on their own. In this way, spontaneously organized colonists appeared with their few properties. The size of the colony team varies, but usually contains people from all walks of life, including miners, chefs, architects, railway workers, teachers and crappy third-rate doctors. The new world they can choose must meet two basic conditions. First, it must be far away from the main shipping routes and far enough away from the borders of the Terran Federation, so that it will not be discovered by the Federation's cruising fleet. Then, the planet must also support the most basic human life activities. But there are very few planets that meet both conditions. The Kaprulu galaxy is already outside the Milky Way, and the density of stars is far less than that of the center of the Milky Way, which means that the possibility of habitable planets here is even lower. In order to find a new home, the colonists must stay as far away from the Federation world as possible. The quality and equipment of the ships they carry determine how far they can reach. More than 30 years ago, the first group of colonists who came to Bekarro established the only settlement on this planet, and named it Freehaven. Driven by idealism, all residents were given equal arable land, and settled down and multiplied. Today, Freehaven is dominated by the second generation of Freehaven residents, most of whose fathers died of illness or accidents in the harsh and difficult living environment of the early colonies. For today's Bekarro residents, the Terran Federation and the red and blue flags it represents have long become a distant memory. But after all, they came to Bekarro to escape the heavy taxes, oppression, and wars of the Terran Federation, to establish their ideal country, and it would be best if they would never have any contact with the Federation. However, the unexpected outsiders still arrived at the end of 2493. They called themselves the Terran Empire, wearing power armor that the Bekarro colonists had never seen before, and possessed a large number of mechas and aircraft tanks. The starship soldiers of the Terran Empire claimed that they brought peace and tranquility, but in the eyes of the Bekarro people, they only brought rule. It is reported that the Terran Empire came here completely by accident. At that time, their scientific expedition team consisting of scientific ships and exploration ships was carrying out the task of marking possible immigrant worlds and reconnecting with other planets. that had lost contact at the edge of the Korhal sector and happened to detect betrayal. And because the residents of betrayal have always rejected contact with the outside world and never contacted areas outside the planet, it is difficult to be discovered. For God's sake, this is a free colony. The people here do not belong to any human regime, and all residents are the common masters of betrayal. At this moment, on the main street of the southern entrance of the free port, a group of townspeople who were united by courage and love for home were surrounding a young officer in a blue-black navy uniform. The townspeople were generally in their 20s or 30s and had started families and careers very early. Because of the harsh environment and difficult conditions, people over 40 aged very quickly and had a short lifespan. Among the townspeople, Jacob Nicolay, who was only 23 years old, was the most aggressive. He was very determined, but still pointed out pleadingly, betrayal is a barren world that is isolated from the world. The only output here is rye, oats, lizard meat and a small amount of high energy gas. Apart from these, you can't get anything else. Okay, I think our planetary geologists and meteorologists have already figured this out. The young officer was a soldier of the Terran Empire, a lieutenant named Bralik. He spoke with a distinct core world accent, and was either from Tarsus, or from Korhal and Brot. I want to reiterate, that the Terran Empire did not come here, to enslave the people here like the Terran Federation did in the past. There is no Terran Federation here, sir. There is no Terran Federation here. Please let the people of betrayal go. Nicholas pleaded. We came here only to better build this planet and make it more suitable for human habitation. As immigrants, you lack the necessary equipment support and cannot get support from other worlds. The young Terran Empire officer was obviously very patient, without any arrogance or domineering. This place is too small. There are only a few thousand people on the entire planet, but they all live in very densely populated towns. The crops are also very simple, which means that an unprecedented infectious disease can kill most people, and the diseases between crops are enough to make betrayal lose all his crops. He said, moreover, you have been living too far away from the group, and have no idea what is happening on the edge of the world. Two alien races that humans have never seen are invading the human world, and I can tell you that the last time one of the races, the alien Zerg, appeared, it was very close to your home. What? Alien Zerg? Nicholas and the townspeople around him, who looked at each other in bewilderment, had heard this name from the Imperial soldiers for the first time. But for these people whose ideas were still stuck in 30 years ago, it was really unknown to them that there was a Han dynasty, let alone a Wei and Jin dynasty. It was like people in the 1950s and 1960s had just seen robots and other aliens from science fiction novels, but those should have existed in movies. That's right, Zerg. In fact, we have already discovered the Zerg toxin-eating bodies that spread virus spores in the neighboring star system of betrayal. The distance is less than 12 seconds. The Zerg virus is rapidly expanding on the edge of the Korhal star system in this way. This means that they will arrive here soon. It will only take a few days, no, half a day for this virus to destroy your colony, said the Imperial officer. You have seen those videotapes and Zerg specimens, and you should believe them. In short, we will not enter your town, but will establish a military base and scientific research station nearby. This is not just to protect this planet. This is already the most important link in the epidemic blockade, and you will soon know what a real disaster means. He looked at the time and said, I have to go now. Whether you recognize the Terran Empire or not, please accept this Terran Empire flag. As long as there is this flag, it is under the protection of the Empire. Don't worry, the army will never set foot in your homes and occupy farmland and mining facilities. Military orders are like mountains, and I will not stay here long. After saying this, the imposing Imperial officer handed the Imperial flag to the representative among them, and Jacob Nicholas left. He came alone with a pistol, and left without taking anything. I want to save you. What does it have to do with you? They must be crazy. How can aliens really exist? Stonemason Kiernan Warner is an extremely strong young man with a voice as loud as a bell. In this harsh land, only the strongest can survive long. These Imperials are trying to deceive our trust, so that they can seize the town, and make the people here pay taxes and work for the Imperial nobles for generations. They will also try every means to seize and plunder the land. The government will only make everything worse. Minor Lars is already very old, and he is even several rounds bigger than the oldest building in the Freeport. Lars hated the Federation. To be more precise, he even hated crowded places and preferred to live alone. Listen, we should take up arms and fight them to the end. These people are nothing but thieves, liars and robbers. But I heard from that soldier that it was the Terran Empire that overthrew the Terran Federation. Now, the corrupt government has been replaced by an honest new government. A young man named Augustus Mengsk proclaimed himself Emperor of the Terran Empire. It seems that the soldier is extremely loyal to his emperor. Old Bren is a farmer who raises his 2 children with his wife through his hard work. Come on, the soup is the same. He is still playing the trick of the first citizen. Kirsten Warner is a teacher and amateur engineer in Freeport. He likes to read the e-books left by his parents. The Republic is the most ridiculous joke. In this system, the dictator can enjoy all the power of monarchy without having to restrain for the image of the royal family. The Terran Empire is an empire, not a republic. Don't make a mistake. This shows that he does not hide his ambition at all. Old Bran relies on farming to support his family, but he has never given up thinking and learning. He believes that this is one of the best qualities of human beings. As long as he is a wise monarch, when Augustus is alive, the people of the Terran Empire can live in an enlightened and prosperous era. If what the Imperial soldier said is true, Becca Rocco will really be in trouble. At that time, as they expect, the people of Freeport must ask the Terran Empire for help. Jacob Nicholas is a young man who is good at speaking and enthusiastic. Although he can only talk nonsense and rarely does practical work, he still has a lot of say among the residents of Freeport. In his hand, Nicholas held the flag given to him by the Imperial officer. The bright red flag was spotless and had a shining golden star on it. In fact, this was not the only thing that these unexpected Terran soldiers gave them. Before that, they had also used trucks and transport ships to transport a large amount of medicines and metal products that Freeport could no longer produce. On this planet with scarce materials, it was even more precious than gold. However, the residents of Freeport still refused the gift. They couldn't believe that someone in this world could be so generous. I saw what the Terran Empire brought, a starship bigger than a city. Wow, that was a rare thing when my grandfather was still living in the Federation. And I dare say that the Empire's starships are bigger than the Federation's. He couldn't help but show that he had never seen the world. They also brought tanks and cannons. I saw hundreds of Imperial soldiers walking down from the rumbling transport ships. Old Lars, or 1,000 of you are no match for them. We must call a town meeting. No matter what, after this, we have to accept the fact that we must share our homeland with these Terran Empire soldiers. As he spoke, Nicholas noticed that the sky over Becquerello was gathering dark clouds, and the howling wind was like the howling of thousands of evil spirits. If you are not lucky enough, heavy rain or even hail will soon beat the people on the street black and blue. Becquerello is such a terrible place. Its weather is like a woman with uncertain weather. The violent thunderstorms sweep across the planet, easily destroying the hard-built buildings and fields that the townspeople have worked so hard to open up on the mountainous terrain. After each thunderstorm, the people of Freeport have to replant crops and repair equipment. If there was the energy shield of the Terran Empire that could cover the entire town, Becquerello would be much safer. About 7 or 8 miles southeast of Freeport, a towering Terran Empire starport is standing in the deep purple thunder, and 3 battleships are passing through the black clouds. Around the starport, various military camps, hospitals and living facilities are rising from the ground, and factories are being built on some high-energy gas springs that cannot be mined because they are too far away. Just seeing this scene, Nicholas and the surrounding townspeople feel uneasy. As Nicholas said, Becquerello has no resources that the Terran Empire covets, so they must be building here for other purposes. There are about 2,000 to 3,000 residents living in Freeport, less than the number of people in a military camp of the Terran Empire. Maybe some murderous aliens are coming. Hurry up and call the townspeople to vote at the Citizens' Assembly. Something big must be happening. Nicholas handed the Terran Empire flag in his hand to Old Brun and said, "Go to the central square of Freeport and raise it. Raise the flag of the Empire. Anyway, it won't lose a piece of meat. Believe it a little more." This planet comes from Shadow of Zelniga. Although there is a famous scene in the war where 2 Yamato cannons kill an aircraft carrier in seconds, it is like playing a real game of StarCraft, but it is still a superior work in shaping the interstellar worldview and the customs of the marginal world. Chapter 504 Griffin Swarm. A betrayal proverb more or less reveals this terrible disaster. When you think one thing is bad enough, be careful, it will only get worse. When old Brun returned home, the howling wind outside had turned into thunder like the roar of ghosts and gods, and the slanting rain was like thick walls. The weather became damp and cold. The sky was completely dark, and miles of blue-purple lightning bombarded the earth. Betrayal is a terrible place. Most of the year is accompanied by severe weather such as thunderstorms, hail, heavy rain and tornadoes, and there is little good weather in the rest of the time. This climate is very common on many planets with atmospheres, but it is particularly severe in Betrayal. Extreme weather will destroy the colonists' crops and mines, and rebuilding them must take 10 times or 100 times the effort. After all, not all planets have a warm climate like Tarsinus. At this time, staying in a modular steel plate building with an insulating coating is the wisest choice. The children are all back. Mrs. Brun was wearing an old, faded but clean work shirt, holding a dry towel in her hand. Betrayal's Freeport has its own weaving workshop and tailor. They have long stopped trading with other colonies in the Federation or interstellar merchants, so they have to make and forge daily necessities and various tools by themselves. Those equipment dismantled from the spacecraft in the early colonial era, once a part is broken, or even just a broken electron tube, there is no way to repair it. This colony that has been passed down from generation to generation is just a place where a group of people with the same tragic fate, but eager to live a free life, gather together for warmth. Many people of this generation are related and support each other. The furnishings of Brun's house are also simple, and even the tables, chairs, and blankets look like they have been used for many years. The people in the Freeport have not yet formed a class and wealth gap, which means that most of them are equally poor and live a hard life. There is no TV station on this planet. Although the power station and signal tower can still operate normally, not every household can have a TV and radio. Even so, the people here have not given up hope in life and want their children to receive education as much as possible. After the Freeport General Assembly, you will follow Nicholas to the seismic detector and weather station outside the town. I'm really worried that something will happen. The lady's hands and skin became rough due to heavy work, but her face still showed the youthful vitality of her youth. In fact, old Brun and his wife were not old at all. They got married when they were 16 or 17 years old. Now they are less than 30 years old, but they look much older. Is what the Imperial soldier said true? Are there really alien monsters coming to Betrayal? She asked. Old Brun took off his raincoat wrapped in a layer of waterproof canvas and hung it on the hanger next to him to dry. The expression on his face was as gloomy as the sky. Dear, I just hope that I'm dazzled, but Brutus almost peed his pants. Brutus is a good farmer, and at that time he wanted to bury himself in the mud. Mr. Brun lowered his voice and said, I'm afraid it's true. This is terrible. Mrs. Brun looked at the heavy rain outside the window, as if she was afraid that a terrible monster would jump out of it. Before, the weather station and farm in 40 Hills lost contact with the town, and this time it lasted longer than before. Coupled with the sudden arrival of the Terran Empire, everyone was very uneasy. So we drove the Combine harvester to 40 Hills, and saw only a few gliding eagles and rock-walled lizards. Everything was normal, although the weather was usually bad. Brun said, everyone was relieved. Maybe the imperialists were just sensationalizing. But it didn't take long for us to find something wrong. He said, the weather station in 40 Hills was covered with some kind of fungus, like purple mold, and the weather balloon was full of veins and arteries like human tissue. Dr. McCarthy and several of his employees and students who stayed there were. What happened to them? He is a good man. The doctor has been trying his best to improve the bad climate in Betrayal. Mrs. Brun felt sad. In Betrayal, many people lose their lives every year due to extreme climate, and it is difficult to train talents with important skills such as scientists and mechanics once they die. The technology and civilization of this small place will only continue to degenerate unless they find their own way of development. They all turned into monsters. Monsters with fangs and sharp teeth. And their skin became as slimy as fish. Brun still had lingering fears when he said, everyone was panicked at that time, and Nicholas ran away. Only Kirsten and I picked up the shotgun. It is hard to tell how much bragging there is in Mr. Brun's words. He coughed and put the old-fashioned torrent shotgun behind him on the table with a broken corner. I killed one, and Kirsten killed the other. Then we drove back. It was really a nightmare. How could it be possible that humans would become like that? What exactly turned them into that? If what is recorded in the data disk given to Nicholas by the Empire is true, then it was the Zerg that killed McCarthy and others. And the scientists of the Terran Empire call it infection. Holy Mary, 40 Hills is only a dozen miles away from here. Those monsters can kill the people in the weather station, and can do the same to the people in the Freeport. Mrs. Brun was stunned for more than 10 seconds before she came back to her senses from the shock. But where can we escape to? If we leave Freeport, our fate will not be better than staying here. We can only ask for help from the Imperial Army, hoping that they will lend a helping hand. If it is the Federation, even if they will provide support to Freeport, they will take the opportunity to control the entire town, put forward additional conditions for military protection and force us to pay military expenses. Although they can do so even without this excuse. Brun sat down on the chair. There is no time to organize another citizen assembly. Several old people in the town have unanimously decided to seek military help from the Empire, no matter what price we have to pay. He whispered, as if he was afraid of disturbing the two children in the bedroom. Not only the weather station, but also more than a dozen family farms far away from Freeport have suffered. The situation is getting worse and worse, and even domestic dogs and livestock have become some kind of monsters. This generation of betrayal people is different from the previous generation. They will never cling to past experiences. I hope that the storm that was a complete disaster for us in the past can also stop those enemies. He took a cup of tea from his wife and moistened his throat. The man who had never left betrayal realized that he was now the only support for his wife and children. It was tea soaked in salad greens. In the mountainous and barren rugged terrain of betrayal, wheat and oats occupied the only land. Coffee and tea were no longer grown by the locals. Even if all the land was planted with food, it would be difficult to feed everyone. There are several missile towers left by previous people in the Freeport, which may come in handy. We have pulse guns to deal with large beasts, but we have run out of ammunition. I don't know whether I should believe those imperialists. Most people in the town hold the same view as me. This is the rule set by our fathers. The people of betrayal support themselves with their own hands and will never return to the Terran Federation. He continued, the officer has been emphasizing the difference between the Empire and the Federation. He said that the Terran Empire was established by a group of people who overthrew the Federation. The Terran Emperor did better than the Federal Parliament and the Creation family. We all hope that smart merchants would not exaggerate when bragging about themselves. Before my father died, he only reminded me. He stared at me and told me to remember, never trust the Federation. I will never forget his expression at that time. I just hope that there is really any difference between the Terran Empire and the Terran Federation. An army to protect the people. That probably ceased to exist 2 centuries ago. Mrs. Brun was an intelligent woman. It was with such wisdom that she raised her children with limited food. But if there really is a group of people fighting against the enemies of humanity, then they are very likely to be completely different from the federal soldiers our fathers have seen. Yeah, Brun nodded and coughed uncontrollably, suddenly feeling uncomfortable all over. When Brun suddenly saw green spots appearing on the back of his hand, his face was almost as green as his skin. He had seen such skin not long ago, on those compatriots who had turned into monsters for unknown reasons. When was it infected? In what form? How was it spread? And was there any hope after being infected? Brun remembered the purple-black gelatinous blanket spreading under their feet. Although they were careful not to get close to the infected buildings and the twisted humanoid monsters, they still let the disgusting sticky snot-like substance adhere to their boots. A mixture of shock, anger, and regret made Brun's heart tighten. He immediately stood up and distanced himself from his wife. At this moment, he was more worried about his family than himself. There have also been outbreaks of infectious diseases in Freeport, but that was spread through grains that were left on the ground and moldy because they were not harvested in time during rainy days, that is, food. According to the information and warnings given by the Empire, although in the so-called Total War period, that is, after 2491, the Zerg virus and infection were not the main means of attack by the Zerg. Their means of spreading the virus were not sophisticated, and the infected people would not infect healthy people, forming a cross-infection again. Until recently, a brainworm named Carlos appeared in the human vision. It further improved the Zerg's infection method, and has cultivated a new Zerg variant carrying a large number of macroparasites and mold viruses. Today, the huge spore spray cluster can even spray trillions of infected spores into the entire universe. This alone is already extremely terrifying. Once the extremely tiny spores enter the planet's atmosphere, they can be scattered all over the planet, attached to air currents and rivers to find their hosts. The way the Zerg spread the infection is also hard to guard against. Among the known methods, many people can't even figure out how they were infected except for the spores scattered in the air. The swarm of Carlos may be the most terrible alien insects that humans have encountered. Its purpose is to destroy humans, its powerful enemy. Once the plague spreads throughout the Korhal sector, it will be a terrible catastrophe. The Terran Empire officially named Carlos, and its tribe as the Plague Tribe, which was named Griffin Swarm by Emperor Augustus. Griffin, a griffin in Greek mythology, with a lion's body and an eagle's head. What's wrong? What happened? Mrs. Brunn had never seen such an expression on her husband's face. I was infected by the alien insects. On the way, I contracted the terrible plague that the soldier said. I don't know how long I can live, and I may die soon. Brunn was silent for a few seconds or even longer, but he had made up his mind when he showed his wife the blue veins and scars with Iffy on his wrist. He silently put on the raincoat he wore when he came back and took his gun. You may also be infected. While talking to me, the larger man with dark brown messy hair paused. Dear, you have to lock yourself in this room now. No matter what, don't open the door to the children, no matter how they cry or beg. When the doctors and scientists of the Terran Empire arrive, they will tell you what to do. I have to leave here and warn others. He opened the door and jumped into the wind and rain that could knock people to the ground again. After all this is done, I will go to the automatic refinery. Only fire can prevent the further spread of the infectious disease. Goodbye. Mrs. Brunn was a strong woman, but when the door was closed again, she was already in tears. Outside the door, heavy rain was hitting his face, and Brunn realized that his physical condition was deteriorating rapidly. He was more likely to have been infected a few hours ago, and it was just now that it broke out. Fortunately, he didn't see many people. The weather was getting worse and worse, and the strong wind seemed to be able to knock Brunn down completely. The storm was swirling in the dusk sky, and the only light in the sky was gone, leaving only the bright lights in the Freeport. The sound of the wind was as shocking as the howling of ghosts and wolves, but in Brunn it was like the roar of a monster. Brunn was still conscious, and he just hoped that this was not a last gasp. He had to find those who were likely to be infected and convince them to leave with him. Then, he would inform everyone through the radio to unite and hold on until the reinforcement from the Terran Empire arrived. Chapter 505 Plague Watcher. The rainstorm gradually subsided, and the wind direction began to change. But then it began to snow, followed by fist-sized hailstones, and the road began to freeze and become extremely slippery. The clouds completely obscured the starlight, and the lights in every household were the only light sources in the Freeport. Betrayal is definitely a bad place, with a harsh climate and poor soil. Most of the land is ridges that have been repeatedly washed by rain. The terrain is winding and bare, and there is no room for any vegetation. Although the frequent lightning strikes on the planet can generate a large amount of nitrogen dioxide and nitric acid, providing sufficient nitrogen fertilizer for the growth of crops, Betrayal's lightning strikes are too frequent. She is just a greystone planet. There may be 10 million such planets in the Milky Way, but it is the place where Brunn's ancestors decided to take root by mistake. Not all worlds are blessed with Tarsinus, Korhal and Telida, but humans are a tenacious race, and they can adapt to almost all kinds of dangerous environments in the Milky Way. Brunn climbed onto the family's robo-harvester and felt his health deteriorating. When he started the engine, he was coughing up blood, and every cell in his body seemed to be wailing. The pain was surging from his heart and lungs. He knew that he might not be able to hold on for much longer. It would not be long before he became one of those alienated monsters in the weather station, with tumors and tentacles on their faces. Regret, pain, and fear made Brun breathless. For a long time, he sat almost motionless in the driver's seat of the harvester. Fortunately, the alien virus had not yet invaded Brun's brain. All infected humans will eventually become slaves of the main hive mind, which is a fate worse than death. Fortunately, Brun didn't know it yet. Brun was revived by his love and sense of responsibility for his family and the entire Freeport. If the town was eventually engulfed by this terrible infection, his loved ones would also be buried here. Brun was just a second-generation immigrant who was born and raised naturally in Betrayal. His understanding of the world was limited to Freeport, and his horizons were limited to the canyon behind the pass and the farmland behind it. Brun had dreamed of becoming a starship soldier before, because he liked traveling and adventure, and starships often shuttled through various star systems, quadrants, and galaxies. But Betrayal didn't have the conditions at all. Not to mention starships. Even spaceships that could fly out of the atmosphere were either rusting in warehouses or being dismantled as precious building materials. He was once the most adventurous and curious person in Freeport, and his keen intuition for machinery also allowed him to repair damaged agricultural irrigation equipment and harvesting facilities with ease. Brun had the opportunity to go further, but there was no one here who could teach him. Later, he had to accept the reality he had to face, and like other people in Freeport, he got married and had children early, trying his best to fill his and his family's stomachs. Dreams are unrealistic things that can only be thrown aside and let them weather slowly. A gust of wind blew, and the snow looked like white fog. The hailstones hit the windshield and roof of the harvester, making clanging sounds. Outside the car window, which was pitted by hailstones, the lighted Freeport was shaking in the storm, groaning and trembling. At this time, Brent's family of 4 should have sat happily on the dining table, covered with a blue checkered tablecloth, and had the simplest dinner, which was mostly simple bread, bacon, and some warm barley tea. When thundering, it was stormy outside, but the house was warm and comfortable. His daughter Octavia Bren would sit on his lap and giggle. Probably, people in poor places all over the galaxy live like this. Bren heard that the central world of the Terran Federation was extremely prosperous, but he didn't have much idea in his mind. Thinking of the smiles of his wife and children, Brent still endured the pain and fear in his heart, and started the harvester to drive onto the cement road of the Freeport, passing through the howling wind and hail. Betrayal taught the people here how to fight against nature, and taught them what it means to be patient and to endure the suffering and pain in life. On the edge of the Korhal sector, only the most tenacious people can survive. In the stormy main street of Freeport, there is not a single car to be seen, and every household is sitting in their own home to face the storm safely. Where there are lights and flames, human civilization sprouts. This harvester has been in Brun's family for some years. It is older than the 2 children. It has been passed down from generation to generation, and is no different from a family member. This highly automated and integrated harvester can be seen on almost any world in the Terran Federation. It has functions such as plowing, crushing, and sowing, and can be equipped with a solid gasoline flamethrower when necessary. According to the practice of the Kel-morians, the harvester can be used as a tank by welding a few steel plates. They can even convert the supergiant planet excavator into an electromagnetically accelerated road-based fighter launch port. The Combine harvester is the most loyal and reliable partner of the immigrants, and Brun just hopes that it will not fail today. Brun's destination was Jacob Nicola's home, who might have been infected. Near his home was the largest and only radio broadcaster in Freeport. Although the old equipment was 30 or 40 years old, the parts were rusted, and it was questionable whether it could still be used. Suddenly, a beam of light came from the fork in the street, blinding his eyes. Brun recognized it immediately. It was the car of Freeport teacher Kirsten Werner, an old 4-wheeled car. When Kirsten's father bought the car from a second-hand car dealer, the Terra family of Tarsinus had not yet entered the maglev car industry. This car was a treasure in a rural place like Freeport. After all, a car always stood out among a circle of harvesters. And this was also a good car that Kirsten was proud of, just like his unique greasy middle parted hair, but it did not prevent him from being a serious and responsible good teacher and warm-hearted. You got infected too? Kirsten, the communicator of the harvester, broke down 2 years ago, and no one has been able to fix it since then. Brun could only talk to Kirsten through the intercom. Kirsten also followed Nicola and Brun to check the lost weather station, along with old Rustin and the only biologist in the town, Grey Derry. If nothing unexpected happened, they might have been infected, and the fungal blanket is one of the most basic ways of spreading the Zerg virus. Now that I think about it, I should have notified the army of the Terran Empire at that time, but the people in Freeport only trust their own people. People are like this, they will never believe what they are facing, until the disaster is imminent. For God's sake, I used up my last bit of strength to climb into the car. Now the only people who can save this town are the people of the Terran Empire. If this disease is incurable, old Brun, then you and I will each shoot each other, and don't leave it to harm others. Kirsten's tone was still very calm. He has always been like this. In other words, crying now is useless. Most of the people living in this town have families with them. They have gone through all kinds of hardships. Natural disasters and man-made disasters have not defeated the people of Betrayal. Go to Nicholas's house. This sneaky guy took advantage of this crisis to pass the appointment of the first mayor at the Citizens' Assembly. If this is the case, he should take responsibility. Brun said. There is no time to communicate about the disease now. If they are transformed into such monsters now, everyone in the town will suffer. The devil has taken over. These imperialists have brought the devil, and I knew they would not bring good news. I saw through their true colors 40 years ago. This strange disease might be caused by them. No, I bet my 4 gas extraction facilities that they must have done it. Soon, the harvester of the old miner Rustin jumped onto Brun's rearview mirror, and he roared and chattered in his unique loud voice. This is not the end. While I'm alive, even as long as I can breathe, I will definitely beat these imperial bastards. Rustin's home is a few miles away from Freeport, but after seeing the miserable state of the weather station, even an old tough guy like Rustin who had been in Kaprulu for many years dared not stay outside. Finally, biologist Grey Dry also managed to get in touch with Brun, and he was also infected with the virus. After a brief understanding of the situation, this biologist who has made many contributions to the genetic improvement of Freeport livestock with a noble and selfless spirit decided to lock himself in his home and use his body for experiments to find an antidote. Even though Betrayal is not a paradise suitable for living, the people here are no longer those who are full of resentment towards the Federation. They also love the land under their feet. Stop talking, Rustin, while we are still alive. Brun stepped on the accelerator and drove the harvester like a sports car, and the teacher in the miner's car followed closely behind. We must warn the people in the town. You want to be a hero? Rustin roared. I have burned all my refineries and saved the last barrel of gas for myself. Is that enough? Rustin, if you can give a little of your courage to your romantic selves, you won't be single for so long. Despite the unbearable pain in his body, Kirsten laughed. I hate living with other people. Rustin said, you should have known that I'm a lone wolf. Freeport is not big. Even if it is driven from the edge of the town to the center of the town, it only takes more than 10 minutes. Soon, the residence of the current mayor Nicholas arrived. As soon as he became the mayor of Freeport, this slick but oratorical young man chose the best house in the town as his residence, which was originally a large warehouse for electronic equipment and other equipment. It was a tall 2-story steel and red brick house, and there were even 2 marble gargoyles at the door. I don't know where Nicholas got these antiques from. They should have been decorations on the church. In places like Betrayal, there are workshops and hired workers, but there is no concept of money, and the class gap is also small. Brun and Kirsten soon knocked on Nicholas' door, and at this time, the blonde young man who lived alone had disheveled hair and tears. This seemed to be the most normal state. He knew that he was terminally ill, and the severe pain and fear were enough to drive a person crazy. Woo woo woo, Nicholas cried bitterly, it hurts so much. You've been here crying for so long? Where is the radio console? Brun grabbed Nicholas's tattered suit, and the old miner jumped up and slapped the young mayor. Cry. Cry, cry, slug. Can crying kill the Zerg and the virus? I'm dying. Nicholas cried like a beaten puppy. You haven't said it's incurable yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Rustin slapped Nicholas again. This old man was always the object of fear for the children in the town. Even today, many people are scared to death when they see this old man with a weird temper. I'll take you there right away. Nicholas was very afraid of death, so Rustin said so. After a few seconds, Brun, who was standing outside, suddenly heard the sound of heavy objects falling from the sky. Now the sound of wind and snow was still incessant, but the dull sound of collision was very clear. First, a black shadow fell on the house opposite Nicholas's house, smashing a deep pit on the top of the house. With the help of the lights in the house, Brun could see the shadow of a person tumbling from the roof to the ground, falling to the ground a few hundred yards away. It was a person whose body was shattered, his limbs and head twisted at angles that a normal person could not do, and one leg was twisted into a knot by the huge impact. For a moment, Brun and Kirsten next to him did not react. Then, the bloody person stood up tremblingly and staggered towards the wide-eyed people. The twisted and deformed humanoid creature was still wearing the fragments of electroplated silver-white power armor. Its helmet had been lost somewhere, revealing an extremely pale face. Half of the face still retained the texture of the skin, while the other half was red and swollen many times like rosacea. Two vicious eyes with a dim yellow light were looking out from under the helmet, and tendrils and huge fleshy tumors overflowed from the gaps in the armor. It can be imagined that it must have been a brave human soldier, and he must have been proud of his armor and role. But now, it was just a twisted and terrifying monster. Brun tried hard to identify the golden eagle emblem on the other side's armor, as if trying to figure out its original identity, but he soon couldn't care less. Then, more monsters like this fell from the sky like rain, hitting the houses with irregular crashes and huge muffled sounds. Thousands of twisted shadows crawled and stood up, their eyes emitting yellow or red light. They uttered incomprehensible gibberish and staggered towards the living and trembling people. There is a battleship up there. Kirsten pointed to the sky, and there was a huge interstellar battleship in that direction. It was hovering over the free port, but there was no light to be seen, and no roar of the engine could be heard. This was also the reason why the people in the town didn't find it. He didn't know that it was an infected UED Valkyrie frigate. That's not an imperial ship. The big bell of the free port was rung, and parents in the town took their children out of the gate, and boys and men wearing felt hats picked up guns. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506. Your doctor sister is here. On this moonless and starless night, the storm was overwhelming. In the darkness, only the faint light of lights scattered in Freeport was visible. Thousands of monsters wrapped in exposed flesh, whiskers, tumors, ligaments and mucous membranes staggered forward on the streets of Freeport, like creeping shadows. Their rotten vocal cords wailed, and their pitiful souls were wailing in the imprisonment and enslavement of the swarm's will. They wandered around like lonely ghosts, slapping the windows of Freeport residents with their huge claws, or extending their fangs and claws to any living person who appeared in their sight. Fortunately, the people in Freeport had not fallen asleep because of what happened today, and every household kept the weapons they used to make a living in the marginal galaxy. For a while, gunshots rang out, and many people used incinerators and gas cylinders. Although these infected humans are extremely terrifying and enough to make the bravest souls scream, they are not actually very fast and strong hunters. The shells and exoskeletons on their bodies are not very strong, but they are endless. Mayor Nicholas let out a scream and tried desperately to get into his house, but was grabbed by the old miner. It seems that we don't need to notify the people in the town anymore. Has the Terran Empire responded? Freeport can't hold on for long. It takes a real army to deal with this kind of monster. Brun shouted to Nicholas. He had never expected the arrival of the Terran Empire like this. In this town, only Nicholas can tinker with the old communication equipment that has been in disrepair for many years, and Becquerel has not been in contact with other worlds for many years. I think it should be soon. Nicholas was scared and embarrassed, like a primary school student who was reviewing himself in public. An operator told me that the Imperial Air Force will arrive in 1 minute at the latest, and their military airport is not far from here. Anyway, I just hope that these Imperial soldiers will not burn down Freeport when they clear the Zerg. The old miner reloaded his shotgun while chattering. You are young people, and you don't know what the Terran Federation did in the past. There was an outbreak of cholera on a planet, and they killed all the people on it. I can't care about that. Brun's intuition told him that what the old miner said was probably true. If the Zerg infection was really incurable, then destroying the entire Freeport along with these monsters would be the right choice. The operator did not lie to Nicholas. Less than a minute later, the Terran Empire's fighter planes came from the north of Freeport through the storm, like 3 flying stars rising from the horizon, followed by another row of blue flames, like a huge iron bat with wings spread out like flames. Only then did Brun and the others see clearly the Valkyrie frigate above their heads, which was completely covered with tendons and tissues. They saw that the cracks in its bottom were spewing out a large number of infected people, like a garbage ship dumping garbage and waste. There were more than a dozen such terrifying ships above Freeport. In the deepest part of the cloud, a huge shadow was still moving slowly. They seemed to be giant flying creatures with life, flying on proliferating nitrogen airbags, strange sail-like flying fins and jet pipes instead of engines. Although these infected ships may have no operators, they can still use weapons and active tentacles that have been integrated into the cabin to attack the brave Terran Empire Wraith fighter pilots. 2 Wraith fighters locked onto the infected Valkyrie frigate above Brun's head while climbing. Multiple Gemini air-to-air missiles were ejected and hit accurately. The light produced by the explosion was extremely bright. This fleet, which was composed entirely of infected human spaceships, had no escort from the most common flying units in the Zerg Air Force, such as Mutalisks and Scourges. As soon as they encountered the fighter group of the Terran Empire, they quickly climbed to a higher altitude and moved away from the Freeport. At the same time, more than dozens of heavy APD-33 and G-226 transport ships landed in the Freeport. At this time, the ground was full of infected people, and each transport ship could crush a lot of them when it landed. One of the transport ships landed near the mayor's house of Nikolai. This mayor was an extremely smart guy. He planted the only Terran Empire flag in the town on his house, because he heard that those trained professional soldiers would rather die than let the flag be tarnished. After the transport ship landed steadily, the landing gear and gangway were immediately ejected on both sides. The first to lead the way was the Firebats wearing heavy red power armor. The badges on the shoulder armor showed that they were Blue Devil Firebats, which sounded like the naming style of Brigadier General Hank Hank of the Terran Empire Marine Corps. Next came the fully armed Marines, painted in standard Imperial red, equipped with M93 blast shields, using 25mm bonded carbide with an anti-corrosion electroplating layer, designed to fight against Zerg acid. Among them, there was even a giant bipedal walking mecha that was 24 feet tall. The prototype of the Warwolf was over 7 meters tall, which was almost the same size as a 2-story building. Perhaps only the Super Goliath armed robot of the Earth United Council could be compared with it. At this time, the Warwolf had undergone iterative improvements over multiple generations of trial models, and was very close to the Warwolf mecha when it was officially finalized. Several supergiant Warwolves built for special missions could even exceed 30 feet, 9 meters, like real giants. The Imperial Warwolf was equipped with shoulder-fired missile launchers, arm-mounted rockets and railguns, and composite ceramic steel armor was all over the body. The Warwolf's operating servo system was changing with each passing day. It used a more advanced neural launch control system, and the driver used countless parallel neural interfaces inside to control the movement of the limbs and the use of weapons. That is to say, they are one with the armor, and they don't have to waste their energy on controlling the mecha. They only need to focus on one thing, destroying the enemies of the Terran Empire. This is inseparable from the unremitting efforts of the entire scientific and technological research and development and military engineers. The past 10 years, since the Kalian War, have been a decade of rapid technological development for the Terran Federation and even the other 2 human regimes. Almost every day, there are new technologies, new patents, and new weapons, which is the sum of the past century. Only 30 years had passed, and the equipment used by the army now is completely different from when I was young. Old Miner Austin is one of the few first generation residents of betrayal who are still alive today. Compared with Brun, who was born and raised here, he is even more shocked. 30 years ago, the Terran Federation's army was still using exoskeleton armor, and power armor was a completely novel and futuristic concept. But exoskeleton armor alone was completely enough to deal with internal rebellion. At that time, the relationship between the Terran Federation and the surrounding human regimes was not as tense as it is now. Power armor, large mecha, even those medical staff wore heavy armor, and even carried rocket launchers on their shoulders. How did the world become like this? What kind of enemy is humanity facing? Fire. Ensure the safety of the civilians. An imperial officer ordered, free these poor people. Fire. Fire. Once they appeared, the Imperial Army's firepower gained an overwhelming advantage, and they steadily advanced in Freeport, rescuing the townspeople trapped in their homes, and sending them to the transport ships. All of this seemed to have been rehearsed many times, and seemed to be very familiar. Brun and others were immediately encouraged, and the residents of Freeport also spontaneously approached the landed transport ship, and those who couldn't make it shouted for help. There is nothing more exciting than watching the human steel torrent beat the alien monster. The Terran Empire sent troops to many worlds, like Bacaro, that were being invaded or facing difficulties. No one knew the exact number of troops, but one thing that was obvious was that this number was always changing. The Empire recruited soldiers from every world they visited, and the combat effectiveness and combat style of these soldiers depended to a certain extent on the environment they lived in the past. All I know is that Freeport is saved. Brun said. This is what children should learn now. Those old ideas should be thrown into the garbage dump, said Kirsten, the only teacher in Freeport. I'm Colonel Lisa Cassidy, the commander of the Terran Empire Army of Betrayal. A soldier in silver grey power armor walked off the transport ship, followed by Imperial soldiers with the same decorations. Silver grey power armor, winged hooded skulls, the famous Heavenly Demon Army. Only a few Terran Empire troops would use such emblems. However, it is impossible for the Betrayal people who have not communicated with the outside world in 30 years in a remote area to recognize it. The Heavenly Demon medics don't look like the group of people who save the dying and heal the wounded. The Terran Empire medics are trained completely according to the standards of the Earth United Council, and even the equipment is almost the same, because these equipment originally belonged to the UED Expeditionary Force, and even the people in it may not have changed. Emperor Augustus treated the surrendered soldiers of the UED Expeditionary Force very well. At least there was no real killing. Everyone in the Freeport must evacuate immediately. This is an order from the Marine Corps headquarters in the Korhal Palace. Colonel Lisa did not open her helmet. Her tone was stern and unquestionable, and her voice sounded like an angel. Sir, I think I must remind you that this place does not belong to the Terran Empire, and we don't have to obey the orders of the Empire. The old miner emphasized suspiciously, this is our home. It took me and my friends 30 years to build this small village. We would rather die than leave it. Yes, you are right. The colonel looked up at the flag fluttering in the wind next to him. But as the Imperial Constitution stipulates, it is the responsibility of all Imperial soldiers to protect the citizens of the Terran Empire from the threats of alien Zerg and Protoss-alien forces, and the reason why I'm going to save you, a louse, flea and bedbug, is based on the doctor's ethical code, and not because you, a stupid ass, happen to be a human being. She roared. The answer I want is immediate, right away. Sir, this is not a boot camp. A medic reminded, you shouldn't insult a civilian. I always wait until I come back to apologize. Lisa has no patience for stubborn people like the old miner. What doubts do you have now? If Freeport had agreed to the Imperial garrison earlier, so many people would not have to die. But this is your request. In any case, the Empire never forces their people to make decisions. What you have to do now is to board the ship and go to Betrayal's military base immediately. You may be registered as war refugees, but it doesn't matter. The situation will soon improve. In other words, even if you are refugees of the Terran Empire, protected by the law and blessed by Emperor Augustus. Hurry up, otherwise Carlos's army of infected people will soon overwhelm this place. This old guy is crazy, his mind is not normal, and he can't even say thank you. Mayor Nicholas had the courage to pull the old miner aside at this time, and even said tactfully to apologize. It can only be said that such a person is suitable to be a politician, but it is a waste of talent to put him in such a place. Colonel, I must tell you that we have all been infected by the Zerg virus. Brun hesitated for a moment, as if he was about to be shot by the enemy, after he finished speaking. So, we can't take the same ship as the others. I see, Lieutenant Morales. Give them an injection. Colonel Lise looked at Brun and nodded. This is the latest nano serum, which can cure the current Zerg virus. It has been certified by the Imperial Drug Administration in the Protoss Empire, and is worth a fortune. But the Emperor paid for you. Thank you, thank you. Brun was really grateful. This immediately made Brun relieved, which showed that the infection of the Zerg can be cured. He couldn't help but feel very curious about the Emperor mentioned by the Imperial soldiers. What kind of person is the Emperor? My opinion on the Emperor has been kept secret. Unexpectedly, Colonel Lise actually answered, if you want to ask me what I think of the Queen, I have to say that his vision of women is not ordinary bad. It's simply blind. Brun was at a loss. Where does it hurt? Relax, dear, it's just a mosquito bite. The medic named Morales and several other medics. Her voice was sweet, and the injection needles and nail guns on her arms were chilling. No need to take off your pants. With the help of the power armor, Morales easily grabbed Nicholas and then stabbed him directly in the neck, almost frightening the young man to death. The action was not gentle at all. It looked like murder. Brun's neck was also injected, and the injection wound was quickly sutured by laser. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, he really felt much better. Sir, how exactly does this infection spread? I mean, my wife was with me. Brun pleaded. My family is still trapped at home. As long as you can save them, I'm willing to do anything. The Zerg virus is evolving rapidly now, and it's impossible to be sure whether they have evolved new ways of transmission. Lisa said, don't worry, everyone will get a chance to be treated, as long as they swear to become citizens of the Empire when more Terran Empire transport ships landed. Brun was convinced that his father's ideas were outdated. Perhaps, becoming a citizen of the Terran Empire is not a bad thing. Chapter 507 Queen. Agria, Surface. Lark Crossing Refugee Camp. The semicircular metal spires radiate silver and red patterns in the morning sun. Laser-welded modular buildings. There are hundreds of houses exactly like this one nearby, or larger warehouses, military stations, and fortification walls and towering watchtowers of similar style and materials. The golden and red flags flying on them clearly indicate the ownership of these buildings. Before the sun rises, the people in the Lark Crossing refugee camp walk out of their safe metal houses and go to the designated medical monitoring points to test for Zerg infection. Then, they receive water and heated food to enjoy the mushy paste that looks terrible but provides necessary calories and protein, and the children occasionally get candy. Then, if the test results are normal, these people will go to the movie theater to watch the news and follow the latest news of the Terran Empire. Of course, masks and keeping a safe distance are essential. It is worth mentioning that the most popular program in the refugee camp, in addition to the news about the rescue work of refugees from the marginal worlds of the Terran Empire, is a talk show hosted by Domi Vermilion. In the show, the host will quote a quote from Emperor Augustus as usual before starting. Secondly, the Imperial Ranger Kick Worker Bee competition hosted by Jim Raynor, Marshal of the Terran Empire, is also very popular. In Raynor's Wilderness Survival column, you will also see the meritorious Admiral Raynor teach you how to scald the wings of a dragon in desperate situations with sand at 200 degrees Celsius, and how to make it delicious. This has triggered a craze for dragon wings in the Empire, making the dragon wings of the Interstellar Barbecue restaurant New Orleans hot in and outside the Star Zone. The increased employment provides rare employment opportunities for the unemployed and refugees, although there is evidence that these dragon wings are not real. The Lark Crossing refugee camp is home to about 70,000 people, and is home to a Terran Empire Nova Squadron Expeditionary Marine Battalion, along with a large number of logisticians, administrative staff, and medical workers. These Imperial soldiers have fought in many famous battles, but they used to fight the visible and tangible Federation army, Protoss, and Zerg, but now they have to face invisible diseases and infections. There is a river several dozen miles long near the refugee camp, and its source is the majestic Korhal Glacier. The river water is clear and sweet, but the people nearby have long stopped getting water from here. In the past, the river was like a blue-light band with golden edges in the sun, and the bottom of the river was covered with dense underwater ribbon algae, which was beautiful. Today, it is more like a rotten and smelly ditch, and corpses can often be seen floating downstream. The other side of the river used to be a beautiful forest, but now it has become a wasteland covered with thick fungal blankets, and those dry tree trunks are silent tombstones. Every night, there would be howling sounds of ghosts and wolves, and there were wandering infected people everywhere, like groups of zombies. When the day came, they would retreat back to the dark underground, and would come out, to wander on cloudy days. These monsters were not all extremely scary, and some could not even beat a little girl with a shotgun, but there were many mutant individuals among them, carrying saturated acid in their bodies. Once they exploded, people within a radius of dozens of yards would be killed by the shock wave of the explosion, and people farther away would die in extreme pain. On this day, Bernard Hansen, the chairman of Agria, had not slept all night, and was handling the dispatch and transfer of refugees in a small house, separated from the refugee camp. Bernard had been working for 16 hours in a row, and there were bloodshot under the glasses on his nose. His body told him that he was very tired, but the beloved chairman did not show any signs of stopping to rest. Agria's losses were too great. When Antigua's Imperial Navy arrived at Agria, this agricultural settlement with beautiful scenery and pleasant climate had lost nearly 1 million people, equivalent to 1/10 of the total population. This was only one aspect. The agriculture that Agria relied on for its development also collapsed in the spread of fungal blankets. Unprecedented diseases began to spread in major crops such as wheat and corn, and the prosperous native plant populations died out. The atmosphere of Agria was filled with deadly alien insect plague spores, which further poisoned rivers and oceans through rain. The terrible Griffin tribe and their leader Carlos defeated the Agria settlement without a single soldier or tribe. The invisible fear was more frightening than sharp teeth and claws. At the beginning, the Agria people were driven out of their homes by plague and fear. During the exile alone, more than 100,000 people died of illness or disappeared. Black emotions such as depression, despair, and fear continued to spread among those who were still alive, and destroyed the fighting spirit of some of them, making them feel that it would be better to die. The Agrians thought they had been abandoned until the first batch of Imperial reinforcement arrived. Father, the Emperor's flagship Hyperion has arrived at the Lark Ferry starport. Bernard's daughter Ariel Hansen pushed open the door and walked in, followed by 2 Agrian militiamen wearing grey-white CMC-200 power armor. The red and white cross on the armor indicated that this army mainly performs medical assistance tasks. Ariel, the daughter of Bernard Hansen and Tailise Corgan, is already a slender young lady. She has just interrupted her studies at Tarsinus University and returned to her hometown to help her father Governor Grian. Ariel has snow-white black hair, wears a knee-length white coat, and holds a book in her hand, full of the intellectual beauty of a literary girl. Emperor Augustus is always punctual. Bernard recalled the scene when he first met Augustus Mengsk. At that time, he had already determined that he was a young talent. Let my secretary find a shuttle. I'm going to see the Emperor right away. I hope he won't turn me away. The Emperor is preparing to see you, Ariel said. If everything goes well, he will be here in a few minutes. I hope he is here to call me to task. This will make me feel better. Bernard sighed deeply. These days, self-blame almost broke down this once strong man. As the chairman of the settlement committee, I'm not competent. Perhaps the officials sent by the Emperor will do better than me. After all, I'm not cut out for this. It's not your fault, Ariel said. Agria is the first settlement that has been attacked by the Griffin swarm and has persisted until now. Our soldiers are brave and tenacious, and the people's morale is maintained at a high level, she said. The surrounding settlements that have announced they're joining the Terran Empire have also given Agria more or less resources or manpower support. As long as they hold on, Agria will surely hold on until the moment of final victory. The Emperor is here. At this time, there was a sudden noise outside. Before long, several royal guards who had led the way were already standing at the door of Bernard's office. Their bright crimson power armor and the golden wolf logo on it were almost impossible to ignore. When Bernard stood up, he felt dizzy and almost fainted. After all, he was too tired. "Bernard Hansen, I came to see you." As soon as I arrived in Agria, the Emperor of the Terran Empire had not arrived yet, but his voice had arrived. Two ghost agents wearing blue and white pseudo-light combat uniforms walked in first, bringing a cold and murderous wind when they came. Bernard didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that there were more eyes staring at him in the dark. Bernard suddenly remembered the message that Emperor Augustus Mengsk trusted psychics more and asked his red-haired ghost queen for advice on everything. This was definitely not true, but psychics could be seen in the political review department and the conscription department of the Terran Empire, and they could hold more positions than in the Terran Federation era. But so far the Emperor has not allowed psychics to hold important government positions, but it is said that General Holler of the Nova Squadron is also a psychic. Times have changed. Augustus wore the blue-black navy uniform of the Empire, and a bright red cloak with large golden instructions and bronze buttons on it. The Emperor of the Terran Empire had a caged sword and an electromagnetic pistol on his waist, as if he was still a general of the Empire. His eyes were calm and firm, and he stood like the stone of Char and the pine of Blaxis. When the Emperor walked into the door of the office, the guards at the door, Bernard and Ariel couldn't help but lower their heads. Bernard was shocked. He couldn't remember when he regarded Augustus Mengsk as an unquestionable authority. This was completely different from his original intention of establishing the Agria colony. This colony itself should exist independently of any human regime. Emperor Augustus, chairman of the Agria Immigration Committee, salutes you. Bernard didn't know what etiquette to follow when facing an emperor, so he just bowed and saluted. Augustus held Bernard's hand, his grey eyes sparkling. "I have learned about the recent situation in Agria, Mr. Bernard, and this will change soon. I have failed your trust in me." Bernard said, "You should ask for help from someone else. And send another imperial governor?" "Well, Mr. Bernard, my chairman of Agria, I don't need to use this method to control this planet." Augustus just smiled, as if he saw through Bernard's little thoughts at a glance. "If my great-grandfather were still here, he would tell me that the Lord of Renaissance would rule his people with fear or in strict laws, while a benevolent monarch only needs to be loved. As the old saying goes, water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. To make a long story short, I have brought good news. The Imperial fleet is about to launch a counterattack to completely expel the Zerg from Agria." Augustus said. This information was not communicated to Agria via radio communication. This was a military action, and there is now evidence that Carlos, the brainworm of the Griffin Swarm, has even learned to steal military secrets by infecting communication soldiers. "We are about to launch a decisive battle near Agria, using psychic transmitters to attract alien insects, and then destroying them in one go." Augustus felt that he needed to explain this to the leader of the Agria settlement. After that, it will be the time for a real counterattack. That's great. Bernard knew that he had finally waited for the opportunity to retake Agria. Then, Agria will be rebuilt. Augustus' words put Bernard at ease. The Empire will not give up Agria. The food output here can feed at least 20 border worlds. For a long time, Agria has been transfusing blood to worlds like Antigua. Agria's support for the Empire will certainly not be forgotten. Eliminating the infection in Agria is not a problem. The key is that the Griffin Swarm will invade here once, and there will be a next time. At this time, a white-haired old man in the uniform of the Imperial Navy walked in. He had a ruddy face and a radiant spirit, and it looked like he could live another 50 years. "I propose that you build an alien biological laboratory in Agria to study the effects of the alien Zerg virus on humans. Well, study how the alien Zerg virus affects humans. In this way, perhaps we can do the opposite and use this virus to deal with the alien Zerg in turn." Nerad looked at Bernard Hansen. "Oh, I'm Dr. Nerad, a biological expert hired by the Emperor." "Hello, Dr. Bernard. I heard that your ex-wife is now in Tarsinus, working on a new project for the Terran Empire." "Hello." Bernard shook hands with Dr. Nerad and felt that his seemingly skinny hand was surprisingly strong. The Protoss has developed a nano antidote for the Griffin swarm virus. The production line of the pharmaceutical factory in Antigua has also been fully put into production. Once the drug is released on Agria and other invaded worlds, the crisis will be half solved. At least, the current drug is still very effective against the Zerg virus. Augustus hired biological experts from the Davam Protoss in exchange for providing resources to help the Protoss build the Golden Fleet and ordered them to participate in the research on the Zerg virus. At the same time, the knowledge brought by these Protoss will greatly improve the medical level of the Terran Empire, which is a sure win business for the Empire. Behind Dr. Nerad should be Augustus Mengsk's queen. She has beautiful red hair and eyes like cold green emeralds. She walks with a breeze under her feet and a heroic appearance. Sarah Carrigan was just a commoner before, and had nothing to do with the nobles of Tarsinus, let alone the princes and nobles of the Mengsk family. On the day of his accession, Emperor Augustus announced Sarah Louise Carrigan as the undisputed queen of the Terran Empire. She was the most honorable woman in the Terran Empire. If the Emperor met with an unexpected event, Carrigan would undoubtedly be the queen of the Empire. Chapter 508 Dr. Nerad, what do you think? Augustus talked to Bernard Hansen about the conditions of the refugee camps in Agria and the injection ratio of nano-serum and vaccine. Afterwards, the Emperor of the Empire gave an important instruction to set up a production line in Agria for on-site production. Agria's pharmaceutical industry is quite developed, and its ancillary facilities are also complete. Organizing Agria's workers to produce can achieve twice the result with half the effort. At this point, Augustus motioned Bernard to go out with him. Can it be done? The biological laboratories and industrial areas in Haddestown and Megaton have fallen, and now they are covered with fungal mats and Zerg organic buildings, like a thick blanket. Bernard followed Augustus and his entourage out of the office. We have abandoned all the citizen farms, and Agria has almost regressed to 20 years ago. Bernard knew that the Emperor must hope that he could give a positive answer, but the situation in Agria was much worse than he thought. That's not a problem. I've ordered the transfer of equipment and manpower from Antigua. The key is whether the people of Agria have the determination to hold on. Augustus had just walked out of Bernard's office when the blue sky and rows of metal peaked houses came into view. The Empire will not give up Agria, but I don't know what the Agria people think. This is a real natural disaster. If they want to evacuate to the safe core world, then I won't blame them. Each silver grey house is shaped like a dome-shaped peaked hat, with 2 grill windows, and external heating gas pipes and water inlet and outlet pipes. The neatly planned paths separate the buildings and the refugee camp into living areas. Sewage facilities, water supply facilities, reactor power plants and hospitals are all available, which are much cleaner and more sanitary than the slums in Tarsinus. The population density in the refugee camp is not high. You know, even in the early days of the Total War, when the Zerg invaded, the Zerg did not have the current infectiousness and mortality rate, and all kinds of infectious diseases would definitely spread in the densely populated and dirty refugee camps. During the Total War, the number of refugees who died of hunger, cold and various diseases during the exile was also quite astonishing. A number of Agria refugees living in Skylark Ferry had gathered outside, and more people were rushing to see the Emperor of the Terran Empire. The news of the Emperor's arrival inevitably caused riots in the refugee camp, but Augustus had no intention of hiding his whereabouts from beginning to end. The militia and royal guards in the Skylark Ferry refugee camp immediately set about maintaining order on the scene to ensure that the overly excited people would not pull down the Emperor's pants. Since the nanoserum that can effectively cure the alien Zerg infection and the vaccine that prevents infection are surprisingly effective, just like other creations of the Protoss, it is trustworthy, and group gatherings are no longer prohibited. It must be said that Augustus is still quite popular in Agria, which is largely due to his accumulated good reputation and majestic leadership image. Nearly 30% of the population of Agria are Korha, which means that they regard themselves as Augustus's staunch supporters from the beginning. Augustus waved to the people who came, and immediately received a warm response. Most of the people at Skylark Ferry were nearby farmers, whose homes and properties had been destroyed by the Zerg invasion. Apart from being filled with anger, these people had nothing left to lose. Augustus, save us. Your Majesty, when will we launch a counterattack to take back our houses and farms? Down with the Zerg. Agria has not fallen yet. Since the Griffin swarm, Tosh's witch swarm and the slain Talder and Protoss began to invade the Terran human world, the border was in danger and more than 20 planets were affected. On the way to lead the fleet to support Agria, Augustus visited many worlds that had not yet made it clear whether to turn to the new Terran Empire or the original old Federation, and the people there reacted to his arrival quite indifferently. When Augustus ordered the governments formed on these worlds to implement decrees, the local people would inevitably pretend to obey but secretly disobey, and forced implementation would inevitably cause fierce resistance. Fortunately, no matter how ignorant and stubborn the people there were, they would gradually find that the Terran Empire's series of market incentive policies aimed at recuperating and developing the economy were beneficial to them. In addition, under the protection of the Terran Empire garrison, the rampant pirates and bandits were also driven out, and the re-established trade routes would benefit the planets along the route. Augustus also established a strict psychic prosecution system to ensure that local officials who held great power and were far away from Korhal would not cause trouble. Obviously, many people on the planets did not care whether it was the Terran Empire or the Terran Federation that dominated the throne world. They just hoped that their original lives would not be affected by the new regime. Only those worlds that had originally decided to support Augustus and the Revolutionary Army were immersed in the joy and carnival of the new empire. It seems that the public opinion of Agria has risen sharply. Sarah Carrigan stood beside Augustus and accepted the welcome of the people of Agria with the emperor. She has gradually transformed from a guardian lurking behind the scenes to a queen who frequently appears in front of the public. Today, the Imperial fleet will retake Agria, and the Terran Empire will surely win. Augustus walked through the crowd, clenched his fist and said, Agria's victory is only the starting point of a series of victories in the future. The Terran Empire will not take a step back. When Augustus withdrew from people's sight, the Skylark ferry was already immersed in jubilation. It won't be long before this picture will spread throughout the Terran Empire. The Emperor has this determination. The people of Agria are really following a wise king. Following Augustus, who was walking like a dragon and a tiger, Dr. Nerad trotted quickly, fearing that he would be left behind. But in fact his speed was not slow at all, and he couldn't help but flatter him. All Terran people know that a wise king with great ambitions is ruling the empire. Patting Emperor Augustus' horse is a technical job, and if you are not careful, you will touch his stinky feet. Emperor Augustus became more and more thoughtful, and his emotions were not revealed. Even the generals who had made great contributions to the founding of the country during the uprising found that they could not guess the emperor's mind, and they became more and more in awe of him. The emperor sometimes seemed overconfident. This is one of the characteristics of a leader, but as more and more people dared not refute him, this would likely turn into arrogance. Thank you for your good words. Augustus did not lose himself in Nerad's handsome voice. He knew that this guy had no good intentions. Except for the Zelniger in the void, only Augustus knew that Nerad was actually an evil Zelniger. The incarnation he left in the real universe could have 10,000 different faces and 10,000 different identities, but it was only true that he could use Augustus to achieve his goal of resurrecting Ammon. It is a foregone conclusion that Augustus's Terran Empire will replace the Terran Federation as the most powerful human force in the Kaprulu sector. Although Nerad's master, the Dark God Ammon, despises humans from the bottom of his heart, in order to realize his plan, Nerad has to find ways to use the Terran Empire to get enough resources to build a large hybrid army. In fact, for Nerad, the greater the threat to the Terran Empire, the more likely Augustus will adopt his plan to build a hybrid laboratory. Even if Augustus strongly opposes it, Nerad is confident that other plans will be passed, as long as Augustus allocates him enough manpower and laboratories. Recently, Nerad seems to have given up the proposal to restart the hybrid laboratory, and has been working hard to sell his enhanced warrior plan, based on genetic engineering and mechanical transformation to Augustus, by replacing the bones and organs of soldiers with machines to create terrible warriors. This imperial project is mentioned in Stetman's background story. With Nerad's knowledge of genetic engineering, he was confident in this plan, and proposed to start the experiment with criminals, and captured UED soldiers, and kept hinting to Augustus to pay money. However, Augustus knew that bait was needed to lure fish, so he only gave Nerad some death row prisoners and federal officers and high-ranking officials who had persecuted the revolutionaries for experiments. If Nerad wanted to gain Augustus' trust, he had to come up with some impressive research results. In order to further gain Augustus' attention, he also proposed a plan to study the proto-swarp technology for use in the deployment of human troops. Nerad was an alien scientist who was well versed in Xel'Naga technology. He also pointed out that by studying Xel'Naga technology, the technology of the Terran Empire would surely make a great leap forward. Xel'Naga was undoubtedly a giant that humans could not match. Only by standing on the shoulders of giants could Terran humans compete with their brothers on Earth. It must be said that Nerad, the old fox, really knew what Emperor Augustus wanted. When Augustus walked into the Agria garrison command around the office of the chairman of the Agria colony, Brigadier General Gare was waiting for him there with several of his subordinates. Salute to Emperor Augustus, the Empress and the royal family. Brigadier General Gare was wearing a brown-green Imperial Marine uniform. After the Ka Revolutionary Army was reorganized into the Terran Empire Regular Army, each corps further refined its functions and military branches, while retaining its organization. The Imperial Marines belonged to the original Revolutionary Army and Marines, and some Revolutionary Army officers who had accumulated military merits were promoted accordingly. In the current Terran Empire Army, the Navy Fleet and the Marines have become the two most important military branches, and the functions of the Army have actually been replaced by the Marines to a certain extent. Among Augustus' Terran Empire court ministers and senior officials, wearing military uniforms is also regarded as a tradition. Before entering politics, many people were members of the Revolutionary Party and soldiers. In the Terran Empire's political arena, there are not many Ka people, and there are still many old bureaucrats left over from the Federation era. In the army, the Ka people almost hold all the right to speak. There is no doubt that Ka has always been the place where Augustus made his fortune. Colonel Gall is also a Ka person. He does not have much revolutionary consciousness. He joined the Revolutionary Army purely because the Federation pressed too hard. But this did not prevent him from becoming a staunch supporter of Augustus. He knew very well who his power came from and what kind of political system it came from. Colonel Gall, you have won many victories in Agria. Augustus took off his gloves and shook hands with Gall while signaling Bernard and others to stay and listen. Colonel Gall is a Marine commander of the Antigua Revolutionary Army. He has a Marine division with more than 25,000 Imperial Marines, most of whom were recruited from Antigua. His troops are brave and tough in combat. Due to the terrain of Antigua, they are more adept at launching armored warfare in wide deserts and Gobi, and are accustomed to using roundabouts and armored assaults. After he led his troops to reinforce Agria, the local militia organization also obeyed his command, and he was appointed as the commander-in-chief of the Agria Imperial Marines. He has a pair of bright blue eyes, but his lips are too thin. Gar is not an easy person to get along with, and he seems to be out of tune with his colleagues, who are full of blood. Since he was stationed in Antigua, he has been called the Antigua Blue VIP. Fighting a group of brainless mutants is not a hard battle, and our main job is to assist the evacuation of refugees. When Gar was still a sergeant, Augustus was already the marshal of the Korhal Revolutionary Army. The soldiers who fought are on the front line, and the credit should belong to everyone. They deserve praise. Augustus heard about the achievements of this unit. A lieutenant who led an arc tank platoon was once reported to the headquarters of the Korhal Empire Armed Forces. It was said that this lieutenant had evacuated more than 5,000 people from a small town with tanks and transport vehicles during the Agria breakout. He was eventually awarded the Imperial Galaxy Medal, one of the highest honors. Now is the time to counterattack. He opened the command console and unfolded the battle map. I have mobilized an entire fleet, and it is expected that no less than 200,000 ground troops and 3 armored armies with 10,000 arc tanks, Sidewinder tanks and Red Snake tanks, the Imperial version of the Sidewinder in the heart of the swarm. Now an improved and upgraded version of the Sidewinder tank by the Terran Empire Weapon Design Bureau will be deployed in Agria to destroy the main nest areas of the Griffin swarm on this planet one by one. Augustus pointed to the map and said, "This is the offensive route. Logistics, information communications and air fire support are in place. If I ask you to command this battle, what would you do? Your plan is already quite complete, and I think that to deal with these infected bodies, you must deploy enough flamethrower troops, flamethrower tanks and heavy bomber fleets, maintain saturated fire suppression, and avoid close combat as much as possible. Colonel Gal replied. In addition, finding the source of infection is the top priority. Careful answer. I thought you would say this plan is too conservative. Augustus nodded. I think I have found the source of infection. Drive narrowed. What do you think? The source of infection is obvious. It's the huge organic organs that the Zerg used to spread spores. They're huge balls of flesh that resemble corals and organ pipes. We call them toxinophages. Dr. Narad didn't expect the topic to suddenly shift to him, but he reacted quickly, thinking that the Emperor was testing his research. To deal with the Zerg, fire is the simplest and most effective way. Cook oil over a high fire. Chapter 509 Blow him up. The Swift formation is 3.2 miles from Megaton, with an estimated arrival time of 30 seconds. The CF-A-17G Wraith fighter piloted by Captain Eric Snab was descending from an altitude of 7,000 feet like a nimble falcon, passing over a large patch of fuzzy stratocumulus clouds. As the numbers on the radar altimeter kept jumping, the large inland swamp forests of the eastern continent of Agree, which consisted of ferns, shrubs and herbs, looked like a green ocean. A winding road led directly to the city of Megaton outside the canopy, like a grey ribbon. Even though it was not the first time that Captain Eric had overlooked the magnificent scenery of Agree from a high altitude, he could not help but admire it in his heart. The last time Eric had seen such a beautiful planet was in the distant haven. Agree is a treasure given to mankind by the stingy Milky Way. Her unique natural conditions have created a paradise on Earth with good weather and good harvests. Those who live in the barren land should envy the Agrarians, because they are born in the cradle. All Swifts, check the heading setting 300, altitude 2992, low altitude approach, search for ground targets. Eric felt that his Wraith fighter was approaching its prey like a strong red falcon, and the sky was being left far behind. And Eric's wingman was nearby, and these steel wings operating in formation were equally imposing. They were two standard Wraith fighters of the Terran Empire with beautiful golden and red paint, which were of course perfect in the eyes of the pilots. In fact, the Wraith fighter was once the best stealth fighter of the Revolutionary Army, and it is still the same now. Each Wraith fighter may have a different pedigree, from different planets and starports, but the modular casting process allows them to maintain a consistent aesthetic. The radar scan showed the positions of the other fighters in the Swift squadron, and behind them were more than 400 Grizzlies and Banshees. The unstoppable kings of the sky were rapidly approaching the city of Megaton and the forest fog. The Terran Empire was no longer the Revolutionary Army that had to rely on transport ships to modify bombers. The new Banshee fighter was a new generation of stealth bombers, and was the undisputed king of the battlefield. However, even so, the Wraith fighter was still not outdated at this time. After all, it had not been many years since it came out. The new optical tracker and stealth module gave the Wraith the sharpness of a ghostly stealth eagle. The anti-aircraft artillery in the past was as ridiculous to the Wraith as a child holding a slingshot. Swift number 3 received. Swift number 4 received. Everything was normal. On the head-up display, the beautiful Megaton became clearer and clearer. 2 months ago, Eric didn't even know how to spell this word, but now he could recite it backwards. Megaton, the second largest immigrant city in the Agria immigration, had a population of more than 1 million 20 years ago. It was the largest industrial and port freight center on the planet. This was an unimaginable prosperity in the fringe world. In the past, Eric had many comrades who had been to the military recuperation center in Megaton for treatment. The beautiful scenery there was a good medicine to heal the trauma in the hearts of humans. That was all in the past. Eric silently said in his heart, it was all in the past. Today's Megaton has become a nightmare that cannot be avoided. Tens of thousands of high-rise buildings collapsed and turned into ruins. Countless prosperity and glory were gone in the blink of an eye. It took humans many years to build the current Megaton, devoting 2 generations of time and effort, and the Zerg destroyed it in just 2 days. Whether it was a paradise like Agria or a barren red Gobi like Antigua, there was no difference in the eyes of the Zerg. So this is why Eric fought for it. There is no point in reasoning with such a monster. The truth is only within the range. If you reason with a bug, you will only end up with a dead bug. Check your weapons and prepare for battle. The sky above Megaton is a free combat zone. Open fire on all unidentified ground and air units. Eric's communication channel received an order from the command center. He immediately replied, moving forward, headquarters. The Swift Squadron and the other 2 Wraith Fighter squadrons were tasked with escorting the bomber formation. In other words, being babysitters. In the past wars with the Zerg, it was difficult for humans to gain air superiority. One of the most critical issues is that the Zerg also have their fighters and bombers, and they are more and better than humans. Just like making popcorn, a little bit of insect eggs can turn into dozens of dragons and explosive mosquitoes, and then these monsters will further mutate and become other more terrifying flying monsters. Every human fighter pilot who takes off in the Zerg war must be prepared to die generously. In comparison, the task of expelling pirates from the Edge world is just a leisurely stroll in your own garden. Without air superiority, superior firepower coverage is out of the question. But the Griffin swarm is very special. They tend to use infected humans and other creatures as weapons, and they do not have the huge air force of the Leviathan swarm and the Jumunganda swarm, which means that it will be difficult for the Griffin swarm to gain air superiority. Eric only encountered some king bugs in Agria, and his comrades called dealing with these flying creatures with giant airbags poking balloons. Each brainworm has a different personality and tendency, and their tribe naturally inherits this. The advantage will be obviously magnified, but it does not mean that the brainworm is not aware of the weaknesses of its own clan. But when fighting against the Griffin tribe, the human air force will be under much less pressure. Ground forces spotted below, west of Route 5, a Wraith pilot said in the channel. Friendly, repeat, friendly. It's the 45th Marine Brigade. Damn it, for God's sake, don't get so startled, you bitch. Another pilot muttered, I almost dropped something down. Tie you to your seat, coward, or you'll eject yourself, someone else said back. You're more important than my mother. They were all members of the Swift Squadron, Eric's 2 wingmen. Flying terminology must be precise enough, but it does not prohibit pilots who are scared by their teammates from cursing. Like all the ace fighter squadrons of the Terran Empire, the Swift Squadron is composed of experienced veterans, without any unlucky rookies. In the past, the Swift Squadron belonged to the Korhal Revolutionary Army. Eric still remembered that when he first arrived at the Revolutionary Army, there were only 4 ace in the hangar of the Hyperion, and the average ammunition for each person was less than a few pounds. To expand the hangar, you have to buy, borrow or even rob. As for pilots, the Revolutionary Army has no shortage of them. In some worlds, where spacecraft have been popularized, rich children can fly planes. And now, Swift is a registered Terran Empire Air Force squadron, and the former rebels have transformed into government forces. Good days seem to be coming. If Eric and his comrades perform well, they may become flying heroes renowned throughout the Empire. Eric has had this dream more than once. He was awarded the Hero Medal by Emperor Augustus himself under the Silver Tower of Korhal. After defeating the Protoss and the Zerg and becoming famous, Eric can return to his hometown to get married. It is said that many nobles in Tarsinus are now in poverty, and many noble ladies and viscountesses have committed themselves to imperial offices. This era belongs to the Terran Empire, and the former revolutionaries have become the current rulers. Unidentified flying units spotted. 2 Avenger Spitfires, 400 knots, coming towards us. I'm locked. Shoot them down. Eric ordered. The one in front is mine. The rest you share. Don't let the people from the Irino squadron snatch them. The motto of the Swift Squadron. No matter what, I must shoot one down. Even though he has only been in the Revolutionary Army for 2 years, Eric is already a veteran, having flown 57 missions in Agria alone. Eric may not be the best Wraith pilot, but he is definitely the one who fits the fighter the best. He is a ghost. Every Wraith pilot thinks they are the best trump card, and this arrogance comes from the loyalty and excellence of this unit. The Wraiths of the Terran Empire have competed with the Zerg and Protoss in the air, and their footprints have spread across the planetary environment and the dangerous desolate universe. Wraith fighter pilots have the bravest souls in the fleet. They are the most uninhibited air cowboys in the entire universe. Those captains who shout abandon ship when a piece of paint falls off the side of the ship are not worthy of carrying shoes. Eric is the best among the Wraith fighter pilots. He was once a young man who dreamed of flying into the blue sky. When the Revolutionary Army came to Eric's hometown, he was still driving his father's small aircraft to provide rescue services to the children of dignitaries who were traveling. An Air Force major found Eric and asked him if he wanted to try a more interesting job. In any case, Eric never regretted his original decision. In the Revolutionary Army, he met many enthusiastic young people and made many friends. Although many of them left Eric forever, including his first love girlfriend. A streamlined fighter appeared at the edge of Eric's vision and was accelerating closer. It was an old-fashioned Avenger, used by local militias. Speaking of which, only a rich place like Agraya can support an air force. In other words, in a small place, any yacht equipped with a small caliber gun can serve as a warship. It's better to compare the goods. But this Avenger is different from any other one Eric has seen. Its silver-white fuselage is covered with a thick layer of organic matter and a brown hard shell. The engine air intake and exhaust have been replaced by tubes. The poor driver is bound to the driver's seat by countless nerves. His head may have been split open, and the proliferating brain nerves extend from it, merging with the entire cockpit, like the brain of a living creature. Even though it still maintains the appearance of a human fighter, the internal structure of this Avenger is completely different. This fighter infected by alien insects does not need to be refueled. It can directly swallow high energy gas. Eric turned on the main weapon safety switch and looked up at the prompt on the HUD display. Adjusting the speed and aiming position, he decisively pulled the trigger, and 2 double-star air-to-air missiles were ejected. At the same time, the Avenger fighter on the opposite side also activated the machine gun and fired fiercely in the air vibration. But its speed is no match for the Wraith fighter, and its accuracy is no match for the laser-guided missile. Such infected fighters are usually no match for human pilots with thinking and judgment, but they have other ways of attack, such as closing the distance to self-destruct, or exchanging lives for lives. The Griffin Swarm is a unique flower among the clans of the Swarm. They even created bombers full of explosive infected bodies, and the effect is surprisingly good. When the Avenger fighter was hit and exploded into thousands of sparks and fragments, Eric's Wraith had already drawn an arc as far as several miles away, and he could not appreciate the spectacular explosion. Saved another pitiful soul. After seeing the infected enslaved by the swarm, even the most hard-hearted people would say that they would give them a release. The target has been destroyed. It's mine. The pilot of Swift 4 said loudly. It's indeed yours. Eric said. At this moment, Megaton was directly below Eric. The city seemed to be in a brown haze, with an ugly fungus blanket covering its surface. Only a few skyscrapers were still standing, but on top of them were throbbing veins. Some buildings were quickly marked and enlarged on the display screen. Dive to 1,000 feet and attack all ground anti-aircraft firepower. Eric continued to order. Repeat. Dive and fire. The ugly ruins of Megaton seemed to be close at hand, just like a rotten and smelly grapefruit peel. Some grey dots appeared on the display screen, and the information indicated that they were the spore crawlers of the alien Zerg. This weird creature could spit and knock down anything in the sky, even battle cruisers. It is true that Megaton was once a beautiful city, but now it has been transformed into a hatchery for the alien Zerg. The terrible Griffin Swarm occupied Megaton and turned it into a source of infection that spread the plague. Humanity has only one choice, that is, burn it down and build a new one. Eric noticed that there were some even larger Zerg buildings in Megaton, shaped like giant green water sacs, like an Antigo mushroom with a green head. From their open nozzles, large clumps of green mucus were being sprayed into the air tens of thousands of feet high, threatening even the fleet in high altitude orbits. It was hard to imagine what organs played a role in this process, but in short, no pilot wanted his fighter to be hit. What is that? Iris had never seen it. I guess it's bile, sir. A Swift replied. No matter, blow it up. Eric said. This young Swift offered a wise saying, which benefited him a lot in this limited life. That is to blow his mother up. Swift calls for a bomber formation to oil our old friend. Please vote. Unknowingly, it feels like it will reach 2 million next month. Chapter 510 Banshee. 6R/G-24 Banshee bombers appeared below Eric's fighter. Dodging the BAL jets accelerated to twice the speed of sound by the jet organs. One of them was hit on the tail, and the beautiful fighter with twin turbofan engines immediately fell in a spin. Eric had no time to mourn. He just hoped that the pilot of the Banshee was not the good man who had drunk with him in the bar. The single-seat bomber, with very little armor, had almost no ability to fight back against enemy fighters. Those who drove her were all lone heroes. Banshee pilots are not all women, although the proportion of female pilots among them has always been the largest. Never try to anger a Banshee, otherwise you can only pray that the laws of the Empire can save your life. The Banshee pilots of the Terran Empire are not wild weeds like Eric. They all graduated from the Air Force Pilot School, Air Force Academy and Air Force Officer Candidate School in Umoya or Antigua. They are all outstanding. Among 70,000 people, only 3,000 can become fighter pilots. Flying a fighter plane is not like driving around in a civilian aircraft. Operating a modern fighter plane is extremely complicated. The pilots of the Terran Empire should be real elites. At the same time, they should and must be truly fearless. Emperor Augustus said that every soldier of the Revolutionary Army, Empire, is a hero of this era. They form the army of justice and the shield of mankind. A king worm is visually spotted at the direction of 150 Bullseye. Repeat, a giant king worm. The helium bags on both sides of its body are 200 feet wide. A special variant. The voice came from Eric's wingman, who was flying in formation steadily like a flapping albatross. A big guy, requesting an attack order. No 3, attack. Eric looked at the HUD display and took a deep breath from his oxygen breathing mask. The experience of fighting the swarm many times told Eric that a king worm would not appear alone in most cases. These giant alien worms suspended in the sky are equivalent to the grassroots offices of humans, or in other words, they are the signal base stations used to place the psychic link between the brainworm and the members of the group, and the brainworm is the remote control of the alien worms on the ground. But the radar showed that there were no more big guys like this nearby. If there were, they should have been shot down by the fighters outside the fighter formation. Climb to 1,500 feet. Swift 3 said, lock the target, and a missile will be launched. I have killed the enemy. Eric was happy for his comrades in his formation. If it was done by people from other squadrons, he would not be able to hide his jealousy and mocked. The pilot of Swift 3 was a good guy, Holland Lancaster. Everyone called him Kitten, because he was ridiculed by the instructor for his weak punches like a kitten during training. Now, Holland's boxing is faster and more accurate than everyone else. Holland is very young, only 22 years old. He comes from a wealthy family and became a pilot purely out of interest. Now, his family regrets their support for him. This is undoubtedly a stupid child who is willing to go to the battlefield for the so-called noble cause and such a grand, but illusory concept of fighting for mankind. And Eric knows that Holland is just seeking excitement. He may have been convinced by the revolutionaries, but he never talked about revolution. Fighter pilots are a high-risk profession, especially in the increasingly fierce war. Even if they ejected from the cabin before the fighter plane crashed, they would be worse off than dead in the hands of the Zerg. If they were caught by the Tal'Darim, they might let them go and let these humans meet a tragic death in the arena. At this time, Eric drove the Wraith fighter to spin and avoid a burst of compressed bile fired into the air. Although the thing is not big, it is enough to blow a fighter plane into scrap metal. Those fighters that are not fast enough and pilots who are not sharp enough have lost their lives. So far, this huge mixed group has not encountered swarms of Zerg air forces, but the Zerg anti-aircraft firepower in Megadon has shot down many fighters. At least, the Griffin swarm and their disgusting plague lord Colossus have not found a way to make the infected grow wings and fly into the sky. But it is only a matter of time. So far, the bombing mission has gone exactly as planned. In fact, the Air Force had conducted several armed reconnaissance missions before the operation to ensure that Megadon was not a loophole that the Zerg deliberately exposed. At the same time, the satellite in the geostationary orbit of Agria was also constantly monitoring Megadon, and a fleet of 12 battle cruisers was ready. Eric had long stopped praying to God, but he sincerely hoped that, if there was a God, he would let the people on the side of justice win. If those Xel'Naga were the gods they once were, they would probably be sitting in wheelchairs now, indifferent to the disputes of their creations. Speaking of which, Eric would rather seek strength from Emperor Augustus. Under his seat was a portrait of Emperor Augustus's enthronement. It was a colorful oil painting. In it, the emperor in military uniform was putting a crown on his beautiful and charming red-haired queen, and the wolves symbolizing the Mengsk royal family were crawling at the emperor's feet. Like many imperial soldiers, Eric's dream girl is Princess Dorothy Mengsk, Grand Duchess of Klein. It is rumored that Princess Dorothy has a sister, and there are old photos circulating, but she is now missing. Imperial pilots may spend their free time dating female companions, but they don't get married. This is a life-threatening job. During the Battle of Air, Eric saw 95 Avengers and Wraiths take off from the starport, and only 11 of them returned to the airbase. Of the remaining people, only 2 were rescued by the Protoss or friendly forces. In the distant Ilthian, an elderly mother is waiting for Eric to return, and Eric just hopes that the woman will forget that she gave birth to him. The fighter pilots of the Terran Empire come from hundreds of different worlds, some of which are on the edge of black holes with huge waves, and some of which have wide waters and the water is as hot springs. Each different world has mothers who are eager to see the enemy, and most of them can only get a letter from the Empire in the end. Dear mother, your son/daughter died somewhere. They will fight to the death, but they live here. Now is no longer the best time for the survival of the Terran human beings, and separation and death are common. With a beep, the Banshee bombers in the flight formation adjusted their course and turned left to dive down, followed by a larger group of grizzly bombers, and the owl screams and explosions of dropping bombs were accompanied by billowing smoke. Tens of thousands of high explosive plastic steel bombs, cluster explosives and solid incendiary bombs equipped with rocket propulsion were poured into the urban area of Megaton that had been completely eroded by the Zerg infection. Each bomb was more than 1,000 pounds, nearly half a ton. Megaton first rose hundreds of black smoke, and then turned into a sea of fire. Eric, who was at an altitude of 1,000 feet, could already see that the entire Megaton city was burning. This was originally a beautiful green and environmentally friendly city with well-connected urban roads and green city parks. Now Megaton is covered with dark purple and brown attachments. It has been set on fire. The crimson flames are filled with thick smoke. The debris and smoke raised by the explosion greatly affect visibility. The sun is scattered from the separated clouds, and this scene inexplicably adds a lot of tragedy. Megaton is not the first target to be completely destroyed. The main nest of the Griffin swarm in the entire Agrea has suffered a devastating blow. The spore ejection organs and toxin-eating bodies used to spread the virus have also been destroyed by tactical nuclear bombs. The Griffin swarm does not seem to care about the gains and losses of the land at all, and has not made any useful efforts to defend Agrea. According to Dr. Nerad, the most alarmist imperial royal biologist, the brainworm Carlos may have achieved some of its own goals. New Zerg variants have come into being, and they will become the magic weapons and vanguards of the Zerg's next attack. Well done. Cheers came from Eric's channel, and the pilots of the Empire's Wraith fighters were not stingy with their praise. Banshees, these pathetic bitches, have the advantage of being both economical and prolific, and can be quickly deployed to the front line, and do not require additional ammunition to be designed. The disadvantage is also obvious, they are just targets for the Wraiths. This version is nominally a stealth bomber, but it is just equipped with the stealth module of the Wraith fighter. In order to increase the bomb load, it is very difficult to maintain the stealth endurance, and other problems are endless. After all, after winning the bid of Marshal Augustus in 2492, Procyon Industries completed the design and development in just 2 years, and finalized it to mass production. But it is undeniable that the Banshee is still a very outstanding strategic bomber, a masterpiece of the times that has emerged since the Total War. Whether it is speed, stealth, bomb load or precise bombing, it has left the old bomber models far behind, and what ultimately made Procyon beat other bidding companies was the low cost of the Banshee and the maneuverability as a medium bomber, which is only equivalent to 3/2 of a G225 medical transport aircraft. The Banshee is now the main model of the Terran Empire's bomber force, and has won the favor of the Imperial Air Force and Bomber Command. She is still a low-altitude fighter that can only travel in the atmosphere. Her turbo engine alone cannot reach the escape velocity. Although she can be propelled into space by adding rockets, she is not used at all in the space battlefield. The birth of the Banshee was about 8 years earlier, which is also because the Battle of the Brood took place 8 years earlier. With the continuous advancement of aviation technology, it is inevitable that fighters and warships with faster and stronger maneuvers will continue to appear, especially when Emperor Augustus invested more than 30% of his fiscal revenue in the development of armaments. The Korhal sector is in a state of war, and it is no longer the peaceful era of the past. Under the pressure of external powerful enemies, the Terran Empire on the ruins of the Federation has liquidated the Creation family and their ill-gotten gains, concentrated resources and manpower, and is transforming into a rumbling war machine at an astonishing speed. The United States of Imogen also wanted to get a piece of the pie for the various war weapons that the Terran Empire was gradually unveiling, but after Imogen spies were discovered in Valhalla and several other weapon prototype bases, Emperor Augustus and the Imogen councillors had to part ways unhappily. The Kel-morian Federation did quickly come up with their own versions of the Wolf Warrior and the Banshee, but no one knew what price they paid. The pilots of the Wraith fighters did not envy the status of the Banshee fighters, as the two models did not conflict at all. The Wraith is a powerful air superiority fighter, and can fly at high speed in the sky to escort fleets and capital ships. However, according to the speed of the Empire's equipment renewal, this situation should not last too long. Bombing completed. Request to return. Eric released the throttle and once again looked at the entire battlefield from a god's perspective. Not allowed. Swift Squadron, ascend to a cruising altitude of 20,000 feet. The commander's emotionless voice came from the headquarters. Eric silently said idiot in his heart. In the minds of the pilots, their commanders were all idiots who could not even fly a plane, and always kept talking endlessly. On the way, headquarters. Eric said. 3 Griffin Zerg battle cruisers are entering the atmosphere from high altitude orbit. All Wraiths, stop them before the support arrives. The rest of the squadrons continue to perform escort missions. A Zerg battle cruiser, this is an extremely weird statement, even if Eric does not have to prove how the Zerg should build their own warships. But they do have them, and there are many of them. Those warships picked up from the garbage dump by the Zerg have crashed or lost contact, but the Zerg infection has turned them into a living creature. Many of these warships are from the former UED Expeditionary Force. It is said that the crew and captains have long turned into hideous monsters and walking zombies, but they still drive those ghost ships as in the past. Among these captains and fleet commanders corrupted by the Zerg, some still retain the wisdom and cunning captains of the past, the most famous of which is the former Human Hand, the commander of the UED Expeditionary Force, Jared Duga. However, Duga's ambition to conquer the Korhal sector on behalf of the United Earth Council and humanity has become a joke. Yes, sir. Eric raised the nose of the Wraith fighter and flew through the clouds. A large number of Wraiths followed him and made the same move. At this time, the clouds looked like a white sea, and they were just falling into the sea of clouds. The Wraith fighters were not afraid of battle cruisers. When facing a lone battle cruiser, a large group of Wraiths could launch a brutal encirclement and hunting, just like a group of killer whales surrounding baleen whales. A battle cruiser wrapped in tentacles and tentacles had appeared in Eric's eyes. According to the blurred paint and hull number, it was Duga's flagship, the Alexander. Millions of tentacles overflowed from the cracks on the deck of the Alexander, stabbing at Eric's Wraith fighter like a moving snake. He only had one chance to get rid of the attack. Chapter 511 What is the Imperial flagship? We are engaging the enemy. Attack formation. Attack altitude 12,000. About 130 CF/A-17G Wraith fighters from the 12th and 14th Imperial Air Regiments participated in the siege of the Alexander. At this altitude, the sun was like a halo above the clouds. Hundreds of golden red Wraith fighters rose from the clouds, coming fiercely. The enemy also flew more than 60 Wraith fighters covered with tendons, tentacles and tumorous hyperplasia, equivalent to the number of a full-strength UED Expeditionary Force fighter aviation wing. The Imperial fleet was in stealth mode, but they were still exposed to the detection system of the Alexander. The battle reached its climax as soon as the enemy was engaged, and both formations suffered casualties almost in the first minute. A group of Imperial Wraith fighters approached the port side of the Alexander with wonderful flying skills, almost flying close to it. The commander of the squadron first sent 2 twin-star missiles into the exposed bridge of the Alexander, then pulled up the nose of the plane to raise the altitude, and used the laser cannon on the fighter to bombard the wide upper sampan. The Wraith fighters that followed suit, leaving multiple wounds on the rusty hull of the Alexander. In response to these attacks, multiple flesh-colored tentacles emerged from the cracked armor and broken portholes of the Alexander, swaying like spider silk in the wind. A tentacle whipped the leading Wraith fighter with a whistling gust of wind, but it was dodged by its amazing reaction speed and maneuverability, but it hit the one behind it, breaking it into scattered bright fireworks. Another Wraith was pierced through the canopy, directly nailing the pilot to the high-speed fighter. Then, the fighter was dragged by the tentacle and continued to fly, like Alexander's puppet. All fleets, listen to my orders. Lock on the target. Open fire freely. Below the Terran Empire flagship Hyperion, Augustus had a panoramic view of the fierce battlefield. As multiple unparalleled steel giants approached Megaton, the radio channels immediately became dense. The brave Imperial Wraith fighter formation immediately received strong firepower support from the fleet, and large fireballs rose from the fleet and hit the target accurately. More fighters took off from the battlecruiser hangar, and the dock repair yard was ready to repair the damaged fighters. The Imperial fleet quickly surrounded the Alexander and launched a fierce attack. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the past, this former UED flagship disappeared in the vast universe like a ghost, spreading plague and disaster in areas beyond the reach of the Empire. The Alexander must be found and destroyed, otherwise the Terran Empire will be unable to sleep or eat. Augustus looked at the Alexander outside the bridge window and sighed. He found that he could no longer see the former appearance of the majestic UED flagship. However, he was more familiar with the current appearance. She was not so big before. Our fighter planes are still much worse in comparison. Only heavier and more powerful missiles can hurt this steel behemoth, he said. Augustus left his elder brother, Prince Arcturus, in the palace of Korhal, and handed over all government affairs to him. He asked him to govern the empire when he was away, and he led the fleet to resist the enemy. Prince Arcturus knew government affairs very well, and he quickly figured out what to do. His methods may not be as gentle as Augustus's, but in this special period, he can calm down the floating forces in the new empire. It is difficult for Augustus's men to find a politician as capable and absolutely loyal as Arcturus. It is better to let Renault die than to let him be the prime minister. The Alexander was once Duga's flagship, and was originally a large warship. Your Majesty, it is obvious that Carlos' organic transformation has transformed it into the life form of the Zerg, which means that the current Alexander is alive. As the royal xenobiologist and Zelniger research expert who has been increasingly favored by Emperor Augustus, Dr. Narad has been very proud recently. Narad had no intention of being around Augustus, but only by doing so could he dispel the suspicion of the suspicious emperor. It must be said that this young emperor is one of the most difficult humans Narad has ever encountered. Come and see what Alexander looks like now, Vice Admiral Stukov. Take a look. Augustus turned his head and looked back. His sight passed over the serious-looking Karrigan and Titus who was scratching his butt out of boredom, and fell on Alexei Stukov, the former commander of the UED Expeditionary Force behind him. The Alexander's air broadsides were all covered with exoskeleton shells, or wriggling organs and insect eyes, but that didn't mean her close-range firepower was very weak and unable to drive away the agile Wraith fighters. At the same time, this warship, which was completely corrupted by the Zerg, had weapons that it didn't have in the past. The rusty muzzles ejected not metal ammunition and lasers, but explosive infected bodies with deadly acid in their stomachs and giant tentacles that could break fighters. Millions of deformed humans were ejected by the Alexander, and these deformed humans were constantly thrown at the incoming Imperial fighters. If they missed, they would fall from tens of thousands of feet in the sky. Once these living bombs fell, they would cause terrible damage and pollution to the environment and water sources on the ground that was difficult to eradicate, and both the army and facilities would suffer devastating blows. Countless tentacles danced, like stinging anemones or octopuses that only me It was a strange bizarre mixture of steel deck guns and biological tissue, and even the most absurd writer of strange stories could not describe the chilling scene. Stukov's thin cheeks looked even shriveled, and his cheeks bulged, as if he was holding something. He was a man of strong will, and he had never felt the slightest fear even when the ghost agents of the Nova Squadron threatened to knock out all his thoughts. But now, Stukov really looked like he was about to cry. When they set off from Tarsus, there were about 8,000 people on the Alexander, from many colonies of Earth, but they all believed that they were fighting for humanity. Perhaps the claim of the United Earth Directorate to defend Earth and humanity was just an excuse for them to achieve their hegemony, but it was undeniable that the ideals of these soldiers were noble. However, by the time Stukov saw them, these soldiers had become twisted and deformed monsters, retaining only humanity in the depths of their hearts, enslaved by the main hive mind of the Zerg. So many people died and became part of the Zerg. This is the way of the Zerg. Either be devoured and become part of them, or perish. It's my fault. My plan led to this tragic defeat. For Duga and those warriors, death may only be the beginning of tragedy. Stukov was still wearing his dark brown military coat, but his hands and feet were not bound. Under the watchful eyes of the royal guards, even if Stukov had the ability, he could not hurt the emperor or turn around and run away. Unwilling to surrender to Augustus was only the reason why Stukov was still imprisoned, and it was only a small part. In fact, Augustus respected those principled enemy officers and commanders, but Stukov deliberately provoked the conflict between the Tal'Daram and the Terrans, and activated the psionic transmitter. This means that, even if Stukov found favorable evidence and excuses for his actions, he must be held responsible for the destruction of those planets. He is a hero of the Earthlings, but he is just a war criminal of the Terrans. Of course, Stukov didn't care at all. At the last moment, he could only choose to fight to the death, or sacrifice some Terrans to save the Earth and the wider world after that. He could only choose one of the two. It was indeed difficult to make up his mind. After all, he was not a cold-blooded person, and Stukov had never thought that a powerful Terran regime could become a barrier for the Earth. This is retribution, you know. The beautiful gold-embroidered uniform of the deputy captain of the Royal Guard looked out of place on Titus, making him look like a bear and a green-headed fly in a dress. God is watching what you do. However, in Titus's opinion, his current appearance was naturally suave. He had been doing well during this period, driving a big thing out for a ride every day. The Wolf Warrior and Drake laser tank were just exhibits in Titus' garage. Augustus also mentioned inadvertently that Titus could drive a bigger thing in the future. Anyway, Titus was looking forward to it. Can we get a communication link with the Alexander? Augustus asked his adjutant. Your Majesty, the reactor of that ship may have stopped working a long time ago. Now, it is no longer driven by electricity, but by the bioenergy of the movement of the Zerg tissue. The adjutant was a young man with blonde hair. Those who can work on the Hyperion are the best in the Imperial Navy, and they are not like some civilians who bow down to Augustus. That's right, the Zerg can also communicate with us directly through psychic translation of electronic signals, just like the Protoss. I think Admiral Duga may not be in the mood to accept your questioning now. Dr. Narad chuckled, showing a detectable slight pity for his former boss. If Duga still keeps his sanity, he will not let this planet be destroyed. Stukov shook his head. Further research is needed. If Marshal Duga is willing to come to my laboratory to take a look, it will be easy, right? Narad's words made Stukov furious. Stukov shouted at Narad angrily, traitor, don't you feel ashamed of what you have done? Yes, Narad can betray you today, he can betray us tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow it will be all mankind. Titus snorted, and his two irritable blue eyes did not look at people. Titus knew that he was an uneducated and rough man, a mere warrior, and he usually had some respect for doctors and scholars. But Titus didn't like Dr. Narad. This poor guy had no money to do experiments, so he came to the Empire to beg for food. Fish will follow their instincts to jump into deeper waters, otherwise they will be killed by the sun on the increasingly dry shallows. Narad smiled. This shrewd guy couldn't help but compliment Augustus, saying that he was just born at the wrong time and didn't meet a wise leader. My heart is still a Terran heart. I once thought that the UED could overthrow the tyranny of the Terran Federation, but later I found out that they were another group of tyrants. At this moment, the assembled Imperial fleet has replaced the Wraith fleet to carry out the main attack mission. Amid the roar, the bright orange barrage broke through the clouds and mist, smashing the enemy ships into pieces and tearing their skin and flesh. Amid the roar of 3 consecutive Yamato cannons, the giant fireball tore through the clouds like a rising sun, and the nuclear explosion bound by the magnetic field bombarded the Alexander and the other 2 ships at the same time. A battlecruiser to the lower left of the Alexander was hit by the first round of fatal salvos. The side that was hit head-on tilted downward at a large angle due to the impact of the explosion, and lost its horizontal balance. Large pieces of tentacles and metal fragments splattered like blood, like a torn stomach. A magnetically confined particle main gun of the Hyperion announced the final demise of the infected battlecruiser. With a violent roar, the battlecruiser was split in 2 from the middle, and the burning steel fragments fluttered like catkins in the wind, and were clearly visible in the violent wind in the air. Augustus could see that the interior of the cracked battlecruiser was already riddled with holes, like a lung, that had been damaged by nicotine for hundreds of years. Thousands of different sized compartments of the battlecruiser were filled with all kinds of twisted tissues and rows of eggs. The bodies of the dead were piled up in the engine rooms and warehouses, and were burned to ashes with the destruction of the battleship. This was more like a large Zerg that had been killed in a human steel battleship. The crew members had all met a tragic end. In the enemy fleet, the Alexander, which had endured multiple Yamato cannon bombardments, remained as solid as a rock and stood still. But Alexander seemed to be retreating. There was no sign when she came, and no one knew the reason for the evacuation. Alexander is going to run away. I bet there must be a bigger monster waiting to pick him up, Titus said. Mechanical adjutant, activate the overload state of the Hyperion. Augustus' eyes seemed to be shining. We must catch up with Alexander. Perhaps, in the future, the historians of the Terran Empire who will record this battle will use epic words to describe this scene, but they will never guess what Emperor Augustus is thinking at this moment. Whose order is it from? Augustus Mengsk. Augustus said. The highest authority. The mechanical adjutant's voice was very cold, and then he changed his tone. But a rough voice came out of that beautiful mechanical face, like 10,000 swans roaring in Augustus' ears at the same time. You bad guy, think about it again. 20% overload. Augustus changed his words. Just a little overload. The huge and magnificent hull of the Hyperion was bathed in the brilliance of the solar core, like Apollo's golden chariot holding up the sun, emitting golden energy and heat, and the brightness and fullness of the shield force field rose steadily. Thank you for your support. Chapter 512. Nerad, the light of humanity. The Alexander has reached the escape velocity of Agria, and it is calculated that a one-way wormhole will be opened in 30 seconds. The mechanical adjutant's cold female voice reminded Augustus that the Alexander had abandoned the infected fleet and was accelerating to escape the battlefield, marking the location. It's incredible. Most of the things in the Alexander have become scrap metal, and there are no more jump technicians to maintain it. Is she now relying on psychic jumps? Kerrigan was wearing an ordinary Imperial Navy officer's uniform, and the golden wolf on the buckle of her tight belt indicated her identity related to the royal family. At this moment, the brilliance of the overloaded solar core engine made the entire Hyperion shrouded in a shield filled with solar energy. When it climbed to a higher altitude, it seemed to be bathed in brilliant golden light, and several Imperial battlecruisers followed closely behind. I'm afraid that's true. Dr. Nerad walked to the star chart table and called up the supercomputer's analysis report from the control terminal. The Alexander has become a thing of the past, and this one is just a behemoth created by Colossus with the help of its wreckage, an Avenger reborn from its corpse. If the Alexander is allowed to escape, the Empire will still live in the shadow of Carlos. At this point, the doctor was worried, as if beating his chest for the fate of mankind. Only we can stop her. Adjutant, what is the probability of successfully stopping her before Alexandria completes the jump? Augustus glanced at Nerad, thinking that the righteousness of this Sarada was enough to make many humans ashamed. 34%, Commander. The mechanical adjutant said. The main gun has been charged and can be fired at any time. The jump disruption field technology has not yet been developed, and it is impossible to prevent the escape of ships carrying warp engines, especially for flagships like the Alexander, that can open time and space channels and lead the fleet to jump together. It is even more difficult to counter its means of escaping from the battlefield through jumps. The Federation Navy's routine operation is to approach and stick to enemy warships that are preparing to jump, blocking their jump path. This is an extremely risky but effective method. When blundering trade caravans, space pirates are good at this, and Edmund Duke once tried to use this method to stop the flagship of the Protoss High Executor Tacitor. This iron-headed behavior was quickly proven to be useless by the Protoss. The reason why the Alexander crashed on Char was that she was overwhelmed by the Zerg in less than 2 minutes, and even the best jump engines must be prepared several hours in advance. After being infected by the Zerg, Alexander's jump method has also changed fundamentally. Extremely rare psionic organs have grown in her body, allowing her to complete jumps like the Zerg Behemoth and Leviathan. The Alexander has opened a small wormhole and is jumping into it, the mechanical adjutant said. After getting rid of the gravity field of Agria, the Alexander opened a small wormhole with a blue glow, and colorful oily ripples were rippling in it. Its volume is far less than the one opened by the Swarm Overlord, but it is enough to support a battle cruiser without collapsing before it passes. At the critical moment, the Hyperion can choose to follow the Alexander into the wormhole and jump together, but no one knows what will happen after that. After that, it is likely to be a wormhole or a collapsing neutron star, and the huge gravity is enough to tear any warship apart. But even so, other warships can't keep up with the Hyperion. Give up the pursuit. The fleet returns to the port and wait. Augustus made a decision in a fraction of a second. Augustus is still quite confident in the performance of the Hyperion. 2 years ago, he might have caught up, but he won't do that now. Even if the Emperor is just missing, the newly established Terran Empire will soon fall apart. Don't chase the desperate enemy, Dr. Narad said immediately. Narad, this old fox, stirs up the fire when it is time to do so, and shrinks into the tortoise shell when it is time to act like a turtle. The timing is accurate. For Ammon's grand plan, it is really difficult for him. This is an obvious trap. The Alexander suddenly appeared and pretended to retreat to attract the enemy's pursuit. The Zerg also use tactics. They are another advanced civilization. The wisdom of the mainest mind is no less than that of humans. Kerrigan said immediately, this trick is used to deal with Edmund Duke, but it doesn't work on humans with brains. This is flattering Duke, the venomous snake. This bastard is so bad that he smokes. Titus added. Titus is now a veteran among veterans. He is usually skinny, but knows who is not to be messed with. In addition, he is an old subordinate of the Emperor, and has connections with the heavenly demons. If things don't work, he can get away with it by throwing a tantrum. Although he is just a captain, everyone in the Terran Empire will give old Titus some face. Moreover, the revolutionary army represented by the heavenly demons has always been at odds with the generals who surrendered from the Federation. Warfield didn't like to argue with others. Raynor, Harnack and Titus would not give face to Duke, Holler and Gregory, the former federal generals. The former mocked the latter as a defeated general, while the latter despised the other party for not receiving military education. When the Navy and the Marine Corps asked for military funds, the scene became even more lively. Duke is still very loyal. Augustus shook his head. Although he is still as stubborn as before, he has learned some lessons. Before taking action, he should also think about whether he has enough people in his hands. It won't be long before Augustus's words will reach Duke's ears, and this ambitious guy will be complacent. Duke's reputation in the Imperial Army is not very good. He is a competent commander. Although he doesn't use his brain in battle, his advantage is that he is brave. Even if this man has only a stone in his hand, he will fight desperately and never reason with the enemy. It must be said that not everyone can withstand the swift offensive of Alpha Squadron. Moreover, Duke surrendered to Augustus early, and now he is also the Vice Admiral Commander of the Alpha Corps of the Imperial Navy. He can be said to be proud of himself when he returned to Tarsinus. In the past, everyone in the Duke family was heartbroken by Edmund Duke's betrayal, and they all drew a line, saying that he was just fed a mind-distorting potion. Now, these people will only say that Edmund did a good job. Of the former founding families, only Terra, Hot, Bennett, Duke, and dozens of other small families have survived. They are all because they stood in line in time, or have children and their families, who hold high positions in the Imperial Army. Can you still locate the coordinates of the Alexander? Augustus asked after a moment of silence. The Alexander has completely disappeared from the positioning. The mechanical adjutant quickly replied. If there is a positioning device or a spy on the Alexander, Augustus will be able to obtain the other party's position in a short time, but this is unlikely to be done now. This is the first time that the Alexander has appeared. Since there has been this time, there will be the next time soon. Dr. Nerid laughed. Anyway, you have won, and Agria is back in the hands of His Majesty again. No need to flatter, Nerid. Augustus waved his hand. Turn off the overload state and start the conventional reactor. Order the fleet to return to high altitude orbit, and the aviation regiment that carried out the bombing mission to return to the port for repairs. The Battle of Agria is over, just as I expected. Order Brigadier General Hannock to send ground troops to further clear the infection. He did not show much regret for losing the Alexander, and then said, tell Bernard Hansen that the first 10 billion credit coins of the Empire's Agria reconstruction plan have arrived. Before I leave here, we must start the construction of the new city. Although the work of replacing the new currency has been put on the agenda, it is not a matter of one day or one night. At present, the Terran Empire still uses the federal credit currency, and the currency with the portraits of Augustus' grandfather and other royal members is still in production. Without any new incidents, the Hyperion safely returned to the high-altitude orbit of Agria. That night, Augustus attended a brief press conference and mentioned Agria's victory. At the same time, Augustus also brought more good news. After the arrival of the Imperial fleet, the Red Sorcerer swarm that invaded Telada and their leader, Prince of Blades Tosh, left there not long after. Although more worlds still under the control of the Federation creation family were visited by Tosh, the Imperial fleet was doing its best to provide support. In addition, the Tal'Darim Protoss fleet that had destroyed 3 human worlds also retreated in a hurry under the attack of the fleet led by Marshal Warfield. Then, in response to the invasion of the Tal'Darim, the Imperial Marshal immediately launched a counterattack against the Protoss in Monlace, Sil, Typhon and the Sigma Quadrant, and won one after another, which greatly boosted the morale of the Empire. Although the enemy was fierce, the fleet of the new Empire was a long-term battle army after all, and it also had the support of the Protoss allies. The battles in Char and Air in the past had trained Augustus to be a brave and skilled army, which was exactly what he relied on to look down on Caprulu. For Augustus, as long as he could completely repel, or even destroy the Griffin swarm of Carlos, he could return to the court. 3 days later, Augustus left Agria, leaving behind 2 fully staffed marine divisions with more than 50,000 people, thousands of tanks, armored personnel carriers, railguns and 2 battle cruisers. Because more than a dozen worlds were being attacked by the Griffin swarm, Augustus was the first to rush to Agria. In addition to being the first planet to be invaded, he also took into account the world's position in the Empire's territory. Augustus had already sent support to 8 of them, where the infection was still in its early stages, and was not so difficult to deal with. The next world Augustus arrived at was Thais, an almost primitive alien world, a world where most of the land is surrounded by the ocean. Tropical palm trees and huge waves tailored for surfing enthusiasts are one of the characteristics of Thais. Of course, the local residents are mainly workers working in the high-energy gas factory. However, unlike other regions, the high-energy gas extraction factory in Thais belongs to the colonists here, rather than the monopoly of the Terran Federation. This also means that Thais does not welcome the arrival of the Terran Empire, because they are worried that the intervention of the Empire will destroy the balance of the local mining guild. When the alien insects invade this world, the Thais people will not care so much. As long as whoever can save them, they will obey the orders of whoever can. On December 12th, Augustus's fleet arrived in Thais. On the main screen of the Hyperion, Thais seemed to be a strange sphere intertwined with dim yellow and blue, and the islands separated by the ocean were dotted with green dots. The global resources of Seth have not been developed, and the intermittent civilian colonization activities are not enough to form a large-scale human gathering point here, although the dark black spots on the surface of Seth on the star map can be used to determine the location of the Zerg invasion. Computer analysis shows that the number of Zerg on Seth is not large, and what really makes the locals feel desperate is the incurable disease. Drive Nerad, is it time for me to see your new technology? Augustus looked at Nerad standing beside him and said, while Karrigan and Tychus were always by the Emperor's side. As for after the Battle of Agria, Vice Admiral Stukov has been imprisoned in the small cell on the Hyperion, which is usually used to detain soldiers who violate military regulations, such as Tychus, who often gets into trouble after drinking a little wine. However, Tychus didn't enjoy it for long, and Augustus immediately found someone to build him an iron cage. Since seeing the tragic situation of the Alexander after being infected, Stukov has not said a word. For a period of time, he even wanted to commit suicide by fasting, but his hatred for the Zerg still kept him alive. With hatred for the Zerg, Stukov even decided to join the Imperial Army, but he never received a reply from Augustus. Perhaps the Emperor did not trust this Earthling, or perhaps he just wanted to let him know that he only had one chance to surrender. It's not an invention, anyone can think of this method, Nerad said with a smile. By simulating the way the Zerg spread virus spores, a large amount of antidote serum can be sprayed into the atmosphere of the planet through warships and drones, which can effectively eradicate the Zerg infection. And under the effect of the antidote serum, the activities of the Zerg on the surface will also be affected to a certain extent. After overcoming the bottleneck of large-scale production of serum, this is the most effective way. I have a question. What if the Zerg cover their noses? Tychus smiled. Captain Tychus, the Zerg don't cover their noses. Nerad showed anger, but did not dare to provoke Tychus. Very good, Augustus said. Several transport ships left the fleet and entered the atmosphere of Seth to spread the treated antidote serum. How is your experiment going? I mean the projects on the main nest, Mind Simulator and the Psychic Crusher. I heard that you have made another major breakthrough. Augustus thought of something and said, you are the most authoritative Zerg physiologist in the Empire. If you really succeed, it will save hundreds of millions of people. Nerad, you are the savior of mankind. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513 Mobius Legion. If you succeed, it will save hundreds of millions of people. Nerad, you are the savior of mankind. It is my duty. Nerad bowed like a proper Tarsanus gentleman, and the grey beard on his lips curled higher. The sense of mission to save mankind drives me to move forward. Nothing can make a scientific researcher more excited than seeing new technologies applied to people's livelihood and actual combat, and achieve great success. In an instant, a golden light seemed to surge on Dr. Nerad's face. The light pierced Tychus' eyes, causing the tough guy wearing the bright red clothes of the Royal Guard with gold tassel epaulets to curl his lips. Nerad's reputation in the Terran Empire is by no means bad. He is the chief academician of the Imperial Royal Academy of Sciences, the first doctor of alien physiology, the greatest Xelnaga scholar of mankind, and has even attracted the attention of the Dark Templar, a peerless national talent. In fact, Nerad has always been widely praised. He is definitely a genius scientist, and he has the same diligence. Nerad often works for 3 or 4 days without sleep, and has almost no entertainment or hobbies. He is more like a great scientist who has no desires, and is devoted to science. In Augustus' words, our Dr. Nerad is busier than the donkey in the production team, and is a model worker among model workers. Dr. Francus, Augustus's most outstanding alien Zerg biologist, said bluntly that Nerad has the most powerful brain known to humans, and no one can match his status in genetic engineering and Xelnaga technology. In the next 50 years, all human technology will be a poor imitation of Emil Nerad. Of course, that is just a high compliment. Except for Augustus, no one knows that Nerad has long been a degenerate. Tychus just doesn't like Nerad. He always claims that his intuition is very accurate, but this has never allowed him to escape the pursuit of the military police. If Titus's ideological awareness can be compared to half of your toes, I won't have to put him in solitary confinement every few days. Augustus nodded and said, very good, I need someone who can contradict him. Sergeant Titus is just outspoken, I have no dispute with him. Dr. Nerad quickly expressed that he disdained to argue with such a rude man, and always kept a distance from him. A gentleman should stay away from Titus. Nerad was a person who paid great attention to appearance, manners, and etiquette. He frowned when he saw Titus's rude appearance. It seemed that this was also the reason why he always avoided contact with military personnel. At this time, the Imperial Army's drones had begun to spray nano serum in the atmosphere of Seth. This powerful antidote will soon be sprayed all over Seth, and then the landing fleet will descend to the ground with the support of orbital firepower and air force to fight against the mutant zombies infected by the Griffin swarm. In fact, there are not many living people left on Seth. Now there is only a military shelter built by the entire Imperial Army. The ecology of this planet has been destroyed by the constantly regenerating, mutating, and accelerating spread of the alien virus, and it is no longer suitable for human habitation. No matter how desperate the people on Seth are, they must set off. Your Majesty, Major Mortier of Formica sent an email saying that the Alexander appeared in the star system and the colony is in danger. Request support from the main fleet. Augustus's adjutant came over. Send time. Augustus' eyes moved. Play on the main screen. 4 days ago, there was no communication base station in this star region, and transportation and communication were very backward. This is a common problem in the marginal world. Here, the news sent by a planet is always quite delayed. The adjutant answered, and then respected Augustus's order, and switched to the main screen. I'm Mortier. Formica was attacked by the Griffin swarm. Before I sent this message for help, 1 million alien Zerg had landed, and the infected UED flagship Alexander was found in the swarm. A young man wearing an Imperial Marine camouflage windproof suit and goggles on his forehead was standing in a clearing in the lush green forest. Behind him stood a huge Imperial Goliath armed robot, and the Imperial flag fluttered in the wind. After that, dozens of local lumberjacks in orange overalls, led by Imperial officers, were cutting down trees in the forest to set up blocking fortifications. This was a vast sea of forests, with lush old trees, and lush branches and leaves, that even blocked out the sunlight. Formiga has 7 million miners, lumberjacks, metallurgists, furniture factory workers and their families, but only half a marine brigade with less than 3,000 people. Any Imperial troops who hear this distress signal, please help Formiga. Call up Formiga's coordinates on the star map. Augustus said immediately. An Earth-like planet with 80% of its surface covered in green. All data show that Formiga is very suitable for the survival and reproduction of life. The evergreen forests spread across the continents provide the planet with extremely high quality wood resources, and the woodlands with humus accumulation are also excellent land for growing crops. Augustus had an impression of the name Formiga, not just because he personally signed the order to send rescue troops to the area. Formica's high quality wooden furniture and other products are sold to various worlds, and are also popular among nobles and middle class families. The main population of the settlement is woodcutters and factory workers. The output of this resource alone makes Formica a well-known wealthy settlement. It is located between the Edge world and the Middle world, and can be regarded as the border of the civilized world. In Augustus's impression, after the fall of the Federation, Formica quickly formed a highly autonomous government, and sought a political status similar to that of an autonomous city-state, so he was not in a hurry to send troops to reclaim this world. When the Griffin swarm invaded, Formica had to seek protection from the Terran Empire like other worlds, and voluntarily assumed the expenses of the Imperial garrison. But in general, Formica never thought of opposing Augustus and the Terran Empire. When the alien Zerg invaded, the Federation failed to help Formica, and they did not have much hope for the Terran Empire, the successor of the Federation. However, there is one thing that the Empire can still be relied on. That is, it almost always responds to requests, and they really come when there is trouble. However, even though the Imperial Army has expanded to 6 million people, it is still not enough to maintain its control over the vast territory. Today is different from the past. It is no longer the time for an ordinary Marine Corps company to suppress a planetary rebellion. For the Terran Empire, which was just established by Augustus, this war came at the right time. Without the threat of external enemies, each world will inevitably have its own agenda. At the same time, war can effectively divert internal conflicts and facilitate the transition and handover of power. People in various colonies of the Terran Federation, especially those planets in the central Korhal sector and even more remote areas, are extremely disappointed with the federal government and its politicians and nobles who are extravagant and greedy. In peacetime, the development of well-developed industries and cutting-edge electronic products has led to a huge trade deficit between the core world and the edge world. The cheap crystal minerals, high-energy gas, wood, stone, and rare metals produced by the edge world are continuously flowing into the core world and then made into products and sold to them at high prices. This has brought huge profits to the monopoly enterprises controlled by the nobles of the creation family, making the entire Terran Federation territory a treasure trove for them to dig wealth. In peacetime, people's dissatisfaction is not enough to shake the government's rule. But once the central government's ruling power weakens, they want to leave. When the war comes, the people can generally accept the sharp decline in living standards during the war, and the call for a strong government that can lead them to victory is getting louder and louder. I hope Formiga can hold on until we arrive. Kerrigan frowned. Generally speaking, half of the Imperial Marine Brigade is enough to defend an ordinary colonial world, but Formiga obviously encountered the main force of the Griffin Swarm, and Augustus can't just ignore it. Carlos and Dougal want to fight us head on Formiga, but they don't have to do that. The invisible Zerg virus is the most terrible weapon. Augustus paced on the bridge of the Hyperion and said, maybe the application of nanoserum made Carlos unable to sit still. He is not a guy who can keep his composure. Kerrigan said, if Her Majesty the Queen guessed correctly, then Carlos should be eager to fight us. Formiga is likely to become the main battlefield. It is the best time to put the new Psychic Crusher into actual combat. All experimental data and preparations have been perfected. Dr. Nered said at the right time, the research on the Zerg hive mind and the unique psychic connection has made a breakthrough. The new Psychic Crusher can backfire the psychic connection between the Zerg, causing their spirit and body to collapse at the same time in a very short time. It is much more powerful than the previous Psychic Jammer. It seems that you have it in mind. Augustus looked at Nered and smiled with satisfaction. Augustus knew that, as long as Nered wanted, as long as he, the Zelnaga, took out a little of the knowledge stored in countless reincarnation universes, it would benefit mankind infinitely. The creator of the Ove Mind was Ammon, and as Ammon's most loyal and the only servant who survived to this day, Nered's understanding of the Zerg in the hive mind may be far less than Ammon, but no one in this universe can compare. As long as Nered, the donkey, still pretends to work tirelessly and is smug about playing with humans and teasing the Emperor of the Terran Empire, both sides are happy, a win-win situation. Nered could never have imagined that he had been exposed when he appeared in front of Augustus using the two aliases of Duran and Nered, and the latter had to cooperate with him to complete the play and do it to the fullest. If we can deploy a large number of Psychic Crushers on the edge worlds, the Empire can gain at least 5 years of recuperation and military development. Dr. Nered's eyes were sharp when he spoke. When the Zerg evolve again and improve the defects in psychic connection, what awaits them will be an unprecedentedly powerful Terran Empire. So far, the Overmind and most of the Cerebrates have left the Korhal sector. The Griffin Swarm is the biggest enemy of the Terran Empire, and the threat of the Protoss has been greatly reduced. Although war has more than its disadvantages, a long and protracted war is enough to drag down any powerful regime. Augustus does need a relatively peaceful transition to 2499 to 2500 to seek to consolidate the rule of the Empire and the recovery of the economy. During this period, fighting the Griffin Swarm and maintaining the diplomatic peace period of the Protoss Empire became the main tasks. Golden words. I have high hopes for the psionic disintegrator. Augustus looked at Nered and said, Doctor, I hope you are not lying to me. Practice is the best teacher. After all, Narad is a leader in reincarnation, and his words are definitely worth pondering. Just give it a try, Your Majesty. You will know the value of the psionic disintegrator. Very good. Very good. Augustus said 2 very good words in a row, as if he could not control his excitement. Just do it, using the psionic disruptor and the psionic disintegrator at the same time. It is bound to be able to reap miraculous results. Yes, Your Majesty. Dr. Narad smiled and snapped his fingers. Regarding the funding for the Mobius project, can you reconsider it? In addition, I also want at least this number of biologists, material scientists, fleet engineers. The Mobius project is a plan proposed by Dr. Narad, which mainly aims to develop new military technology and build warships through the research of Xel'Naga technology. At the same time, Mobius technology will also be used to build the next generation of the Imperial Army. Emperor Augustus agreed immediately after reading it. He also finalized the name of the plan, but the actual funding was always delayed. However, although the current Terran Empire has recovered most of the assets of the creation family in the Empire's control, it is in urgent need of money in all aspects. Just like all scientists and inventors who are proud of their talents, Narad can't help but ask the Imperial government for funds, laboratories, venues, and manpower. After all, he can't turn money and people into something. Narad has always proved to Augustus that the hybrid technology is absolutely controllable. The materials and data he provided are always impeccable, but they just can't pass. Because this stupid emperor is always worried about the attitude of the Protoss, thinking that it will trigger a war between humans and the Protoss, and Narad must prove that his scientific research results can ensure that the Terran Empire does not have to fear the Protoss Empire. The hybrid cannot deal with the Protoss' fleet that dominates the galaxy. The Emperor hopes that Narad can develop human warships through his research on the Xel'Naga spacecraft technology. Then, he will consider developing hybrids. Okay. Emperor Augustus looked very happy and was willing to give Narad some more favors in order to ensure that this plan is implemented in secret and to protect the safety of the participants. I must also send a professionally trained military force to protect them. In that case, let's call it the Mobius Corps. Mobius Corps. Mobius Corp. No need, Your Majesty Augustus. Narad was stunned. No one should be able to. That's it. Augustus said, this is a fixed procedure. Umoyan agents are omnipresent. Chapter 514. Psychic Crusher. Formiga System. The Imperial Fleet Assembly Point. Captain Frederick requests to board the ship. The F-port hatch of the Hyperion was opened by the hydraulic turbine. A G-226 transport ship painted with blue and white optical camouflage landed on the flight deck under the command of the landing commander. Several security inspectors in orange uniforms immediately went up to check the damage to the spacecraft. I want to see Your Majesty. Captain Frederick was an Imperial officer stationed in Formiga and was sent by the Supreme Commander of the planet, Major Motia, to report on the latest situation of the planet. Due to the invasion of alien insects, Formiga's communication was interrupted for a time. When he walked down the gangway, Frederick was still wearing power armor, and there was still dirt and condensed white ammonia nitrogen on his spiked boots. He did not wear a helmet, and his square face like an obelisk was upright and solemn. When there were not enough experienced non-commissioned officers, Frederick served as an instructor in the Marine Corps recruit camp. For the Imperial soldiers who had led the recruit camp, he was a strict and patient teacher. He has a lion-like mess of blonde hair and a broad nose. He is a strong and powerful Korhal warrior. The troops sent to the Edge Worlds during the Zerg invasion were the backbone of the Imperial army, rather than new recruits. Only the troops tempered by war can withstand the pressure of being alone in the Edge Worlds and being surrounded by Zerg. Welcome back, Captain. Not far away, the commander of the Royal Guard, Faraday, had been waiting with his men for a long time. The Royal Director was wearing the uniform of the Guard Commander, with his hands behind his back. The guards on his left and right, wearing heavy gold and red armor, were the elite of the elite. Faraday immediately came up to shake hands with Frederick and took him to the vertical elevator of the ship. Your Majesty has sent reinforcement to Formica, and the situation is still under our control. I'm afraid that, even if we send more troops, we can't retake Formica, sir. You don't understand what's going on down there. Frederick followed Faraday into the elevator, talking as he walked. The Griffin swarm has deployed thousands of main nests, hatcheries and venomous bodies on Formiga, and millions of infected humans are flocking to the last fortress. Carlos's tribe has a large number of unclean scorpion bugs, and the plague virus they spread has no cure so far. He said, "We have tried our best to save this world. The final choice is to evacuate everyone and cleanse Formiga with nuclear bombs." Frederick didn't know much about this royal supervisor. He only knew that he was an excellent commander, and the safety of the emperor and the palace depended on him. No matter how you look at it, he is at least a general. Evacuate. Faraday shook his head. The emperor has ordered a decisive battle on Formiga, and the empire will not give up this planet. Point, has the main fleet arrived? Frederick lit a cigarette, and his bloodshot blue eyes seemed to light up. New weapons. Faraday shrugged. What new weapons can match thousands of troops? Frederick was refreshed. New weapons are enough to change the future of war. Psychic emitters and psychic jammers came into being in the context of the times. However, the Zerg also has its own unique technological route, which is to make up for its shortcomings and become stronger with each war. After the Zerg's king worms generally evolved more powerful psychic organs, the current psychic jammers are no longer of much use. You will be surprised soon. Faraday didn't mind keeping it a secret, because he didn't know much about the Psychic Crusher. I hope it's not a shock. However, His Majesty has never deceived us. Frederick didn't pursue it relentlessly. Emperor Augustus must have been confident before giving the order. Frederick was also an old revolutionary army. He had been an officer since Augustus rose up in Korhal. It took him a long time to change Marshal Augustus to His Majesty, and many people in the army still called him by the old name. After arriving at the upper deck, Frederick and Faraday met several engineers with suitcases as soon as they walked out of the elevator. On the white bridge with scattered starlight, Emperor Augustus, wearing a golden red cloak, was facing the planet Formiga outside the porthole. Beside the emperor stood familiar figures: Queen Sarah Louise Carrigan, the Emperor's hyena Titus Findlay, and a pretentious old man with a grey beard. "Captain Frederick, you've worked hard." Emperor Augustus turned around, and Frederick immediately supported the reinforced armor on his knees, and knelt on one knee with his hand on his right chest. "Fight for the Empire." Captain Frederick said to Augustus, "Your Majesty, in accordance with your orders, the 147th Marine Brigade of the former Korhal Legion has held Formiga for 2 standard weeks and successfully evacuated more than 4.7 million civilians." He said, "As long as you give the order again, the 147th Marine Brigade can hold on to the last soldier." The 147th Marine Brigade is also a unit with a long history. In the Battle of Tarsus, this army lost most of its soldiers and almost revoked its number. It was not until the eve of the Battle of Air that it was reorganized again. The emblem of this brigade is a Korhal giant eagle with a golden crown. This extinct prehistoric creature has long become a monster in mythology. The 4th Imperial Army will take over the front line, and the 147th Marine Brigade will be assigned to support and evacuate missions. Augustus motioned Frederick to stand up. "I've received reports that the Griffin swarm has evolved into a new variant. To understand these terrible monsters, it's not enough to just read the reports. Tell me, what are they like on the battlefield?" The 4th Army was originally part of the Port of the Dead Army. To this day, the city on the garbage dump is still the main recruiting ground for the army. The order in the Port of the Dead is even worse than some of the marginal worlds controlled by pirates. There are more gangsters, drug dealers, criminals and other scum than rats there. It is also one of the poorest worlds. In order to earn some salary, get ahead or simply want to escape from that purgatory, the people of the Port of the Dead are willing to join the army. The main mutations come from the queen and the polluter. The queens that appear in the Griffin swarm not only abnormally abandon their nature of guarding their nests and appear on the battlefield, but also become smarter and more deadly. The Griffin Queen will inject deadly parasitic eggs into the victim's body. Once mature, the parasites will break out of the body. Frederick seemed to be still recalling the terrible scene on the battlefield. Griffin scorpions are not only larger in size, with more and more deadly toxins, but also possess quite high intelligence. Moreover, we have discovered a monster that is even more terrifying than them. The infected. Dr. Narad said for Frederick. They should not be variants of scorpion insects, but from another species that carries deadly pathogens. Currently there are only eyewitness reports, and no samples of this species can be used for research. He said, the known characteristics are that the infected can release a terrible malignant plague infectious fluid and have the habit of storing infected humans in a huge abdominal sac in their bodies and can spit them out when necessary. Carlos is an expert in infection. As long as he is alive, new variants will emerge endlessly. Augustus nodded, then looked at Frederick and asked, do the soldiers and civilians on the ground still have the determination to fight the alien insects to the death, and how is their morale? After learning that you personally led the fleet to Formiga, the soldiers were full of fighting spirit. Frederick had given up the idea of persuading Augustus to withdraw his troops. He could see that the emperor did not want to give up Formiga. Formiga is indeed a rare feng shui treasure land, with a beautiful environment and rich resources, and wood is by no means the only resource here. It is the only planet in this galaxy, and the main mass of this galaxy comes from the huge asteroid belt of ice and rock at the edge of the star and the galaxy. These asteroid belts once belonged to all the planets that the Formiga galaxy once had, and a large amount of broken crystal mines and high energy gas are scattered in them in the form of giant asteroids and gas. It is estimated that the resources here can be mined for 50 years, which is equivalent to the total reserves of Redstone Star, and it is easy to mine and has lower risks. Although the Formiga galaxy has great value, Frederick does not know how much the Empire will pay to keep it. Very good. Augustus wanted to ask some more questions, but his eyes were immediately attracted by the light outside the porthole. At this time, the radar detector of the Hyperion scanned a Zerg fleet attacking from Formiga. The Griffin swarm and the Jumunganda swarm have similar purple shells, but the color is darker, which can be distinguished by the proportion of scorpion worms among them. The Imperial fleet immediately entered combat mode, with large swaths of dense orange-red bullets sweeping across the black space, and the light from the shields rising illuminated the bridge. This guy can't sit still, Titus said. Griffin lacks a large air force and fleet, and this shortcoming is even more obvious without the help of other brainworm clans. Kerrigan said, however, Griffin has never been a clan accustomed to defeating the enemy on the front battlefield. The plague is their weapon. Griffin has been using viruses to deal with the human fleet, which is also a trick used by the brainworm Carlos, quietly injecting viruses and parasites into the bodies of human fleets and marines, and then awakening these viruses after they return to the spacecraft and warships. At this point, all the soldiers and warships have become Carlos's possession. Viruses are hard to prevent, so Carlos has tried and failed. The Imperial Army once suffered a great loss. A Behemoth-class battlecruiser named Grey suffered a very tragic end when it received several friendly transport ships during a search and rescue mission. No one expected that these transport ships that could match the security codes, passwords and gene locks were actually full of infected humans and Zerg. But after Augustus vigorously promoted the production of nanoserum, Carlos's virus became ineffective. The Protoss scientists hired by the Empire are still constantly improving the serum, based on the Zerg virus samples, which can be said to have helped Augustus a lot. Now the leader of the Terran Protoss is Tassida, who is not only a kind and enlightened Protoss leader, but also a good friend of Augustus. No wonder Carlos can't sit still. Augustus said, call up the map of Formiga. The map of Formiga immediately appeared on the tactical console. With Formiga Fortress as a shield, the 147th Brigade of the Imperial Marines established a 7-mile deep defense line to resist the endless army of infected people. More than 3/4 of the residents of Formiga took up arms and stood with the Imperial Army to defend their homes together. Although Augustus could only get a glimpse of the tragic battlefield of Formica in the past 2 weeks through Major Mottier's report, and saw Formica's determination to defend its homeland, even if it lost 1 million young and strong laborers, he could also imagine what those soldiers and suffering people had experienced. The Zerg does not accept surrender, and they do not have human values. However, Carlos once took advantage of this to capture a marginal world with a population of more than 10 million and a large number of militias, just a dozen seconds away from the Formica system. The confused federal governor was so frightened that he surrendered to the Zerg, and Carlos took advantage of this to cause the planet's defenders to fall into civil war and fall apart, and defeated that world without much effort. Carlos's Zerg nest is mainly concentrated near the former Formica main city, more than 400 miles away from our fortress. Augustus said, the cunning Carlos will definitely not stay in such an obvious place, but we must also take this place as a breakthrough, to defeat the Griffin Zerg. Now, the cities in the past of Formica have fallen, and have lost their strategic value. Connect to Mirahan's communication channel. He said, Your Majesty, Mira's raiders are ready. A female general with bright pink short hair appeared on the other end of the communication. One of her eyes had been replaced with a blue Protoss mechanical eye. She looked no different from an ordinary person, and some burn marks could be seen in the corner of her eye. But this time, Mira replaced her own eye with a mechanical eye, because this eye could allow her to see things that she couldn't see before. Take the Psychic Crusher and set off immediately. The Nova Squadron will provide you with fire support. Okay, boss, ask Matthew. Matt's name is Matthew Matt D. Horner, for me why he never uses the channel codes I gave him to contact me. Mira looked around to see that there was no one around, no longer maintaining a serious attitude, and blew a kiss to Augustus. This is really sad. As everyone knows, Matt Horner lost himself to Mirahan in a card game, and was forced to marry her, and he swore that he would never touch cards again in his life. I will. Augustus glared at her and defended Matt, saying, now is not the time to talk about love. Then the Emperor looked at his queen and said, I always treated her as a sister. What do you want to explain? The queen was puzzled. Okay, boys, prepare to land. The angels are with us. Chapter 515 Imperial Stormtrooper. By 0000 hours on the 13th, the Imperial Army had deployed 3 armies, an armored group with 2,000 arc light tanks, thousands of Halo cluster rocket racks and several tactical nuclear missile silos in the narrow corridor from the main nest area of the Griffin swarm to the Formiga River and the Formiga 11 fortress from east to west. 7 million soldiers and civilians believed that an unprecedented war was about to come and were ready for battle. The Imperial Army only focused on the main nest area in the south for 4 hours of saturation firepower coverage, and then began to shrink the defense line and build fortifications, and did not launch an active attack as expected. At 4 o'clock, Emperor Augustus Mengsk climbed the Levin fortress on the north bank of the Formiga River, and overlooked the 7-mile-long Imperial Army defense line. The Formiga River spans most of the Helmet continent, with dense tributaries, nourishing the vibrant forests and prosperous ecosystems on both sides. This gentle river has beautiful scenery, and 95% of the cities, settlements, and factories in the colony are located on both sides, so it naturally became the main battlefield. Today, the cities on the north bank have all been reduced to ruins, and the tall buildings on the east bank have been reinforced as shelters to set up artillery positions. The Imperial flag is hung diagonally on the bunkers, missile towers and tall buildings. Every few minutes, the Imperial Marines who have just arrived on the surface line up to rush to the front line. They are numerous, but the queues do not seem messy. They are solemn and orderly, like a torrent of people wearing red heavy armor. Behind the fortifications on the east bank are residential areas with tents. The small area accommodates many people. There, the quality of life has been reduced to an unbearable level, but only the stupidest idiots will complain loudly. Almost all Formica men have joined the Imperial Stormtroopers, or entered the logistics department, to assist the Imperial Army. If it were not for the Empire's prohibition on recruiting civilian women in war zones into the Stormtroopers and the regular army, this number would have doubled. In addition to the Imperial Marines wearing kinetic armor and holding Gauss rifles, Formica also has more than 1.5 million Imperial Stormtroopers, Dominion troopers. They are soldiers temporarily recruited from Formiga by the Empire, and have only undergone a very short training. The equipment of the Imperial Stormtroopers is the cheap CMC light combat armor, equipped with a rolled-edge steel helmet with goggles and camouflage helmet cloth. Light power armor is a light armor with far lower protection than CMC armor. It uses batteries instead of miniature cold fusion reactors for power supply. The limited servo system can only make them faster and more flexible than ordinary soldiers. It is mainly produced by military factories in Tarsness, Brunt, and Virisha day and night, and 25 million sets were produced in just 2 months. Of course, the defects are also obvious. It is difficult to adapt to the harsh combat environment. The battery life is touching. It is easy to damage and extremely unreliable, but the advantage is amazing production. The number of Imperial stormtroopers is huge, mainly composed of militias and emergency conscripts. They are only equipped with very limited armor and submachine guns. Only the more elite Imperial armed stormtroopers and stormtroopers will be equipped with better weapons, such as hail rockets improved according to UED missile technology. Nevertheless, such weapons are enough to deal with some Zerg and Protoss forces, and to fight against the separatists and pirates within the Empire. It must be emphasized that they are not standard cannon fodder used by the Empire to fill the battle line, but rather serve as a reserve force to make up for the serious shortage of manpower when the limited forces of the Terran Empire are scattered in the Korhal sector. As long as weapons are issued to people like Formiga who have lost their homes and relatives to the Zerg, they will become a powerful armed force with hatred. Once the war is over, the stormtroopers' equipment will be recycled and the soldiers will return to their original lives. The rest will be used to equip colonial police, local law enforcement officers and militias. In the Empire, ordering stormtroopers to sacrifice themselves to gain space for the main force to attack or retreat is considered a felony. The Formiga people who were urgently recruited and equipped with armor and weapons were ready to fight to the death, but Augustus was not prepared to do so. Hold the existing position and wait for the psychic crusher to start working before moving forward. Augustus walked through the trench-filled Formica River position. The Imperial soldiers along the way stood up and saluted the Emperor. It was just dawn, and it was the time of dawn. If Augustus looked at the rushing Formica River, he would see millions of floating corpses floating down the river. The rushing river water could not wash away the strong stench of corpses. Those corpses were disgusting, exuding the smell of disease and death. On the other side, the infected buildings and huge Zerg buildings had been razed to the ground by artillery fire, but the infected still poured out like zombies. In the dawn, ghostly shadows and countless red eyes swayed like red candles in the wind, and the roars of pain echoed along the Formica River. These infected humans have higher intelligence than before, and even have the ability to use Gauss rifles. In some areas of Formica, even infected tanks have been seen. Although the infected of the Griffin swarm have overcome their fear of strong ultraviolet rays to a certain extent, sunlight will make them slow down. At the same time, the Imperial Army's psionic disruptors have been upgraded again, taking a different approach. UED scientists have discovered that concentrated doses of sigma rays can reduce the speed of the Zerg's movements and reactions by half. With the support of Augustus, this discovery has been quickly applied. This also makes the Imperial Army more inclined to defensive warfare, rather than offensive warfare in the past. As long as the psionic crusher works as expected, the Griffin swarm's attack will collapse. At that time, it will not be us who are eager to attack, but Carlos. Kerrigan rarely wears the Ghost combat suit now, and this equipment has become of little use to her. Under the guidance of the Dark Templar Master, even without equipment, Kerrigan can use powerful psionic distortion to achieve the purpose of invisibility. She has become more powerful than ever and can detonate the enemy's head with a glance. Even another level 10 psionicist in the Empire, Sacco, bluntly stated that the previous seal level is no longer applicable to the Queen of the Empire. It is rumored that the Queen's psychic power can even cover the entire palace. She is a true psychic queen. By deploying psychic crushers to advance layer by layer and gradually expand the occupied area, Carlos will have to abandon his main nest and hatchery. At the same time, it can also prevent the scorpion worms and infected people lurking underground from breaking into the ranks and causing huge casualties when the troops advance. Lieutenant Colonel Mortier Ulbricht accompanied the Emperor because of his command to miraculously complete the arduous task of defending Formiga and protecting civilians. Lieutenant Colonel Ulbricht has been promoted and has the opportunity to report the war to Emperor Augustus. His troops have withdrawn from the front line and have a chance to rest in the rear. Everyone has also been given stewed lamb, a small glass of red champagne produced in Tarsus, and a few pieces of dark chocolate. When the reinforcement just arrived, Mortier's 375th Marine Brigade had almost run out of ammunition and food. Together with the militia and volunteers in Formiga, they held onto the trenches, blocking the infected people who rushed to the position like a tide of corpses at night, and resting in the bunkers wrapped in blankets during the day. Countless bullets and explosives were poured in front of the position. Some soldiers even claimed that they had used up all the bullets they needed in their lifetime. In the end, the soldiers without bullets had to use bayonets and homemade gas explosives to form a defense line with flames. On the Formiga front, your only duty is to fight zombies until you survive, or they tear you to pieces. Your Majesty, Carlos will be panicked by then, and that will be the best time to capture and kill it. Upon hearing the value of the psychic crusher, Mortia gave up the idea of evacuating Formiga. The new overmind has awakened. Even if we kill Carlos, it is possible that he will be at the other end of the galaxy and bring the message here to the overmind. Augustus turned to Mortier, nodded and said, besides, don't underestimate Carlos. He may still be hiding 180,000 light years away from here. Let Duga lead the infected humans. He said, although Carlos is not as cautious as the brainworm sass of the Gamzerg, he is also a guy who is afraid of death. Our opponent is the former Lieutenant General Duga. Mortier seemed to remember this opponent, but he had no impression of his appearance. Old opponent. Augustus said, Duga is a respectable opponent. We should give him a better ending. Gerald Duga is an extremely rare individual. Before, the infection of the Zerg would only create monsters that lost their minds and deformed aliens. Only higher level psychics could retain a certain amount of wisdom. Dr. Nerad also followed Augustus to the front line. Dr. Nerad, wearing a reinforced CMC kinetic armor, was walking on thin ice on the bumpy battlefield. He seemed very panicked, trembling and shrinking his neck whenever he heard the sound of artillery fire and the roar of the infected. It seems that Nerad was really scared. He had told Augustus many times that he was just a scientist who was powerless. As soon as he arrived at the front line, Nerad was always worried and anxious. Your Majesty, if we can capture Dugall alive, I can figure out how the Zerg virus works on Dugall, which will be beneficial to my further research. Nerad said as he walked. The Protoss nano serum can even completely eliminate the virus in Dugall before he mutates into another form that we can't understand. He emphasized, if you decide to do that, you'd better do it quickly. There were several times when Nerad almost tripped over the bricks and stones, but he always escaped danger in the end. There will be a chance. Augustus glanced at Nerad, thinking of Nerad's inhuman experiments and torture on the infected Lieutenant General Stukov in the past. Similar half-human half-insect forms may give Nerad more inspiration to study hybrids. After all, the current hybrid is still just a semi-finished product. Nerad is just a crazy scientist. He is not a human being, so don't expect him to have morality. At this time, Formiga and the swarm on the other side launched a new round of attacks, which were far more aggressive than the entire night before. A large number of scorpion worms mixed in with the staggering infected people, spewing yellow smoke like a sandstorm, and passed over the Formiga River with the wind. This greatly affected the Imperial Army's vision and interfered with other detection equipment, but the artillery unit did not need to see clearly whether there were enemies at the landing point of the shells. Because the infected on the ground were so crowded that they could hit the enemy even if they fired with their eyes closed. There were a large number of king worms and queen worms floating in the sky, and they soon became the target of the Imperial Army's fighter planes and anti-aircraft firepower. The Imperial Army quickly opened fire to meet the attack. The sound of Gauss guns, rockets, and artillery continued. Large groups of infected people were blown into pieces and thrown into the air. Your Majesty, you should evacuate here immediately. The Zerg will start to attack. Lieutenant Colonel Mortier said to Augustus. Before he finished speaking, the shells from the other side of the river fell on the Imperial Army's position with a scream. They came from those infected arc tanks. One of them fell not far away. I think what Lieutenant Colonel Mortier said makes sense. Dr. Nerad nodded again and again. You are the Emperor of the Terrans, but your guns and cannons have no eyes. The accompanying Imperial staff officers also felt like they were facing a great enemy. They were all soldiers who had experienced real wars, so they were not panicked. But if the Emperor made any mistakes here, it would be the end. What's there to be afraid of? With old Titus standing here, the shells have to take a detour. Titus Finley, who was wearing a crimson power armor, smoked calmly. It's not that he is brave, but if someone has seen Queen Kerrigan's ability to use psychic power to put the shell back into the barrel, create a psychic shield out of thin air and bend the bullet, they probably won't be so panicked. How long will it take for the psychic crusher to be turned on? Augustus didn't brag and followed Mortier into the nearest trench. It will take at least half an hour. The psychic crusher is not an easy to assemble device like the psychic jammer. It is huge and requires a corresponding reactor and a series of equipment. Moreover, debugging also takes time. Nerid said. Too slow. Augustus said. This is already the fastest speed. Nerid did not lie. If the Zelniger technology was used, it would undoubtedly be much faster. But the problem is that he can't reveal this, and human engineers can't understand such technology. Nerid dare not reveal too much, otherwise humans will not regard him as a genius scientist, but will throw him to the stake. In fact, he thinks he has revealed enough, and there has never been a scientist like him with so many talents. I will try to improve the existing design as much as possible, he answered quickly, fearing that this elusive monarch in his eyes would change his mind. Very good. Augustus was just asking. He found that, as long as he questioned Nerid, this guy would always come up with something better. Your Majesty, the Alexander has appeared again. A large Griffin swarm fleet appeared on Formiga's satellite Karngarl and is approaching our fleet. Chapter 516. The Psychic Crusher has its miraculous effects. At 5 AM, the first Psychic Crusher deployed to the Formiga 11 fortress was completed as expected and began trial operation. This is a spiral disc-shaped building hundreds of feet high, with an area equivalent to 4 football fields. It is a perfect combination of human modular steel buildings and Synaga teardrop-style buildings. The arched corridors and hollow stair railings surrounding the silver-grey exterior walls are extremely exquisite and elegant artistic. The spiral curves and leaf-shaped textures are not lacking in the mysterious and ingenious natural beauty of Synaga. Even if the materials used are mostly hastily pressed steel plates and pipelines, Dr. Nerid can still make it unconventional. The Psychic Crusher is much larger and more complex than the Psychic Jammer. It is mainly composed of a giant butterfly-shaped hub, a controller unit, an energy transmission device, and a transmitter that releases the crushing force field, connected by thousands of intricate pipelines. Standing in front of the Psychic Crusher, Augustus, surrounded by officers, soldiers, and engineers, couldn't help but admire it, which made Dr. Nerid smile. Augustus estimated that, if he hadn't found Dr. Nerid, this device would not be available until at least the next century. Where can you find such a good worker who is diligent and conscientious? To put it in a more appropriate way, the crushing field is enough to cover the entire Korhal August grid. Any Zerg in it will be disintegrated by the crushing field that directly acts on the main nest's mind and psychic link. Dr. Nerid, who had just withdrawn from the battlefield, was calm at the moment. The Zerg, from the high-ranking of minds and cerebrates to the queens and overlords of the Zerg, all use psychic links to control the lower-ranking Zerg. This psychic link is similar to the Protoss's Kara, but it is one-way, equivalent to a radio signal for remote-controlled machinery. He said, by analyzing the psychic link and triggering a backlash, the Zerg can be disintegrated. The lethality of the Psychic Crusher is by no means comparable to that of the Psychic Jammer. In layman's terms, this force field will not have any effect on humans, but can easily kill Zerg. Doctor, you said it was easy? Titus glanced at Nerid and exhaled a puff of smoke. If you have been on the battlefield, you wouldn't say that. Even dealing with a sensitive little bastard like a Zergling with no shell is never easy. Well, Mr. Finley, you will soon witness the power of technology. Nerid stood as far away from Titus as possible. I said, Nerid, if it really works, then you have made a great contribution. Augustus said, I want to confirm whether this will work for those infected humans. As long as they are also part of the main hive mind, they will be affected. Dr. Nerid said affirmatively. Start it. Augustus nodded. Notify the troops and prepare to attack. Dr. Nerid personally came to the console of the Psychic Crusher and entered a series of commands. The disc-shaped dome opened with a violent roar, and it burst into bright orange light like a burning furnace. This bright orange light quickly transformed into energy ripples that spread outward in concentric circles, rendering the morning sky light orange. This energy field that spread like ripples did not have any effect on the people around, but the scene was still shocking. The force fields of the psychic transmitter and the psychic jammer are both invisible, and the psychic crusher is much louder. It looks a bit like the reactive furnace of the Protoss Ark. Kerrigan, who was beside Augustus, looked up and stared at the psychic crusher in operation. Her long fiery red hair fluttered in the morning breeze, and her emerald green eyes immediately surged with gold. With Kerrigan's keen perception of psychic energy, this crushing force field is not invisible. I designed this with reference to the Protoss solar core in the Hyperion. It gathers energy in a sphere, made of alloy steel, and then releases it through a disintegration device. Nerad replied immediately. Among these people, Kerrigan is undoubtedly the one that makes Nerad tremble with fear the most. Humans actually have such powerful psychics, surpassing many Protoss. This is what makes Nerad most shocked and curious. In the eyes of his master Ammon, humans are not worth mentioning at all. But in time, this race may surprise his creator. Of course, Nerad did not dare to tell Augustus that he wanted to study Kerrigan. The frontline observation post and reconnaissance aircraft report that the Zerg are retreating. A staff officer of the Formiga command reported. "Are there any pictures?" Augustus asked. "Take it." A holographic screen opened in front of Augustus, showing pictures taken by a satellite in geostationary orbit. The short rain and the early morning more or less dispersed the dust and smoke raised by the shells, and visibility was very high. On the south bank of the Formiga River, in the black smoke and the blowing sand, millions of infected humans were retreating. The dark mass of corpses was far from an orderly army, but they were now obviously completely out of control and fell to the ground, and died in the crowd. The king insects floating in the sky were in chaos, and they were terrified to avoid the spreading crushing force field, but to no avail. Hundreds of king insects fell silently to the ground like punctured balloons, or turned into a ball of exploding blood mist, and a pool of sticky blood. The alien insects in the crushing force field were suffering great pain, struggling like suffocating humans, and died in a very short time. The psychic jammer can only make the swarm of insects fall into disorder, while the psychic crusher can kill them directly. Notify Mirahan to have her troops cross the Formiga River immediately, retake the lost territory, and continue the pursuit. Lieutenant Colonel Mottier, go and regroup the troops. Augustus watched for more than 10 seconds and immediately ordered, with the psychic crusher, the Zerg have lost the qualification to fight us in Formiga. This is an opportunity to completely defeat the Griffin swarm and let Carlos know what pain is. Along the Formiga River, the Imperial soldiers in the position also saw with their own eyes the collapse of the Zerg, and the infected fell in large numbers, and their morale was immediately boosted. The emergence of new weapons completely changed the disadvantages of humans in fighting the Zerg, which was much more powerful than the psychic jammer. With Augustus's order, all combat troops immediately set out and advanced to the main nest area of the Griffin swarm. And a large number of Imperial stormtroopers were also mobilized, and all set out to march forward. The high-spirited Imperials faced little resistance. The Sea Smashers' pulverizing fields killed even the Zerg hiding underground, and any Zerg under the influence of the hive mind were severely damaged. The south bank of the Formiga River was solid ground, and the Imperial armor and motorized forces were able to advance 50 miles in one go, and they would have been able to continue if it were not for the inevitable damage to armored vehicles and logistics. The Griffin swarm had established only 3 major hives on the Formiga, 2 of which were extremely close to the Formiga River and within the pulverizing field. Millions of infected were killed in less than a few minutes. Even if the swarm did not care about the loss of infected, the presence of the Sea Smashers made any attempt to attack the human base useless. In this case, the fleet battle in space becomes the key to victory. Augustus thought for a moment and said, "Me too, Lovo, the deputy captain of the Hyperion. Your Majesty, the Griffin swarm has strengthened its fleet strength, and 2 new Leviathans are breaking through our defenses." Tulavo is a young man with meticulously combed blonde hair. He comes from an unknown Korhal noble family. 3 generations ago, he was just an ordinary squaw, but now this family can be considered well known. In the front, there are the Alexander and 5 other infected battle cruisers, and on the flanks are 4 Leviathans, which have brought tens of thousands of mutalisks and scourges. When did Griffin have leviathans? Augustus frowned. Carlus's Griffin swarm is notoriously poor. Among the brainworms under the command of the Overlord, the number of behemoths and leviathans it has is pitiful, not as good as that of the Blade Prince Tosh. Since the death of the old Overmind, the Cerebrates fell into civil war for a time, but they have also become more united than before. Carlus must have borrowed these leviathans from other Cerebrates, or found wild leviathans scattered on air and char. Kerrigan said. 2 leviathans are enough to destroy a human fleet. They are several miles long, 10 times the size of a battle cruiser, and more aggressive than behemoths. They can tear apart warships with their tentacles alone. So, Carlus may have been to Aea. Augustus nodded. Aea was once the sacred ancient home of the Protoss Empire, but now it has become a ruin. Her coordinates are no longer a secret, and anyone can run to Aea to get a piece of the pie. To Lavo, activate the Hyperion Overload program. He immediately ordered. I need your authorization, Your Majesty. To Lavo looked at Augustus. Now you have it. Augustus said, your mission is to repel this Zerg fleet, even if it means destroying Hyperion. If this is our mission. To Lavo saluted Augustus and said, 1000% overload, full firepower. Long live Korhal. Hail to all the crew, you are warriors. Augustus said. Yes, Your Majesty. A bright golden light immediately surged behind Lavo, and the roar of the engine was like a throbbing heart. The enemy has taught us a lesson, Augustus. You shameless bad guy, I knew you would do this. At the moment, when the overload was activated, the prompt sound recorded by Swan in advance came from the other side. RIOU. Drive my ship carefully, you little bastards. The Hyperion, powered by the core of the sun, really looked like a god of war, as if wearing a golden holy robe, killing gods and buddhas who stood in its way. The overloaded energy formed a terrible vortex around it, and any Zerg gathered around it was burned into charcoal in an instant. The energy flow with nowhere to vent was transformed into a continuous fire of thermal particle cannons until the barrel of the Yamato cannon was scrapped due to overheating. This legendary human flagship was burning itself, and the enemies who came into contact with it were burned all over, and her shield had turned into a scorching energy field. The Hyperion broke into the Griffin Zerg fleet, confronted the Alexander, and forced it back. The Zerg Leviathan seemed to be surprised. They had never thought that this human warship that was waiting to die would have such an attitude, and they were helpless for a while. At this time, the energy gathered in the Hyperion was still increasing, and even the external armor began to melt. This was undoubtedly an extremely dangerous move. The Hyperion might not be able to defeat these Leviathans, but once the energy inside it got out of control and detonated the core of the sun, it would be enough to create a collapsed, short-lived black hole in this area and perish with a huge fleet. The Swarm Master of the Griffin Swarm had already realized this, and the Psychic Crusher also surprised it. Before Carlus launched the next attack, the Swarm fleet was forced back by Hyperion. The Imperial fleet once again defended the sovereignty of mankind. However, Hyperion might need another major overhaul. Its damage was more serious than the previous 2 times, and it might take half a year even at the fastest. After all, the solar core was not an engine designed for human warships, and it was too large to be placed in ordinary Protoss warships. Even the next level Minotaur warships of mankind were far from enough to withstand a solar reactor. On the ground, Augustus was relieved when he received the news of the evacuation of the Swarm fleet. He should have thought that Carlus would not fight a positional war with him in a rigid manner. Waiting for the result is definitely a tormenting process, but if Augustus was commanding on the Hyperion, his choice would be the same as that of the deputy captain. As an old brainworm given a name by the Overmind, Carlus is definitely the one who knows how to adapt the most, and his intelligence is equivalent to 10 Imperial domestic brainworm. If the Psionic Crusher was not a truly formidable weapon, and the Zerg were helpless against it, Carlus would never give up easily. Before the new Overmind returns to Caprulu, the Griffin Swarm will remain the Empire's most powerful enemy. Nerad, I want to reward you. Augustus looked at Nerad. Your Psionic Crusher ended this war, and your contribution will be remembered by the world. I will name the Imperial University Library under construction after you, and I will also erect a statue at the entrance to Augustgrad. Thank you, Your Majesty. Dr. Nerad's expression froze, and he thought to himself, what's the use of this? He didn't want these useless things. Money and equipment were the most important, but it was difficult to say directly. Tell all the people of Formica that the Griffin swarm has retreated. Augustus continued, let us rebuild our homeland, just like rebuilding an empire. Chapter 517. A dark priest passing by. At the end of the Bitter War, the southern bank of Dennis City, which straddles the Formica River, had been reduced to ruins. Due to repeated and prolonged heavy bombing and shelling, huge craters and gullies were everywhere, filled with deformed infected people, and remains in various postures were mixed together, piled up like a mountain. The UNWAR correspondent had fainted several times, just because he had never seen such a tragic scene. Whether civilians or entrepreneurs, whether they were born beautiful or ugly, they had now become monsters with swollen bodies, hyperplastic limbs, and covered with chitinous shells and insect eyes. As for how they treated their former compatriots, just look at the rotten meat and meat paste that was spread out to understand. Anyone who has seen all this may not be able to eat meat for a long time, but the old soldiers of the Empire were not affected much. If others think it is purgatory, it is only because they have never seen anything much worse than that. On the Formica River, the steel frame bridge across the river has sunk into the water, leaving it to be washed clean by the shallow river water. The other half of the city was also devastated, full of scars left by the brutal war. In summer, the days are long and the nights are short, and the trees, water, and grass are lush. If left alone, it won't take long for nature to take back everything here. On the 14th of that month, the Imperial Army used solid gas to burn the land that had been poisoned by fungal blankets and plagues over and over again, and then sprayed medicine on the charred land to prevent the plague from resurfacing under the land. On the 15th, good news came one after another. According to the tracking and detection report of the scientific ship, the Griffin swarm began to evacuate the invaded planets on a large scale, and the Psychic Crusher was the direct cause of this action. In the afternoon of the same day, Emperor Augustus announced that the crisis of 12 planets including Formiga had been resolved, and the Empire would send more troops, scientists, and engineers to help these planets complete the reconstruction work. A series of victories won the Emperor unanimous praise from the people. On the 16th, the new Formiga settlement government and senate were also reorganized under the instruction of Emperor Augustus, and Paulson, the former chief senator of Formiga, became the governor of the empire. This person was originally the leader of Formica, and this appointment was what everyone expected. Obviously, the emperor of the empire had no intention of placing his trusted confidants in Formica. As long as an army was maintained in Formica, Formica's democracy would be within control. On the 17th, the governor of the Formica Empire amended Formica's law and announced that the Imperial Stormtroopers would officially replace the Formica Federation Planetary Defense Force as a main armed force of the colony. In order to ensure the safety of the local starfield, the construction plan of 2 Imperial Marine Corps military bases and a naval airport was also passed by the Senate, and bidding began to be issued to all Formica construction companies. At the same time, the compulsory military service system was also written into Formica's law in accordance with the principles of the Imperial Constitution. Every Formica citizen must complete a 16-month service in the Imperial Stormtroopers until he is recruited again after retirement. It should be noted that the Imperial Stormtroopers are not militia, but a regular army. They do not belong to the Marines or the Navy. They have no jurisdiction over the Imperial Marines, and are funded by additional funds from the Imperial Treasury. The difference is that the Marines are professional soldiers who sign contracts. They are better equipped, have longer service time, and face more dangers. This is an extremely dangerous profession. In addition to the internal separatist forces and terrorists, the enemies of the Empire may have to jump into the bug pit or fight in the Temple of the Protoss one day. Generally speaking, the main battlefield of the Imperial Marines is the Sea of Stars, while the Stormtroopers stay behind. Once the Emperor of the Terran Empire deems it necessary, the Imperial Stormtroopers recruited from all over the world will become an unparalleled large armed force. The undisputed leader of the Imperial Navy is Warfield, the Marines is Raynor, and Admiral Runstein is the Chief of Staff of the General Staff. The commander of the newly formed Imperial Stormtroopers is the famous Prince Augustus Mengsk. It is hard to believe that the Emperor did not seek personal feelings in this appointment. The stormtroopers and the Imperial Marines both set up a boot camp on the burned land, recruiting new recruits from the local area to form the future defense force of Formiga. On the first day alone, about 3,000 new recruits joined the army, with the largest number of recruits from the Marines. The formal incorporation of Formiga into the Terran Empire did not cause a big uproar. After all, half of the lives of the people here were given by the Empire. Even if they had any opinions, they dared not say them now. By the 22nd, the Griffin swarm had completely evacuated the invaded planet. After that, Emperor Augustus faded out of people's sight. But he still stayed in Formiga and was not in a hurry to return to Korhal. Some people claimed that the emperor who sympathized with the people was visiting the cities of Formiga that were in need of reconstruction, and he always looked worried. On the 23rd, when Augustus came to the southern city of Dennis in plain clothes, it had just rained a misty drizzle, and the streets and alleys paved with bluestone slabs were instantly clear. Dennis City. This is a city built between quiet forests and rivers, as if it were on a garden. Dennis is the name of one of the ancestors of the Formiga people. He may have been just a dull farmer in another nearby colony. Now, the citizens of Dennis City have decided to name the city after Emperor Augustus. Walking on the streets of the city, there are lively scenes of repairing houses or expanding blocks everywhere. The construction workers are all Formiga construction workers, and Imperial engineers can also be seen among them. Formiga people are quite talented in architecture and wood carving art. They are generally tenacious and hardworking, and they also retain creativity. They always do things well and quickly. Soon, this new city took shape. Around the well-developed main roads, block houses, shops, banks, and school gymnasiums are also rising from the ground. There is a thriving scene here, but there are also dark corners. People have just buried their families and friends, wiped away their tears, and started to build new homes. Compared with those worlds that have become ruins under the invasion of the Griffin swarm, Formiga is undoubtedly lucky. Many people are determined to leave this sad place and seek a way out in other parts of the planet. There is fertile land everywhere in Formiga. As long as people work hard, they can always survive. The city took in the remaining people, but it was still overcrowded. The local epidemic prevention department was deeply worried about such a dense population gathering under the shadow of the alien insect plague. But before new shelters were built and new farms and pastures were opened, the Formiga people could only accept this crowded and embarrassing life like a slum. In the past half-month, Formiga has lost almost everything, a generation of young people aged 16 to 20, and their homes. But in the words of the first generation of pioneers in Formiga, when they first arrived here, they only had axes at hand. Augustus and the few people who accompanied him went straight to the western block of Dennis City, where the refugees lived. It was very dangerous there, gathering all kinds of homeless people and people who were ready to make ill-gotten gains. But the Emperor's security was still perfect. At the slightest sign of trouble, a group of heads of state would appear on the left, OGB agents in plain clothes would appear on the right, and Arc Templars would rain from the sky. In general, Nerad, who was beside Augustus, was the biggest threat, but this guy was the safest. Before he achieved his goal, Nerad would definitely plot against Augustus, but he would not tear his face off now. In fact, Nerad thought he had disguised himself perfectly so far. Displaced, lacking food and clothing, Augustus walked on the streets filled with sewage, looking at the dilapidated red brick houses and clothes drying on rusty iron railings. Why didn't they go to the refugee settlement we set up? This area was no different from the slums Augustus had seen in Tarsinus. They also lived in shabby shacks, or even cardboard boxes, but at least they could see the sun here. Most of the people living here came from the southern part of Dennis City and had no choice but to flee here. In the past, although they were part of the same city, the south was much richer than the north. Now, the Zerg have completely destroyed the entire southern city, while the north has not only been relatively intact, but has also taken advantage of the trend of economic recovery. Many people in the south have died, and the remaining people have almost nothing. Even though the people in the north accepted them at the most critical moment, the inner imbalance has made the contradiction between the two sides increasingly greater. It was almost noon, and the young and strong men had already gone out to find work. The remaining people were women, children and the elderly. Their quality of life was very poor. They ate the muddy protein distributed by the Imperial Army and covered themselves with cheap military blankets. But these people did not lose hope. In fact, they were more energetic than those Augustus had seen in any slum. Everyone was busy, and there were always strangers coming in and out. Except for those who were worried about thieves, no one kept staring at Augustus. There were many people here, an old butcher selling canned food, a young woodcutter preparing to bundle firewood and deliver it to the barbecue shop, and a woman wearing a headscarf doing sex trade. It was not difficult for them to identify Augustus. This was not the time of exile and hiding during the uprising. Augustus had long since stopped wearing his mask that could easily hold rice. The emperor believed that he did not need to hide his presence when walking on the land he ruled. No one thought that the emperor of the Terran Empire would come to this poor little place at this time. He should have been sitting in an exquisite and gorgeous chair, drinking tea, and making false promises with politicians and bureaucrats. In the eyes of the Formica people, the Terran Empire seemed to no longer be a newly established regime, but a real empire with a powerful army. The Mengsk family was not a new royal family either. They seemed to have ruled the empire for many years. Refugee resettlement is not a long-term solution after all. The people here don't trust us after all. Kerrigan said. Besides, there are many jobs in the city. Those who can endure hardship for a period of time will have a way out. This is human nature. Augustus knew that human nature is complicated. Even in the past, there were many people who opposed the Mengsk family. Most people who survive on the edge world do not trust the government and the army because they have suffered enough from them, but this is also good. The empire should be built by those who believe in their own hands. As the empire expands, Formica's status in the interstellar shipping line will become higher and higher. A long time ago, water transportation brought trade, and now, interstellar fleets also bring prosperity. The most difficult thing is to establish a unified system in such a huge territory and let everyone recognize the legal system of the empire. Everyone believes that under your rule, the Terran Empire will prosper forever. Dr. Narad wore a well-kept black suit and his leather shoes were polished to a shine. Whenever he stepped through the dirty mud and puddles on the street, the doctor could not help but roll up his trouser legs and walk carefully. Narad never concealed his disgust for this. If he were in Tarsus, he would definitely be a natural aristocrat. In addition, Narad was indeed a gentleman with great taste. He had high standards for his life and always sneered at the vulgar Titus and his ilk. This is the most unquestionable thing in the world. Dr. Titus Finley did not smoke, but chewed gum. It was not that he quit smoking, but that the money on hand was spent again. Gentlemen, take a look. This is the cane used by the Pasha governor. This is the towel he used, and this is the wooden pipe he used, and this is a piece of his skull. At this time, a child who was setting up a stall attracted Augustus' attention. He was probably 11 or 12 years old, small in stature but still strong. Dennis's factory did not want such child labor, but those carpenters who made furniture liked to recruit such apprentices. Formica's craftsmanship is often passed down from generation to generation. He has grey eyes and light hair, and his appearance reminds Augustus of his nephew Valerian. But the child has now moved into the Korhal Palace, and now as the son of Prince Arcturus, he is being courted by the palace servants. You are lying. You must have picked this up from the garbage dump to fool people here. Titus Finley looked at him for a few times and shook his head. You can't see any sympathy from those fierce blue eyes. If I were you, I would definitely go to the rich city to steal some valuable things and sell them to the Imperial Army officers outside. We don't see any soldiers, and they never come here, big guy. The child was wearing a dirty and torn plaid shirt, and it seemed that he was not afraid of Titus at all. His eyes were full of vigilance. The child was right. The Imperial Army was not allowed to enter the city. Although you can see Imperial soldiers on leave in bars, cinemas, and opera houses, their garrisons have always been clearly separated from residential areas. I'll tell you the way. Titus himself is not a good person, and he never teaches others to be good. Titus, you don't do anything that has to do with people. Augustus walked to Titus. Where are your parents? Have they registered their household registration? The child just looked at Augustus for a while and didn't say anything. Why should I tell you? This is a chocolate wrapper. Take it and eat it. Dr. Nerid handed the child a piece of dark chocolate wrapped in a square towel. It's made in Tarsinus. It's very valuable. I'm May, an Imperial agent in the Valerian era in the official novel Evolution. My whole family died, and then I chopped off their heads one by one. Do you understand? At that time, everyone in the building turned into such a monster, and every one of them wanted to eat me. The child said. That's really a nightmare. Augustus looked at him seriously. Why don't you go to the resettlement site of the Terran Empire? They not only provide shelter and food for children like you, but also try their best to let you receive education. I've been there, and then I escaped. There are people like me there, and I don't like it. May must have a personality. His eyes are actually very beautiful, but also very dangerous. I think the most crucial point is why these monsters are chasing you and biting you. Child, maybe there is something tempting about you that attracts them. Dr. Nerid said meaningfully. You are looking for your own kind. Asuka. Kerrigan said. Hey, Kit, where are you running to? Ty just grabbed the child who was about to run away. Let me go. You bad guy. May shouted. You know I'm a bad guy, so shut up. Ty just thought he was good at disciplining children. Be careful or I'll flick your little dick. Well, wait a minute. Augustus wanted to ask him some questions, but then, a Dark Templar in a tattered purple robe appeared in front of Augustus. Looking closely, it was the long-lost Dark Master Zerichel. Only Zerichel could come and go so freely. What brings you here, Master Zerichel? Kerrigan was not surprised by this. Theoretically, she was half a student of Zerichel. You. Dr. Nerid was shocked, and his face turned pale. Hello, human. Zerichel glanced at Nerid. Augustus also didn't get the news that Zerichel was looking for him. Of course, if the Dark Master was looking for someone, he would never notify him in advance. Okay, Zerichel, you have to tell me first whether you bring good news or bad news. Thank you for your concern. To report, I was suffering from severe insomnia and had a fever recently, which completely messed up my original schedule. Of course, if I had saved some manuscripts, this wouldn't have happened. I just asked for trouble. Chapter 518 Establishing Domination. Darum has repelled the billions of Zerg that invaded Shakuras, so I was able to get away and rush here. This is indeed good news for us. Zerichel was very straightforward this time. Whenever he had to say 3 sentences, he would only say the first 2, and let the listeners guess the third one. This was Zerichel's speaking habit, and he himself didn't think it was a big deal. Fortunately, Zerichel would not say, which one should you listen to first, the good news, or the bad news? Although Augustus doubted whether Zerichel had such a sense of humor. An alien? A gray-skinned, green-eyed upright lizard? May, the child held under Titus's arm, looked at Zerichel in surprise. May had a certain psychic talent, but it was not sharp. It seems to be like this. Titus commented ambiguously. Zerichel, if you don't mind, why don't you change into a new set of clothes? Thank you for your kindness. Zerichel's shining eyes looked at Titus, and from the depths of his mind, he felt that this playful joke was not entirely malicious. Dark Master Zerichel seemed to be always busy, fighting the enemies of the Protoss, so he had no time to mend his torn robes and scarred armor. Time and wind and frost have left indelible marks on this respected Protoss elder. This venerable Protoss Dark Templar is a friend of humanity. He is not only a knowledgeable explorer, but also a brave and fearless warrior. Then, Zerichel's eyes fell on the terrified Dr. Nerid again, and his sharp eyes made the latter's face turn pale. Nerid tried his best to maintain his composure, but he still blushed, because of his helplessness, as if he had lost face in front of the Emperor. And to be honest, even though the shrewd Dr. Nerid is a skilled actor who is deeply immersed in the role, he still overacted, because of his excess of effort. Nerid has not only seen the Protoss, but also dissected them on the operating table. He is even more familiar with their genes than the Protoss themselves. Zerichel couldn't see through Nerid's thoughts, so he must have been suspicious. If he hadn't used some kind of tool, his mind shouldn't have been blank. I'm glad to hear that you've defeated the Zerg. This is another victory for the Justice League. Augustus dismissed the guards and agents around him, signaling that the warriors didn't need to panic. While Augustus was busy building the empire, the Darum Protoss of Shakuras were still busy fighting the Zerg that invaded their homeland through the Zelnaga portal. Although Augustus had no time to send reinforcement, he still provided material support. Augustus was not worried that the Protoss would be defeated by the invading Zerg, and their final victory was a good thing after all. Zerachel, to be honest, if it wasn't for an urgent matter, I can't think of a reason for your sudden visit. Augustus breathed a sigh of relief. What about the rebellious Dark Archon Auriga? It's not like this every time. Zerachel made a small argument in his own way, but it was not as convincing as any of his previous words. Darum's warriors expelled Auriga from Shakuras, but he vowed to return one day in the future. Then, Zerachel said regretfully, Auriga just returned to the void in full view of everyone. He is so powerful that the void now still echoes the most vicious curse of the Dark Archon. Now, I'm no longer his opponent. Even you can't deal with him? Augustus knew that there were few opponents in this world that Zerachel could not defeat. Red Bull has a voice in the game. Auriga is still alive. We feel his anger. Even the Protoss fear Auriga. Auriga is the most powerful Dark Archon in history. He is the fusion of 7 Dark Templars instead of 2. And the Dark Taboo knowledge that Auriga possesses also makes him a kind of immortal existence, unable to be harmed by any physical force, and has the power of a god. The Overlord, the Queen of Blades and Auriga are the most powerful individual creatures in the real universe, and Auriga has a record of fighting against a fleet alone. In the original interstellar history, Auriga was not Ammon's lackey, but now, Augustus is not sure. For now, Augustus's Terran Empire has no conflicts with Auriga, but it is definitely a terrible enemy. I have never seen such powerful power as Auriga in a Protoss. Even among the Dark Archons, his power is unmatched. Zerachel said sadly. The evil power of Auriga is a natural disaster, and the Protoss have seen the terrible effects of hatred on our people. He warned Augustus, I learned that there are humans working for him, and you must pay attention to this. Be vigilant at all times, and you will not be blamed. I know that there are some pirates and mercenaries working for Auriga. These people dare to earn money even from the god of death. This is courting disaster. Augustus nodded, indicating that he had taken note of this matter. This is not the place to talk. The people of Formica have never seen the Protoss, but it does not mean that they have not heard of your bad reputation. He turned to Faraday and said, find a flying car, and we will talk on the way back to the headquarters. This is in a densely populated settlement. Although it is not a crowded commercial street, the appearance of a Protoss is bound to cause quite a stir. To humans, the Protoss is still synonymous with mystery and terror, and they will not accept such aliens parading in front of their homes with peace of mind. At this time, no one noticed Zerachel, but it was only a matter of time. I will leave soon. Zerachel said, Augustus, I came to see you for another matter. You don't even want to drink tea. You see, I really thought you came because you missed me. Augustus smiled and complained that the old man was unwilling to stay for a while. After finishing the work at hand, we will meet again. Zerachel said that he would definitely do it next time. Zerachel seemed to never have a moment of leisure. He felt that he had a heavy burden on his shoulders, so he was strict with himself and dared not slack off, even though no one had ever really understood him. I knew that you came all the way here, not only to announce the good news. Augustus shrugged, but as long as I have time, I will not refuse you. Although it is not good to say this about old friend Zerachel, he has always been synonymous with trouble. Augustus originally thought that Zerachel was going to bring a prophecy related to the Dark Voice, but he was busy with the war and obviously did not have so much time to pursue the prophecy of the Zelnaga and go to Ea to find the corpse of the Overmind. Despite this, Augustus was still happy about Zerachel's arrival. Is it for Matriarch Ratzagel? Augustus probably guessed Zerachel's purpose. Augustus also learned from Vice Admiral William Wachowski's report a week ago that the Blade Prince Tosh who appeared in the Telida system had kidnapped the Dark Templar Matriarch and the current Darum Protoss Archbishop Ratzagel. He wanted to use the power of the Dark Templar to fight against the Cerebrates, but he came to nothing. After arriving at Char, no one knows how Tosh sneaked into the capital of the Shakuras Protoss, Temetris, and kidnapped the Matriarch, even though all the Shadow Guards were rushing to eliminate the Zerg that invaded their homeland. Yes, Zerachel said. Tosh is in the territory of the human empire, and your fleet has been tracking him for a long time. I will send a telegram to Vice Admiral Wachowski to help you. Augustus nodded and said, but, Zerachel, even if you are alone, you can't deal with Tosh and his Zerg. Most of the time, Zerachel is a lone ranger, rather than a commander of the Protoss army. Interim Archbishop Tassida has commissioned a large fleet, and I'm just one step ahead. Zerachel said, many Dark Templar who have never left Shakuras have also joined the fleet. The common hatred between the two races has made the Dalam Protoss more united than ever before. Rathzigul is the oldest Dark Templar. She has led the Nerazim tribe since they just left Air. The Dark Templar regard themselves as the children of Rathzigul, so it is impossible for them to ignore this. I think I can provide some technical assistance. If I can capture the Prince of Blades alive, it will also be of great help to my research. Dr. Nerad has always been cautious, but he still did not forget to please his emperor. Very good. Augustus said that Nerad was very good to have you. I'm grateful beyond words. Zerachel said. Just as he was talking, a red flying car appeared above the block. Although the decoration is simple, its light engine sound still shows that this is a rare good car. Before attracting more attention, Augustus and Zerachel got on the car together. Of course, Zerachel didn't get on the car at all. He just disappeared before anyone found him. The entourage also squeezed in, and Titus's gesture of packing May away with one hand looked like a habitual human trafficker. Where are you taking me? May knew that these people were extraordinary, so he wanted to make some money, but he was a child after all, and now he was almost crying. Don't be nervous, you can read minds, right? Titus said calmly, you should know that the gray-haired boy is the current boss of the Terran Empire. I heard that some places call him the first citizen, which is really ironic. We are going to take you to the Ghost Academy, where there are people of the same age as you with the same talents. When the flying car took off, the red and grey pointed roof buildings in Dennis City were in full view. This war-torn city is returning to its past prosperity and vitality, and the new building planning area has expanded many times. As a colony with unique resources and geographical location, Formiga has been making profits by relying on stable special output and the advantages of shipping stops. Many planets invaded by the Zerg inevitably decline, but Formiga is not the case. With the decree issued by Emperor Augustus to establish the 32nd Imperial Star Province, Agria, Formiga has become the gateway and port world between the province and the core world of the Empire. There is a newly discovered Zelniga portal in the neighboring star system of Formiga, and the Terran Empire has obtained the opening technology of this technology from the Protoss. Through this portal, ships can reach another Imperial world with a portal, Heiji Province, thousands of parsecs away, in an instant. This also means that Formiga will become a vital Imperial world, and reinforcement can arrive quickly if the enemy invades again. However, its greatest advantage is still the value of shipping, communication, and further connecting the vast territory of the Empire. How do I know if this emperor is a good person? May was moved, but he still didn't believe what Titus said. Seekers are the outliers among humans. Their psionic potential and other talents are the product of genetic mutation. The ordinary fellow Seekers are more or less jealous or afraid of this talent. Only true peers can appreciate each other. You are right. He certainly can't be someone like me. Titus laughed. Augustus has no need to play with a child like you. He has to work hard every day to deal with the important affairs of a huge empire and thousands of trivial matters just to make the lives of Imperial citizens like you better. Kerrigan said. But I heard from my parents that every child who went to the Ghost Academy never came back. Thinking of this, May became even more sad. I just wish I had parents like you. Kerrigan repeated, this is not the past. This is the era of the Empire, the era of Augustus Mengsk. The flying car soon landed at the heavily guarded Imperial Marine Corps headquarters, and a group of Imperial officers were waiting in full battle array. Augustus usually handled the affairs of the Empire here instead of the governor's mansion in Formica. As an emperor who seized power with the help of the rebel army, Augustus spent much more time in military uniform than in his finery. This was not to emphasize that the emperor was the supreme commander of the Empire's armed forces. He was just used to it. Draft a new local decree for Formica. I will dictate it to you. On the way to the headquarters, Augustus said to Kerrigan, all Formica people who lost their houses and other fixed assets in the Zerg invasion should receive corresponding economic subsidies, which should be allocated by the Imperial Treasury. In general, this is the job of the Formica Imperial Governor, but he does not always satisfy the Emperor. If he had not been quite capable and had accumulated reputation in the local area, Augustus should have appointed another one. However, the Imperial Governor did not have more power than the Federal Governor, nor did he have to be born into a noble family and be hereditary. Augustus could replace one at any time. The Emperor of the Terran Empire only values ability. For those talents who were not promoted in the past, because they were not of noble blood, this is an era of glory. When Augustus returned to the headquarters, Zarachel had been waiting for a long time. Zarachel was very polite and did not move any of the owner's things, and naturally would not pry into military secrets. There were several tables in the headquarters, which were full of printed documents. They were all urgent documents sent from Korhal, and had to be reviewed by the Emperor. After all, most of the current government affairs of the Empire are handled by Augustus's brother, Prince Arcturus, and only those that he thinks he has no authority to handle will be sent to him. Leading an empire is not an easy task even for you, my friend. Zarachel said. Since I ascended the throne, I have lost 12 pounds. Some people say that I'm a tyrant, but I have to say that being a tyrant is tiring. Back here, Augustus acted much more casually. Originally, Augustus had planned to visit every planet in the Agrea province, participate in the inauguration ceremony of the Zelnaga portal, officially called the Zelnaga Stargate by the Empire, wait for an Imperial colony, haven, to host the landing of immigrants, and so on. Let's talk about the plan to rescue the matriarch in detail. Tosh has been jumping around in my empire for too long. It's time for him to learn a lesson. Thanks for your concern. I reluctantly transferred back. It turns out that my insomnia is so severe that I can't fall asleep until after 10 in the morning. Chapter 519. Encirclement and Suppression of the Male King. Geostationary orbit. On the tactical console on the bridge of the Fury, the flagship of the 4th Fleet of the Terran Empire Navy, this mining world with a dense atmosphere is just a tiny point of light emitting a blue glimmer, inconspicuous in the vast galactic lens of stardust. This system has more than a dozen planets, all following different orbits around the red star, and all the orbits can be integrated into an inverted cone, which is an invisible surface formed by the star's gravitational field. Every planet in the system is unique. Some are icy blue due to the methane in the atmosphere, and others are red like Dunhuang scrolls due to the iron oxides throughout their rocky surfaces. But only she has a breathable atmosphere, and only she's resources attract greedy humans. Commander Matt Horner knows this delicate and complex equipment like the back of his hand, just like every corner of this glorious Behemoth-class battlecruiser. Each battlecruiser has multiple decks and thousands of different compartments, but Matt knows it better than his own home. Even at the age of 19, Matt is already an outstanding naval commander. Because of his inexperience and lack of experience in commanding a capital ship alone, Lieutenant Colonel Matt also serves as a tactical advisor to Vice Admiral William Wachowski, commander of the 4th Fleet. Years of war have trained thousands of outstanding naval soldiers and officers for the current Imperial Navy. They are not only brave and fearless fighters, but many of them are also excellent starship engineers. In the years of starting from scratch, the revolutionary soldiers could not only hold rifles, but also use wrenches in their hands. Sir, the frequency of Shi's radio communication has increased several times in 5 minutes. The intercepted intelligence shows that the members of the creation family above are trying to call another secret channel through the encrypted channel. Matt stared at the words and numbers that popped up on the tactical console and said to Vice Admiral William Wachowski, who was wearing a blue-black general uniform beside him, they shouldn't realize that the Imperial fleet is watching them. All orbital satellites and space stations have been quietly taken down by ghost agents. But soon, they will notice that all their calls have fallen on deaf ears. Enough for us to deal with Gabriel Tosh. Lieutenant General William Wachowski is a formidable Imperial soldier. He has always been serious and silent like a stone. She is a marked mining world. Like many planets, she has either become a colony or the private property of a creator family. This planet belongs to the famous Calibus family. All the power, wealth and honor imaginable in the world once belonged to this family. They were the de facto rulers of many colony worlds, and all politicians and businessmen who wanted to advance on the stage of Tarsinus wanted to curry favor with them. But that was in the past, less than 3 months ago. Now, this is the hiding place of the last descendants of the creator family. In the past few weeks, these pampered young nobles and their guards have been running back and forth in multiple worlds, trying their best to avoid the ghosts that are following them. These spoiled children have spent many days in fear, and they may not understand why the Zerg are always following them. She is just one of the worlds where these members of the creation family have temporarily stopped, and she will not be the last. The worlds they are hiding in either originally belong to the creation family or support the old Terran Federation openly or secretly. Thanks to them, these worlds are all in chaos. Based on hatred for the Federation, the Blade Prince Gabriel Tosh has been tracking the children of the creation family like a shark and a hound sniffing blood, and the Terran Empire fleet has always followed closely behind. The so-called Blade Prince, Zerg Lord, and Hand of the Goddess of Death Gabriel Tosh's style of doing things is also very strange. He does not have much mercy on humans, but he has his own set of standards for right and wrong. Tosh only attacks those who work for the Federation and those who prevent him from achieving the above goals. No matter what, the ending of these people will not be better than the mice that Tosh nailed to the branches in the past. At the same time, he is also extremely cunning and sharp, and always escapes before the arrival of the Imperial fleet. The psychic power strengthened by the Zerg transformation has more than just the ability to catch wind and shadows, and scholars who study psychic power believe that Tosh can predict the future, otherwise he would not be able to escape every time. In the unit introduction of StarCraft Second Prophet, the Dark Templar is committed to understanding and mastering the nature of time. It can manipulate time and space to obtain future information, to seize the initiative on the battlefield. Therefore, the Dark Templar is not completely superstitious. Predicting the future does exist in the worldview of StarCraft. Although they only capture the hazy illusions in the ripples of the long river of time, the prophecy may be true to a certain extent. It's a good idea to lure the snake out of its hole. Matt Horner put his hands behind his back. With them here, Tosh is likely to appear again. This time, he must not be given a chance to escape. The Terran Empire and the Prince of Blades have a common enemy. But for a very long time, humans and Zerg have always been mortal enemies. The Empire and Tosh are not without hatred. Tosh may still remember the hatred of Augustus Mengsk throwing a nuclear bomb at his face. This incident is unforgettable, no matter how you say it. The people of the Mengsk family are all ruthless people. Tosh did help a lot by accident. If it weren't for him, the Empire would have probably lost the spaceship full of descendants of the creation family, and those worlds that had suffered from the Zerg would not have begged to join the Empire, and were asked to send garrisons. At least 20 worlds that were originally wavering or standing on the side of the Federation were panicked and cried for the Emperor's forgiveness because of Tosh's disturbance in the core world. Never before had such a large swarm of Zerg penetrated deep into the core world, and each world had no chance of resisting it on its own. But this was by no means a reason for the Imperial fleet to let Tosh wantonly destroy the Empire's territory. Even if Tosh did not deliberately kill people, there were still many casualties caused by his invasion. In the final analysis, Tosh was already a member of the Zerg. He no longer had many human emotions, only the absolute calmness of the Zerg master serving the tribe. He was still cruel, without any sympathy, mercy, or sense of responsibility. What Tosh was doing was different from the usual attack methods of other Zerg swarms, but that didn't mean he would always be like this. The Empire will recover all assets from the creation family and punish those worlds that still stubbornly pledge allegiance to the Federation, but it doesn't have to rely on Tosh's hands. Your Majesty has ordered us to help the Protoss fleet rescue their patriarch. But the final result will be the same, whether they are there or not. Vice Admiral William Wachowski finally spoke, and his voice sounded like a hot iron in his mouth. If this was not an order from the Emperor of the Empire, then Wachowski would never obey. There are not many people who can afford to offend the Protoss, and Tosh is definitely one of them. Since the 4th Fleet set out, although Vice Admiral Wachowski easily lifted the siege of the Telida system, Tosh did not stop there. As a result, Wachowski, who thought he had lost the trust of His Majesty, naturally pursued him. Mobilize heavy troops and prepare for the battle. It seems that Tosh can't fly, even if he has wings. At Matt's age, what he lacks the most should be self-confidence, but he still has a cautious and conservative personality, which requires time to hone. But every time we think about it, he slips away before our eyes. He said to Wachowski, a more compromised plan and more thorough preparation are absolutely necessary. If there is help from the Protoss, it would be even better. At first glance, there are only 3 Imperial battle cruisers, including the flagship Fury, parked in the stationary orbit of the star system, but once Tosh enters the system, a whole Imperial fleet will jump in within a few minutes. At the same time, there are multiple Protoss beacons deployed about 20 astronomical units away to assemble troops. In other words, Wachowski can summon multiple large fleets at any time with one click. Tosh only has 3 to 5 Zerg behemoths in his hands, and that is no advantage in facing the angry Protoss. Sir, satellite scans show that the Genesis family on the planet has launched a galaxy jumper and seems to be preparing to leave here, Matt said, looking at the green screen on the console. Obviously, they are already frightened birds. The screen shows a small launch port located between mountains and forests. This mountain just blocks the moist air currents from the ocean, so there is plenty of rain on one side of the mountain and dry and sandy on the other side. Although most of the planet is a barren land with no grass and an endless sea of death, the area near the equator is a warm place with spring all year round. She orbits a mild small star, and the distance between them is close enough. The sufficient sunshine and the right atmosphere for the planet keep the temperature in the equatorial area at 27 degrees Celsius. Lush forests and vegetation grow vigorously along the mountains that separate the blue ocean. The descendants of the creation family live there, and the factories in the mining area are accompanied by countless crystal mines, laser drills and cranes. As for the high latitude areas far from the equator, they are generally cold and desolate, with dry deserts and rugged canyons extending all the way to the poles of the planet, like a bumpy gray carpet. Only the areas near the equator are suitable for human habitation, and the closer to the poles, the drier and colder the land is. But these barren lands are actually full of gold. High quality open air crystal deposits are gathered into mountains, and the crystals are like shining forests. The proven mineral reserves are extremely amazing. The only ones that can exceed it are Moria, the home planet of the Kel-morian Federation, and a few other worlds. The smelted crystal ore is a high quality alloy and steel with properties such as hardness, density, or softness, which is an excellent material for casting cars, spacecraft, and cities. For the Terran Empire, mining worlds like She are powerful warships and steel fleets that intimidate the Kaprulu sector. Resources are war. If they hadn't been in contact with the remaining military forces of the Federation, these noble boys and girls should have gone to New Falsum a week ago to keep their disgusting relatives company. Wachowski calmly looked at the shuttle waiting to take off on the screen. Without them, how can we know where their parents are? Don't stop them, but these people have to stay here until Tosh takes the bait. Prince Arcturus said that, if they actively expose their parents, they can be given a lighter sentence. At least they can avoid prison. Matt sighed. Of course, he didn't pity his enemies, but there were still quite a few members of the creation family who fled Tarsinus. If these people were willing to live in a remote world under an assumed name, it would be really hard to find them. Augustus's Terran Empire was merciless to the fleeing creation family. All arrested creation family members and members of the federal parliament were sent to New Falsum prison without exception. They would be tried and executed, and the lightest level was imprisonment and prison. Those who signed their names on Kar's life and death verdict 5 years ago, or even just expressed their approval, would pay the price of death for it. Emperor Augustus declared that the most brutal punishment for crimes against humanity would be imposed, a rare and unique punishment for the human race's ingenuity. Young nobles who knew nothing of their family's crimes would spend their lives in New Falsum prison. If not for Emperor Augustus's veto, Prince Arcturus would have fed them all to the Zerg. Although the emperor did not see the descendants of the Genesis as a threat, he was a merciful emperor, but he was ruthless in his determination to root out the wrath. Only the Terra and Hoth families still held a place on Tarsinus, and their family members could even enter the palace of Korhal. The former Bennett family also succumbed to Emperor Augustus's authority, and all their shipyards, docks, and interstellar ports would serve the Empire. The Bennett family was not wiped out like the other Genesis families that remained on Tarsinus, only because Imperial General Rick Kidd, formerly Jacko Bennett, was a member of the family. Old Bennett never acknowledged Rick Kidd as his son, only saying that he was dead. Now, he can only be thankful that he is still alive, because he gave birth to a good son. All the founding families were wiped out, and the intricate power network of Tarsinus also lost its axis. Now, Korhal is the center of the Terran Empire. At this time, the radar scan image lit up again, and 3 Zerg behemoths appeared from the iris of the exit of the hyperspace channel. Tens of thousands of Zerg flying creatures flew out of the large vesicles of behemoths that were hundreds of feet wide. "Call the fleet, Colonel Horner," Wachowski said. "If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 520, Capturing the Male King. The gorgeous celestial phenomena twisted the vortex of time and space. Like a heavy hammer, crimson battlecruisers emerged from multiple cracks in deep space. Each ship was magnificent and majestic, and each ship was a symbol of human courage and strength. The fleet was the final order of the Terran Empire standing in this starry sea. Even in this great era, when humans have already stepped into the starry sky, jump navigation still requires the most sophisticated equipment and the most accurate calculations. Those who sailed in the universe have always been warriors among humans. As time and space tended to stabilize, more capital ships lined up in an area thousands of miles wide, and a standard Imperial fleet was about to emerge. The number of battle cruisers reached 16, and they were all the main Behemoth class. There were also twice as many destroyers in the fleet, and the larger Mammoth class transport Mothra ships were fully loaded with supplies, soldiers, and weapons such as Banshee tanks. Its scale was equivalent to a reinforced Federal naval squadron, and the battleships of the Terran Empire were more advanced than those in the Federal era, and the tactics used were more adapted to large-scale fleet battles. No human world could resist this military force, and the Empire had at least 3 such fleets. With a dazzling flash, the Imperial fleet that had leaped in had already opened fire. In the deadly jungle of bright orange laser barrages, Wraith fighters were launched from the battle cruisers dock one after another, and the fiery red tail flames shuttled back and forth in the strong flashes of the roaring Yamato cannons. 30 miles away, a swarm of behemoths covered with thick exoskeleton and sharp thorns on their backs endured a fierce baptism of fire, and the psychic screams from this giant beast suddenly sounded uncontrollably in the minds of all the crew members. In the universe, this distance is not a distance at all. The enraged swarms quickly swarmed out, and the living mosquitoes that could automatically search for enemies. The strong acid liquids fired like cannons, and the splashing corrosive spores were like exploding flowers, splashing around and bombarding the energy shields and solid armor of the Imperial warships. They are very fast and agile as fish swimming in the water in space, and cannot be avoided by ordinary maneuvers. All fleets, all weapons fire at full power. Vice Admiral Wachowski has not been in direct confrontation with Tosh's swarm for the first time, and knows how powerful and cunning this swarm is. Tosh's swarm generally has weak psychic power, which is manifested as an imperceptible red light on the surface of the body, which gives them faster speed and endurance. The witchcraft swarm originated from the ignorant and cruel voodoo sect of Heiji, and their threat level is no less than any old-fashioned tribe. The scholars of the Terran Empire did not find psychic organs during the dissection process, which shows that the psychic power of the witchcraft swarm did not come from evolution, which is unusual. Human psychic power comes from a certain area in the brain, from the impulse of human expression of emotions and the brain nerve electrical signals that transmit emotions, which is the result of slow evolution. In an instant, the angry witchcraft swarm rushed towards their enemies, and thousands of explosive mosquitoes pounced on the fury, like fireflies with fluorescent green lights weighing at their tails. The laser guns of the Fury shot down hundreds of them in a few minutes, but more scourges still hit the shields on the bow and port side of the ship, and the violent explosions quickly tore through the shield field of the capital ship. Then came the large groups of mutalisks with dark red hard shells and their variants, Swarm Devourers and Swarm Guardians. These large flying Zergs, which were enraged by the surge of hormones and the will of the Zerg, quickly surrounded the Fury, using their powerful biochemical weapons and sharp teeth and claws to tear apart the steel armor that could resist the gunfire of the battle cruiser. The fleet flagship, the Fury, took the lead and was the first to bear the wrath of the Zerg. The Fury is under attack. The number 7 frame and number 4 deck are damaged, the hull is broken, and the gas in the cabin is leaking. Colonel Horner said, the Zerg has entered the battery compartment and relay compartment and is exchanging fierce fire with the garrison soldiers. Sir, once a large-scale explosion occurs in the battery compartment, the energy supply will be seriously insufficient. The more serious consequences are obvious. That will blow us all up. Vice Admiral Wachowski ordered, mobilize the emergency tactical team to drive away the Zerg blockade of the cracked bulkhead. We must use a short jump to get rid of the Zerg stuck on us. At this time, the Sorceress Swarm has already engaged the Imperial fleet in close combat. Although the Imperial fleet is amazing, and the brave and fearless Imperial Navy soldiers launch the attack without hesitation, they are not in a dominant position. In the war with the Zerg, humans have never been the dominant party. The Zerg swarm is a real natural disaster. Fighting against them requires courage, determination, and fearlessness. Outside the Fury, the behemoth that was dragging under the painless attack of the Imperial fleet was approaching rapidly. The Zerg behemoth comes from a space monster that roams the universe. After being transformed by the Overmind, it became a part of the Zerg. Each behemoth is equivalent to a huge Zerg fleet. They have almost no combat power and ability to fight back. What is really scary is the terrifying creatures that live in the chambers and vesicles in their bodies. They are like a combination of spiny finned fish and baleen whales. They are small floating satellites and mobile platforms for the Zerg to invade. The length of this Zerg behemoth is more than 5 miles, and the width of its huge head is nearly 1.4 miles. Its body is not slender, and the battle cruiser is not worth mentioning in front of it. If the behemoth's offensiveness is far less than that of the Leviathan, it can completely tear apart human warships. Why haven't the Protoss come yet? Their fleet is just a few parsecs away, about 3.26 light years, a larger astronomical unit. Vice Admiral Wachowski realized that the strength of the Tosh Zerg that appeared this time was much stronger than he expected. Strange, they are always on time. Matt also felt uneasy. He would panic whenever he exceeded his expectations. After all, in the eyes of Raynor and others, this young Imperial general is no different from a young child. By activating the ancient Zelnaga temple on Shakiris and using the infinite energy inside, the Protoss has cleared the Zerg that invaded their homeland. Now, in order to rescue their beloved Archbishop and Patriarch, the Terran Protoss sent a very large fleet, which may be stronger than any expeditionary force that the Protoss Empire has cruised in the galaxy in the past. At this time, it has already assembled near the star system where she is located, and the leader of this fleet is the Protoss Empire's commander Yerlan, who is also a respectable fleet commander. It is said that Yerlan was already a leader of the Arliga tribe before humans set foot in the Kaprulu sector. Not long ago, Matt followed Vice Admiral Wachowski to meet this Protoss general. Yerlan is a hardline war advocate who strives to recover Aya and is eager to avenge the previous shame to achieve this great goal. When they first met, Yerlan behaved no differently from other Protoss. He was neither close nor distant to humans. The only person he remembered was the Emperor of the Terran Empire, Augustus Mengsk. Most Protoss in the past were arrogant, but Yerlan seemed easygoing, but he was extremely angry when he mentioned the Zerg. After waiting for a moment, a beam from the main gun of the Protoss aircraft carrier hit the brain of the behemoth, which was rich in central nervous system, and the behemoth was beaten to pieces. Blood splattered, and the spilled tissue and blood even splashed on the gunboat of the Fury, and then burned dry by the scorching laser. Several golden and blue Protoss aircraft carriers appeared from the cloaking force field, and then 2 majestic Protoss Mothra ships jumped out of the surging space-time. Even if estimated visually, the surging space-time force field was quite amazing. In a short period of time, there were more than 60. This fleet was even more terrifying than the original Tacitor expeditionary fleet. Considering that this fleet was sent out just after the attack on Shakurus, the Protoss of Deram would send out so many warships. The current Archbishop Tacitor is indeed an ambitious, courageous, and confident Protoss leader. From the perspective of humans, Tacitor is undoubtedly a hero. As Archbishop of Daram, the supreme leader of the Protoss Empire, he must have assembled the troops. Exactly, Matt said while looking at his watch, and he was relieved. Not to mention dealing with a Tosh, the size of this fleet, must be enough to go to air. The Protoss Empire's fighting style is as gorgeous and elegant as their warships, but when dealing with the Zerg, it is always a sledgehammer to kill a chicken, and the bricks fly. This is different from what we agreed. Wachowski frowned, that Yerlan didn't follow our plan at all, they need help. However, Wachowski couldn't go to the Emperor to complain. The Protoss actually just needed humans to provide detailed intelligence and coordinates, and then their allies only needed to call the fleet with one click. The Protoss fleet had an absolute advantage. As soon as it appeared, their gorgeous warships poured firepower on the behemoth of the Witch Zerg from all directions. High-speed fighters jumped out of the hyperspace channel like thousands of sharp swords. Countless Zerg were torn into pieces by the Protoss' dazzling plasma beams. Under the unparalleled firepower of the mothership, even the behemoth was trembling like a torn rag. It's really a big show, but I can win even without them. The Vice Admiral has always been stubborn. Matt shrugged his shoulders, hoping that his harsh superior didn't see the scene. Now we have to find out whether Tosh came or not, and if he came, where is he now? Wachowski just complained. It could be on the surface of the planet, or it could be in one of the behemoths. Matt replied. If he didn't come at all, I'm afraid it would be a waste of time. Tosh has always been a hands-on person, and has never left his swarm too far, Wachowski said. They had long seen that Tosh had a deep hatred for the rulers and soldiers of the Terran Federation. As for where this hatred came from, it was now unclear. But Tosh did not seem to be bent on revenge, and the Empire believed that his purpose was more than that. In less than an hour, Tosh's sorcerer swarm had been defeated. 2 behemoths were almost burned to ashes by the Protoss plasma main cannon, and the remaining body fragments slowly froze in the dark deep space, and the larger part of them was equivalent to several times the size of the Fury. The last behemoth was also resisting stubbornly under the protection of many Zerg. A large number of Protoss Templars and Dark Templars directly warped into its interior through the jump force field, and the entire behemoth became a cruel battlefield. It seems that they have confirmed that Tosh is on this behemoth. After a short jump, the Fury has escaped the pursuit of the Zerg. The damage control team and engineers are urgently repairing the damaged cabin. The Fury is not a battlecruiser built to flagship standards. Her shields and armor are also slightly backward. New upgrades can only be implemented after returning to Bennett Port in Korhal. Communications are coming in, sir. It's sun-marked. On the command deck, Matt looked at the console and said to Wachowski beside him, "It's Gabriel Tosh. Enough. I surrender. I surrender." Tosh's iron blue face appeared on the screen, green as if a bucket of green paint had just been poured on him. His skin was full of spots like the skin of a spotted seal, and he looked like a ghost. Tosh kept waving his hands, looking like he was completely defeated. "But before surrendering, I have one condition. This is real-time communication. Tosh may have also made contact with the Protoss at the same time. I don't need to agree to your conditions." Wachowski said, "You are doomed to fail. Speak." From the other end came the psychic language translated by Commander Yerlan. "As long as you can guarantee the safety of the chieftain, I can surrender, but the target can only be humans, not the Protoss. Otherwise, I will kill your chieftain before I'm arrested." Behind Tosh was the central nervous chamber of Behemoth, which was full of huge nerves and powerful tentacles wrapped in fleshy tentacles, and the female chieftain Ratzaga was bound by dozens of tentacles. "I don't trust the Protoss, but if I fall into the hands of humans, I at least have a way to survive. It doesn't make any difference." Commander Yerlan was very calm. Although the Terran Empire and the Deram Protoss have not yet reached the point of wearing the same pants, the relationship is still good. "I agree." Wachowski originally planned to refuse. This matter was a bit too smooth. But after hearing what Yerlan said, he agreed. The Terran Empire has already raised a lazy brain worm, so it is not a problem to provide food and accommodation. He surrendered too quickly. That's not right. If we accept his surrender, His Majesty, Matt whispered to Wachowski. This time, Tosh really had no way out. He was in a desperate situation, and there was no master to save him. Without any backup plan, without a desperate fight and resistance, Tosh surrendered just like that. In the past, Tosh would never surrender, even if he had to fight to the death. Falling into the hands of humans, at the very least, it means endless imprisonment, torture, and experiments. The Protoss will most likely burn Tosh like firewood, but humans will not let him go. This level of infection has no cure at all, and it cannot be cured by any antidote. He should know his fate. I will send a landing craft soon, and what awaits you will be the judgment of the Imperial law. Wachowski glanced at Matt. His eyes were full of the meaning of coaxing him to surrender first, and then talk about it later. In any case, there is no reason not to accept it. Chapter 521 His Majesty said he would give you a little red flower. The ship holding Prince Tosh of Blades was the Merrimack, a Leviathan-class battlecruiser that was alone in the stationary orbit of the planet Historia. She was one of the few remaining warships of this class. The old Leviathan class should have been retired long ago, and only the captains and sailors who used to sail the Merrimack to fight in the Star Sea could recall her glorious past. As the years of service continued to increase, the Merrimack's aging hull and backward armor could no longer adapt to the increasingly severe war. When the Imperial Army captured Tarsus, the retired Merrimack was anchored in Alexandria, waiting for her fate, to be either dismantled or converted into a large transport ship. Even in the Imperial fleet, the Merrimack also degenerated from a capital ship to a border patrol ship. Although the various weapon systems of the Leviathan class were already outdated, it was still able to deal with third-rate pirates and bandits who committed crimes on orbital spacecraft. Orbital spacecraft is smaller than a shuttle, and is a near-Earth orbital passenger aircraft that can reach escape velocity. Now, the Merrimack, as the prison ship holding Tosh, has removed the jump device and main engine and evacuated non-combatants, leaving only the crew to maintain the necessary survival facilities. The Empire knows very little about Tosh's past as a human, only that he came from the Heiji Voodoo sect. Now Tosh is an extremely powerful and dangerous psychic individual, which is obvious. All prisons so far cannot ensure that they can trap him without any mistakes. If Tosh loses control, the Merrimack will be his burial place. When Lieutenant General William Wachowski and his adjutant Colonel Matt Horner flew to the docking bay of the Merrimack in a military shuttle, fully armed Imperial Marines were guarding each hatchway, and officers wearing the eagle and wolf emblem patrolled each deck. The atmosphere was tense everywhere. General, the prisoner is in a stable mood and the situation is under control. A staff officer of the Naval Command and several officers came to meet Wachowski and Horner, who were walking down the shuttle ramp. If he wants to make some noise, give him anesthesia. The amount of anesthesia for a behemoth. Like all the Imperial soldiers here, Vice Admiral Wachowski wore CMC power armor over his uniform. Today's armor is getting more and more popular with the iterations. We have prepared 7 emergency plans. The cabin where Tosh is imprisoned is independent and can be ejected into outer space at any time. If necessary, the air can be drained and filled with liquid nitrogen. The staff officer was tall and had a meticulously groomed blonde hair. He had worked in the headquarters of Emperor Augustus before, and it was this person who dealt with calls from various subordinate headquarters at that time. Wachowski knew that his name was Otto Engelbert, a legitimate Korhal reformist aristocrat, whose family had been a staunch supporter of the Mengsk family. Otto's resume was flawless, and his future was bright. To deal with the Zerg, you have to use fire, Wachowski commented. You can also inject an equal amount of plasma. Everyone is equal in front of the hot melt, Otto said. One more thing, when he is ejected from the cabin, use the Yamato cannon to execute him. Wachowski said lightly, turning to the other side. That was the only person present who was not wearing power armor. Professor Halleck Branamore, Emeritus Professor of the Imogen State University, an expert in alien biological research, a Royal Scientific Advisor, and one of the most knowledgeable people in the world. The staff officer introduced to the Lieutenant General. Professor Branamore was not tall, with very little flesh on his face, and looked serious and silent. He should not have looked so old, but the hair on his head, had obviously left him. I imagine this is a somewhat sensitive identity at the moment. The Umoyans are the friends of Korhal who never give up. They have spared no effort to promote and vigorously assist Korhal's independence movement, although the deeper reason is to weaken the power of the overly powerful Terran Federation. Emperor Augustus certainly will not forget this favor. As soon as he established the Terran Empire, he established diplomatic relations with the Umoyans and restored the large-scale trade and aid projects that had been interrupted between the Terran world and the Umoyan world. However, the leaders of both sides knew that this balance would not last long. The current Terran Empire Emperor is an enlightened and strong monarch. Under his rule, the Federation world, which was deeply marred in civil war, finally ushered in unification. Under his so-called enlightened autonomous regime, a strong and confident era is about to come. For the Terran Empire, it is inevitable to move out of the Korhal sector and promote further expansion. Although the relationship between the Terran Empire and the Umoyan United States is that of brothers from the same origin, the current emperor of the empire also implements a conciliatory policy towards Umoyan. Whether this empire is short-lived or long-lasting, no one knows what attitude the successor of this empire will take in the future. The emperor has no children yet, and since his wife is an extremely powerful psychic, it may be difficult for him to have another one. So, for the Umoyan people, they prefer Valerian, the son of Prince Arcturus, who has Umoyan blood, to be the crown prince. Of course, this is a kind of prejudiced misunderstanding. But neither the emperor nor the royal family wants outsiders to interfere in this matter, and the Umoyan people are always unwilling to give up their espionage activities, which are not very impressive, so there are many unpleasant things. Of course, Professor Umoyan, who can become a royal advisor, is definitely loyal enough to withstand torture. Nice to meet you, Professor. I have read your work. The Lieutenant General immediately shook hands with Professor Raynor and flattered him that he had been in spiritual contact with him for a long time. Oh, which one? Professor Raynor asked inappropriately. The right temperature for grilling larvae. Wachowski extended his hand to lead the professor. Let me see the imprisoned beast. Of course, but you must wear anti-psychic equipment. The professor showed a dry smile. Even if there is a steel plate 10 feet away, Tosh can still crush the human brain with his will. With this level of psychic power, it is easy to control the will of others. What kind of anti-psychic equipment is useful? Wachowski said as he walked. I have heard of the abilities of ghost agents. It is said that they can control the bladders of other people, let them pee against the wall with one leg propped up like a dog, or dance tango backwards. Professor Raynor said, he may even have the ability to control thoughts, although mental control is only temporary and extremely difficult to do. Those who have this talent are all gifted and extremely rare. The closed cabins of the Merrimack lead to all directions. The equipment here is old and the wall lights are dim. Only the deck is clean and new, and even the grey carpet is washed again and again. Everything can see the traces of implementing pragmatism. There were not many soldiers in the hatch, but they were all elite troops. The field porcupines, hellhounds, and stealing striker were all elite among the elite. Wachowski walked through the corridors one after another, and the soldiers saluted him one after another. The closer he got to the cabin, where Tosh was imprisoned, the more Imperial soldiers there were. At the same time, there were a large number of intelligent Black Widow spider minds scattered in hidden corners. Even the cell of the current head of the Tagore family did not receive such treatment. The corridors were like a maze, parallel to each other, and almost identical except for the markings and instructions. After walking through the last hatch and opening the air pressure door, the heavily guarded cell was already in sight. Two heavily armored soldiers wearing Marauder power armor were guarding the gate. The heavy full body armor made them look much more robust than ordinary Marines. When they saw Wachowski, they immediately saluted. This loyalty is dedicated to the Emperor. Marauder power armor is much more expensive than ordinary CMC. Only elite troops can wear it, and it does not accept criminals and resocialized soldiers. They are all veterans of the Revolutionary Army era. One of them was known to Wachowski. This young man, who was less than 24 years old, came from the agricultural immigrant land of Helsingen. His family was an authentic farmer who earned money from the barren land through hard work to support his family. This man was dull and rigid, and he was completely stubborn. but he had great trust in the commander and regarded the revolution as his belief without reservation. Today, their treatment and salary are very good, and their families have been taken to Augustgrad in Korhal, becoming a decent and respected class. These soldiers are the backbone of the Imperial Army, loyal, brave, and almost uncontrollably worship their generals and emperors. This loyalty is dedicated to the emperor. Wachowski saluted in return and said, "Open the door." The guard immediately did so. The airlock door that was opened was a cell with alloy steel walls, and there were 3 layers of glass. A man with green and wrinkled skin was sitting on a chair, facing Wachowski and others who walked in from the door. Tosh had been thinking about something with his head down, but now he slowly raised his head. His Medusa-like snake hair was covered with spines, while the rest of his body was made of tendons, muscles, and chitin armor. His eyes emitted a dim yellow light, like 2 dark stars. "Can you hear it? The whispers between the stars. The galaxy will burn with their arrival, and an unstoppable storm is coming." Tosh looked at Wachowski, staring at him with fear. Destiny cannot be defied, cannot be changed, and cannot be avoided. "Are you Gabriel Tosh, the Prince of Blades?" Wachowski sat down on the chair opposite Tosh, separated by thick glass, surrounded by psychic shielding facilities, machine guns, and rail guns. "It's the real deal. Okay, now tell me, what are the stars that are talking, and the fucking destiny?" Wachowski said to Tosh, "I only believe in myself. No one can dominate the destiny of mankind, not even God." Haha. Tosh smiled, and his gentleness was very inconsistent with his scary appearance. "You're right." Wachowski found that he couldn't see through this guy at all, but then he thought, he didn't need to understand the words of madman. This tall and mighty body should actually be the soul of a teenager, but this soul has been reshaped, twisted, and transformed into what the Overmind wants him to be. The Overmind's choice should have been Serac Kerrigan, but in the end he had to settle for the second best. If it wasn't Tosh, it would most likely be someone else, such as Nova Terra. "Where is your emperor? I want to talk to him." Tosh paused for a moment. "You are a prisoner, and I hope you can understand this every 24 hours. Wachowski said coldly, "I don't need to agree to any request of a prisoner. Gabriel Tosh is already a prisoner in the hands of the Empire, and his last behemoth is already dying, being pushed towards the Son of She by hundreds of tugboats. The Protoss fleet is still anchored at the edge of the system. The Protoss have rescued the matriarch, but they are not willing to leave." After learning about the progress, Emperor Augustus specifically called and instructed to confirm whether the female leader Aszygal had any symptoms of infection, parasitism, or being controlled in other ways. Although it is common sense that the Zerg cannot infect the Protoss dare not neglect it when it comes to the respected female leader. Strangely enough, Tosh has never tortured the female leader Aszygal. Even when he was preached to, he just lost his temper. The transformation of the Zerg made Tosh extremely tyrannical, but he never lost control because of anger. Now Aszygal is undergoing further examination and treatment to ensure that everything is fine. "Why do you want to kidnap the female leader of the Protoss Dark Templar?" Wachowski wanted to use the word kidnapping. "She is beautiful, isn't she?" Tosh certainly would not tell the truth. "That's not a reason." Wachowski certainly did not accept it. "What is Augustus going to do with me?" Tosh asked after a moment of silence. "I have to tell you our good news. The Emperor is going to spare your life." Wachowski seemed not very satisfied with this order. "Haha, that's what he should do. He understands it all, and only he understands it." Tosh said that Augustus and I are the only heroes in the world. Wachowski didn't understand what Tosh meant at all. "Our benevolent majesty decided to let his scientists make a final effort to save you and find a way to eliminate the infection. For this purpose, he also joined forces with scientists from the Protoss." Wachowski shook his head, as if these words made him physically uncomfortable. "This level of infection is unprecedented in the world." Professor Branham added, "We are just doing our best. Save me. There are actually people in this world who care about me." Tosh didn't seem to expect Wachowski to say this, and this sentence also touched him. "After all, I'm just a poor self-pitying person. I only asked the Federation to leave a way out, but they killed my grandmother, and now I have become a Zerg. When I need help the most, the people around me just want to push me into the abyss." he said, but this is just for experiments. That's why you will hunt down the Federation at all costs. Wachowski said that he probably understood. His Majesty asked me to tell you that your behavior is worthy of praise, but you should avoid harming innocent people. He wants to give me a medal? Tosh smiled, but his fangs were exposed and ferocious. Stay honest, dissecting you and torturing you is what the Federation did. Wachowski looked at him. You seem to have never tortured Ratzagel? Tosh acted calmly, not like a prisoner in prison at all. I don't do things I don't like. Chapter 522, The Great and Mighty Terran Emperor. History, the surface of the planet. Drill Site 3 is located in a concave lowland between the canyons, connected to the mines deep underground. It is desolate and monotonous, with dim and hazy dark yellow everywhere. Ridden with holes due to the damage and pollution caused by mining. Drilling platforms and silver grey modular buildings occupy half of the world. Although they can avoid the search of the Imperial Army in the deep underground mines, the descendants of the Creation family headed by Morgan Carabas can only live in the workers' dormitory. Hundreds of feet or even deeper underground is another world, with turbid air and oppressive environment. Except for the roar of the mine cars crossing the tracks, it is so quiet that it makes people's hair stand on end. There is an oasis a few miles away, but there is only sand and stone here. This mining world is almost a virgin land, and the living conditions are difficult, far from the affluent life in Tarsinus. Morgan and others have to accept canned and synthetic food, and sometimes even these are not available. The displaced and fearful escape is not a pleasant journey to the pastoral world or the tourist world. The pursuers who may come at any time are like the ghosts who want to take their lives. In the past few days, Morgan and his companions who just arrived on this planet have hardly had a good sleep. They are increasingly thin due to the torture of fear and the harsh environment. Every day, various news comes from the channels that are still loyal to the Terran Federation and the Creation family. Every day is worse than the day before. All the good news sounds like endless self-consolation and blindly confident boasting. First, Augustus Mengsk proclaimed himself emperor in Korhal, and the newly established imperial government immediately arrested government officials and members of the Creation family who were accused of persecuting the revolutionaries. All the ill-gotten gains of the federal government and the Creation family were also nationalized. The news of Augustus's accession to the throne shocked the Creation family. They could attack his uprising as a royal despotism hidden under the guise of revolution, but they must admit that the strength comparison between the Federation and the Revolutionary Army has undergone earth-shaking changes, and the identities of both sides have completely reversed. Shameless thief of the country, Caprula warlord, world destroyer. No matter how the supporters of the Federation curse the Emperor of the new empire, no matter how they deny this fact, in the land controlled by the Empire is the government, and the former masters of the Federation have become rebels. In many imperial worlds, this emperor who always wears military uniforms or golden red cloaks is also known as the Eternal Augustus, the Conqueror, the Wolf Lord of Korhal, and the King of the Terrans. Morgan and his friends have gone from being the heirs of the high-ranking families in the past, to the political leaders and financial giants of the Terran Federation in the future, to wanted criminals. Ironically, the amount of money offered by the Federation in the past is exactly the same as the reward offered by the Federation for killing members of the Mengsk family and important leaders of the rebels. In the territory of the Terran Empire, whether it is the drug addicts, tramps and gangsters in the slums, or the former Federation officers and officials who took advantage of the regime change and engaged in military speculation, none of them does not want to rely on them to soar to the sky, gain the favor of the Emperor, huge wealth and prominent status. In the Federation era, the power to dominate the Federation belongs to the many founding families behind the Federation Parliament, and even these founding families are constantly fighting and uniting because of differences and interests. In the Empire era of Augustus Mengsk, you only need to please one person, and power and reputation will come one after another. Now, Morgan, who had just been safe for a few days, was once again pulled out of his sleep. Morgan and his companions gathered in the central control room inside the number 3 drilling site, looking at each other, nervously waiting for the latest news, so as to find out whether this was just a common false alarm, or they had to leave for the next shelter immediately. As time passed, more and more people entered the control center, and no one was not gloomy. The shuttle launched from Mining Station Alpha was shot down by an unknown weapon before it entered the stratosphere. Master Morgan, it is very likely that she has been surrounded. We are under enemy surveillance. A former Federal Marine officer wearing a blue power armor walked in, followed by several other people. It must be the rebels. The communication signals sent to the outside world have been intercepted. This cannot be just a failure of a communication base station. This is easy to judge. For more than a month, the people who followed them closely were either the Zerg or the rebels. The rebels used human methods, and the Zerg used Zerg methods. The rebels may use courtesy before force, but the Zerg are unreasonable. After the Federation officer finished speaking, the control room immediately fell silent. There were no complaints, crying or screaming. The people standing here had experienced too many such scenes before, and even if there were tears, they had now dried up. They were still unaware of the war that was breaking out in the galaxy, and they didn't know that the Protoss and Human Coalition had already fought with the Blade Prince Gabriel Tosh above their heads. Point: the shuttle we are riding is also likely to be discovered and shot down. We should think of other ways to leave. Roderick was next to Morgan. He was a handsome young man wearing a fashionable open cardigan sweater. He had reddish brown hair and fair skin. He was elegant and quick-witted. He was always thinking when he was silent, and he was clear and decisive when he acted. And Roderick was the kind of person who thought carefully and acted immediately when necessary. Among this group of aristocratic heirs who were either rich or noble, he was often the one who made plans. He might be the last Roderick still on the run. The other family members either died when Tarsinus fell or became prisoners. The Roderick family was also one of the earliest members to create the Terran Federation, but this family held a seat in the federal parliament, but never interfered in politics. The Roderick family has been engaged in business for generations, and their trade covers the federal territory. By this generation of Roderick, his family is still prosperous, but it is much more low-key than the Tagore and Carabas families. It is impossible for them to monitor the entire planet. They just located the mining station. Key was wearing a black knitted hat and a black jacket, and leaning against the alloy steel wall. In this case, we will start from the secret underground launch port, and start the folding engine under the stratosphere. Like other young people here, Key is also a descendant of the creation family. His family is not only an interstellar merchant, but also an adventurer and a soldier. At the same time, he was also the first one to regain his composure among these panicked young people. Not all nobles are playboys. In fact, the heirs of the family under strict education can be called elites. Most of the nobles who did evil in Tarsinus were those who lacked ability and were not loved by their parents. Those who were able to be arranged to hide in Tyrrida were all young talents and heirs of various families, and they were the chosen ones with high hopes. It's not difficult to leave She, but the difficult part is where to set the next destination. I know a few Federation military bases where a lot of resistance forces are gathered, but they are likely to have been exposed now. Morgan nodded to show his approval, and then said, after leaving She, our choices will be even fewer. The Carabas family has many such planets, but since it is not safe here, other places are the same. Augustus Mengsk's fleet set out from Korhal, Tarsinus and Della IV, and marched into those worlds that are still loyal to the Federation. My father is also avoiding the pursuers. Unless he escapes to the edge of the Kaprulu sector, there is no stable and safe place. Morgan Carabas is now the leader of these people. This is not because his ability has been recognized by everyone, but because others need to rely on Carabas to a certain extent. A month ago, when Morgan and others gathered in Tyrrida to enjoy the holiday, there were still 20 to 30 people. Now there are only 9 people in this control center. Although Tarsinus had fallen, the 3 founding families, except the Terra family, had all been severely damaged. Many founding families still had some strength left, so they immediately sent out their family armed forces to pick up the scattered and escaping family descendants. Otherwise, if something happened to this team, they would have to choose another heir. For those families that already had few descendants, they would definitely be very upset. For example, Antonia Tagore and the twins Beth and Cowlums of the Cusinus family had already left, which meant that these people were now children without parents, unless they were willing to go to the gloomy and terrifying New Falsum prison, to go back to their own families and find their own mothers. For example, all of the Roderick family went to the terrible New Folsom prison, and their lives and deaths were unknown, and all of G's family died on the day Tarsinus fell, and were slaughtered by the crazy UED assassins. Even the Tagore family, which had ruled Tarsinus for nearly a century, had a split after the death of their grandmother Andrea Tagore. One faction resisted with all their might, while the other wanted to surrender to the Emperor of the Empire, offering wealth and dignity to beg for forgiveness. Such an incident made the children present grow up a lot in a short period of time, and the frivolous young people became silent and steady, hiding their hatred in their hearts, and waiting for revenge. New Folsom was once an artificial prison used by the Terran Federation to imprison political prisoners, serious criminals, revolutionaries and rebels, and it was also the final burial place of those who opposed the creation family. It can only be said that the Federation only created a torture device that was finally used on itself. The risk is still great. I suspect that the rebels know our trajectory very well, and it is very likely that this place has been exposed. Morgan Carabas looked at the people around him, suggesting that there might be a traitor among them. Even if we escape from this planet, the rebels will still follow us closely. The people here are all loyal servants of the Carabas family, but that was when the creation family still ruled the Terran Federation. When Tarsinus fell, the Federation was defeated, lost almost all its troops, and all the people in the government became prisoners. At present, the Terran Empire founded by Augustus Mengsk rules 2/3 of the territory of the former Terran Federation, and the powerful Imperial fleet has repeatedly won foreign wars. In the long run, fewer and fewer people will miss the past Terran Federation. Maybe the servants and hired professional soldiers of the Federation are loyal, but it is hard to say for the miners and smelters in the mining station. They were originally just workers recruited by Carabas's subordinate companies. They just work hard to make up for the pitiful salary, and it is impossible for them to work hard for entrepreneurs and bosses. The Emperor of the Terran Empire was a wise monarch. Internally, he rewrote and established a new legal system based on the laws of the Federation and Korhal, promoted talented people, reduced the size of the bloated government, and severely punished corruption. In terms of economy, he promoted a policy that prioritized the development of science and technology and the establishment of new industries, opened the door to capable people, and also encouraged the re-establishment of foreign trade with the other two brother regimes, the Kel-morian Combine and the Umajan United States. Emperor Augustus tamed the Zerg and annihilated the Protoss. The emperor cared about people's livelihood and always put the interests of the common people first. He listened carefully and took the opinions of the people into consideration. The new policies he formulated were more about protecting the interests of the proletariat such as workers and farmers, rather than the interests of the nobles and monopoly merchants. Since Emperor Augustus cleared the nobles and monopoly enterprises in major core worlds such as Tarsinus, and suppressed all disobedience with cold and iron-blooded means, the lower class people found that they now work much less than before, but earn more. The new policies and their swift and resolute implementation brought about huge changes in a short period of time, and these changes made every politician, economist and mainstream newspaper writer who held a pessimistic view of the empire gnashed his teeth, and was greatly disappointed. After the establishment of the empire, a relatively stable social order, a new currency, and a series of measures such as government intervention in the prices of daily necessities also made people's lives generally much better than before, and they could spend more money on high-end technology products such as electronic products. Since the overall happiness index of the empire's citizens has been improved, it has also driven other industries. In fact, Emperor Augustus's policies are mostly based on the democratic system of Korhal IV, which can only be said to be well behaved for a modern democratic system. A considerable part of them were also formulated by his father, former Korhal Senator Augustus Mengsk, and his staff. These laws were actually promulgated by Prince Arcturus, who ruled on behalf of the emperor during the period of the emperor's personal expedition. It can only be said that the federal government is too incompetent and corrupt to the core. There is no harm without comparison. The Terran Empire is a highly centralized monarchy, and its enemies are bound to be drowned in the vast ocean of the people and the Imperial army. Based on this change, every time they fled to a new place, Morgan Carabas and his friends would be surprised to find that the reputation of the Terran Empire and Emperor Augustus would be better, so good that some people even expected to move to Augusgrid in Korhal to live. Then, compared with the Empire's policy of protecting workers' rights and interests, the workers under the Genesis family enterprise became more and more dissatisfied. After all, it's not just one or two worlds, not just the core worlds such as Korhal, Tarsinus and Viridia, but the vast Empire's territory is like this. Hearing the people at drilling site number 3 talking about him, when they saw him, Morgan would regard it as a conspiracy to get his head. Morgan also respects and fears a strange emperor of the Empire, but he can't say he hates him. The Genesis family, which has ruled the Terrans for more than 200 years, has fallen to this point, all because of Korhal and that Augustus Mengsk. Yesterday was really delayed by a nap. How sleepy I'm to sleep from 1 in the afternoon to 9 in the evening. Chapter 523, The Gods Fight and the Mortals Suffer. The workers here are under strict control. There won't be any problems. The federal officer took off his helmet and looked around. In addition, no one will betray Carabas, just like a child will not betray his biological father. What if the supervisor is also a problem? The underground party and spies of the Revolutionary Party in the Federation era are also pervasive. Morgan is not a suspicious person, but the current situation and experience cannot allow him not to doubt. They have escaped death many times, but the enemy has always followed them and never left. And now, Augustus Mengsk has an empire. This empire is still young, the officer said. But he is still an empire, Morgan said. Recognizing that means we have thousands of enemies and fewer friends. If Mengsk is a true emperor, he will definitely eliminate all enemies. And if he happens to be the tyrant we imagine, that's even worse. He shrugged. To be honest, I don't care. The situation will never get better because of hesitation. Mengsk has faced all this before, Roderick reminded the leader of the exiles. And he always turned the corner, and won all the wars. And I heard that except for the victory in the Battle of Marcera with Edmund Duke, Augustus Mengsk was always beaten to a pulp by the brave and fearless warriors of the Federation. Even his final victory over the UED expedition was considered a fluke. Dupel had been listening, and didn't say a word. That's very different from what I know, Roderick said. When the Earthlings and the rebels occupied Tarsinus one after another and drove us all out of our homes, I realized that the Federation's army was actually defeated. Dupel has reddish brown curly hair and a tall and strong figure. Madmen take illusions seriously. He said, I really wish I could strangle Augustus Mengsk with my own hands at that ball 4 years ago instead of waiting until now. The noble Dupel family had all died on the day Tarsinus fell. At that time, it was the Earth Expeditionary Force that conquered Tarsinus, and the one who killed his parents and siblings was not an Earthling, but an assassin organized by the Federation Rebel Army. His father was beheaded on the Dupel Sky Tower, and his wife's head was dropped from a height of 740 feet. The young brother also died, and his 2 sisters were raped to death by the mob. Dupel believed that all this was done by the son of Korhal. Just like all the descendants of the creation family here, when the meeting of the federal parliament, to use 1,000 apocalypse-class nuclear bombs, to destroy Korhal IV was revealed, he was shocked like all the Federation people and thought it was unreasonable. The current head of the Dupel family also attended the meeting, and refused to sign the sentence of death for Korhal when the nobles and politicians signed it, and remained silent from beginning to end. However, in the eyes of these rebels, silence is acquiescence, and watching coldly is aiding and abetting, or they don't care at all. The rebels hate all the creation families, and believe that all the suffering should be blamed on them. Augustus Mengsk will definitely take revenge on us, just because we didn't speak for him in the meeting that decided the fate of Korhal. Roderick said, think about the Terror and Hot families. They are still powerful now, and have participated in the reconstruction of Korhal. We just remain silent, and in their eyes we are supporters. I'm not good at putting myself in other people's shoes. Duper looked at Roderick and said, the Duper family is neither interested in politics, nor will they express any opinions. Before that meeting was held, the outcome was already doomed, and it would not be changed by the opposition of 1 or 2 people. He said angrily, now we have also paid the price, losing all our property, status, and reputation, and our family is broken up. Isn't that enough? No, in Mengsk's view this is far from enough. He just wants to wipe out the descendants of the elder families, because as long as the remnants of the Federation exist one day, it may endanger his rule. Don't think too highly of yourself, my friend. Or rather, don't think too highly of us. Roderick and Dupel were actually close friends who had grown up together since childhood, but he could only watch Dupel sink deeper and deeper into the pain and self-blame of losing his loved ones. Once upon a time, the Mengsk family of Korhal had a similar experience, but it was all just a matter of time. It is true that the descendants of the creation family who have not yet come into contact with the decision-making level of the creation family who truly control the creation family should not be held responsible for the demise of Korhal, and the same is true for most of the creation family members. There are even many kind-hearted, brave and upright people among them, but no one can stay out of the demise of the creation family. It's too late to say this now. Morgan shook his head. Since Mengsk has been crowned emperor, lives in the palace guarded by soldiers, and rules the empire in the name of the monarch. In this case, he is the emperor. He just proclaimed himself. Dupel retorted. Almost every core world has a founding family, and the Mengsk family of Korhal is just a rising star among all the founding families. When our ancestors established the federal system, the Mengsk family was just a commoner. The king is not respected by blood, but the blood is honored by the king. Roderick said, and I think that there should be only one thing that humans are born with, and that is congenital dementia. After eradicating all the enemies, the only founding family in the Terran Empire is the Mengsk family. Do you really think Augustus Mengsk is a pure evolutionary? I think he just thinks that the power in his hands is not enough. He said, and those people in the federal parliament are not nobles, but hypocritical and dirty political and interest alliances, building alliances, implementing strategies, cutting costs, and increasing profits. The war has made people's lives worse and worse, but the companies that produce military supplies are making a fortune. Don't forget that you are one of them. Morgan reminded him, the Roderick Group is the one that made a fortune. Many marginal worlds are starving, and the population of the garbage dump of Port of the Dead has increased more than tenfold in a few years, all because of the increasing number of refugees flowing into it. The Federal Congress should have understood long ago that when the lower class people can no longer survive, they will definitely rise up in rebellion. Didn't the Carabas family profit from this? As far as I know, military supplies such as uniforms, military rations and bullets are all produced by the Carabas Group. Roderick retorted. Don't forget whose charity you rely on to survive until now. Morgan said coldly. Oh, really? Then how can I thank you, benefactor, Lord Morgan Carabas, who lives in the gutter with rats, but acts like a king? Roderick, now is not the time for infighting. G was still leaning against the cold metal wall. Everyone, before you are busy arguing about who is the culprit and wishful thinking to restore order for your family, don't forget that the Imperial fleet may be right above our heads. Even if we want to kneel in front of that Mengsk and confess, now is not the time. What's more, I don't think we have committed any crime. He was obviously extremely annoyed by the quarrel. I haven't killed anyone, and there are definitely innocent people among the millions of dead souls under Augustus Mengsk. Don't worry, Marshal Gasser Duke's fleet should be arriving soon. Morgan looked at the time on the console and showed a confident attitude. What? You knew about this long ago, but you asked us to give you advice and suggestions. Roderick frowned. Since you left Terran, you never told us any news. Do you really not trust others? In the past few days, you have either been constantly denying yourself or staring at the star map. If that's the case, Gasser must have assembled a large fleet, otherwise he would not dare to fight the Empire with his cautious and indecisive style. Although a small part of the remaining Federation fleet has become pirates, doing evil in the marginal world far away from the influence of the Terran Empire, the Terran Federation still has a large military force. Although the number of warships cannot be compared with that of the current Empire, it is enough to deter the villains from all directions. The period when the Empire's fleet is fully dispatched to the border is the best time for the Federation to regain its old territory. Gasser Duke, who has always been arrogant and cowardly, will certainly not miss this opportunity. The defeat of the Imperial fleet that was chasing Morgan and others was the first victory brought by the great Marshal Gasser for the new Federation. He did not seem to consider the possibility of directly attacking Korhal or Tarsinus when the Empire was unaware of the strength of his fleet. Of course, it may be because he did not dare. The most incompetent senior generals of the Federation and the commander who could really turn the tide died at the hands of the Earth Expeditionary Force when Tarsinus fell. Most of the remaining ones were loyal to Augustus, the new monarch of the Terran Empire. The reason why the Imperial Army, which was based on the Revolutionary Army, was able to expand to its current size in a very short period of time was due to the surrender of the Federation Army. In fact, most of the current Imperial Army are Federation soldiers. They were forcibly conscripted by the Federation, or they were extremely disappointed with the military leaders of the Federation. Otherwise, it would not be the turn of Gassiduke to hold power in the current Federation army, not to mention that his nephew Edmund Duke is already a general under the Emperor of the Terran Empire. If it weren't for the fact that Gass's hatred for Augustus was genuine, one would have suspected that he had already prepared to surrender to the Empire. That's why I'm so anxious about the interruption of communication. If the Empire even intercepted this, it would be the end. Morgan's voice suddenly rose. If the Zerg and Protoss were not fighting the main force of the Imperial fleet on the Edge world, then I bet that Augustus would definitely send a fleet of more than 10 battle cruisers to hunt us down. Why don't you understand? I said, we are being followed, and there are traitors among us, maybe more than one. They are between you and me, or they may not be there. He fell into a state of anxiety. Think about who we should be facing. The ruthless people who defeated the Federation fleet, overthrew the UED, and faced the heavy blows of the Zerg and Protoss. This little trick is nothing in the eyes of these people. They could have caught us long ago. And maybe we can get lucky and escape by chance many times, which is also in their plan. They want to catch them alive. G said. No, it's what they want us to do, to die here in obscurity. This is the right thing to do, Dupel said. I don't think you need to worry so much. The main forces of the rebels are all on the border planets. At this time, the federal officer spoke. I know better than anyone how embarrassed the now glamorous Empire was in the past. They used to be just a bunch of vagrant thugs, ruffians, political prisoners and deserters. They all relied on their leader to unite as one. Faith is the most powerful weapon, and the Federation does not have it. But even if they really come, they will not be the opponent of Marshal Duke. All loyal worlds and autonomous territories that are still loyal to the Federation will give their support. When Augustus Mengsk returns to Korhal, he will understand that the Federation's foundation remains the same. At this time, a federal soldier pushed the door open and said, 3 transport ships have just landed south of the mining site. They claim to be subordinates of Marshal Gassiduke. At this time, Roderick did not show any joy. If the Empire intercepted Morgan and Gass's communication, then this may be a disguise of the Imperial Army. We can't let them in. If they really came to rescue us, this delay would be enough time for the real Federal Army to surround the number 3 mining site. Key said. The federal officer asked to see Morgan Carabas, and he said his name was Slade Carter. The federal soldier said, it's Carter, I know him. Morgan immediately said, where is he? Slade Carter was a federal officer guarding New Gettysburg. He was from a branch of the Carabas family, and was Morgan's cousin. He's outside the mining site, with only 2 privates. The soldier replied. A few minutes later, a blonde and blue-eyed federal officer walked into the control center. As soon as he came in, he called out to Morgan, Carabas, leave here quickly, it will be too late if you don't leave now. Marshal Gass's fleet must also retreat immediately, quickly. The Imperial Army used the electromagnetic interference equipment they got from the Earthlings to block our communication with here, so I can only bring people to pick you up in person. Major Carter, you said the fleet is going to retreat. Morgan asked with some joy. The Marshal has defeated the Imperial fleet that was chasing us. Marshal Gasser deployed troops and gathered heavy troops to severely damage the Empire's spirit here and win back the Federation's face that was thrown to the ground and smashed. I really hope so. The Major looked at him with blue eyes. You must not know that this small star system is already filled with Zerg, Imperial and Protoss fleets. Protoss? Morgan, Roderick and others were dumbfounded and stunned. Protoss. The only thing humans know about this race at present is that they must burn an entire planet when they arrive, and they must do so There are more than 100 Protoss warships, each of which can burn Marshal Gas's new flagship, the pride of the Federation, to ashes. The Major waved his hand. It's still not too late to run now. He couldn't help but gloat and said, let Mengsk deal with this huge Protoss fleet. He will have a hard time. Thank you for your vote. Returning to the old times is actually another kind of stability. Chapter 524. No one can escape. Morgan, Roderick, Duple and others immediately followed Major Carter and left the number 3 mining site. They had almost no luggage, and their entourage was made up of servants and mercenaries. The workers in the mining site were still working as usual. Even if the sky fell, they would not get paid if they did not work. Even if they knew that these pampered young masters and young ladies were leaving in a hurry, they would only look at them coldly and say some sarcastic words, but that was all. Although Tarsinus had fallen, and the creation family was also on the decline, the entire planet still belonged to the Caribus family, including mountains, rivers, grass, and trees. Everyone here was an employee of Morgan's father, Archero Caribus. The meaning of everyone's existence was to work hard and accumulate gold and jade for the Caribus family's wealth. And even if Archero's wealth was only 1/10,000,000th of it, it would be enough for ordinary workers to be rich for a lifetime. However, even if the leaders of these creation families wore suits starting at 2,000 credit coins and traveled in luxury cars and luxury yachts, they would not give a penny to the poor who were about to starve to death. Their wealth is built on generations of capital accumulation and exploitation, and slave owners will never allow slaves to be on an equal footing with them. Since the outbreak of the war, working hours have been increasing, but wages have never increased in 5 years. The workers of the Caribus family do not sympathize with the displaced young masters and young ladies. The colonies and mining worlds of the pioneering period have a relatively closed and single economic system, far less prosperous than the core world, but they are also affected by economic fluctuations and soaring prices. The workers here are not permanent residents of the planet, and their wages have to be sent to their wives and children at home to support the elderly. It has been 8 years since the Guild War, but the war has never subsided. The war has made the founding families of Tarsinus rich, and they have become more greedy and corrupt in the constant accumulation of wealth and power struggles. In Tarsinus, the power center of the Terran Federation, politics is money, and money is politics. The relationship between the founding families and the federal government is complicated and inseparable. The oligarchs under the name of the creation family need the federal government to formulate favorable trade and tax policies, and politicians must rely on the power and funds behind these families to continue to gain a foothold in the dirty, filthy, corrupt, and dangerous federal political arena, and even go further. The gradual widening of the gap between the rich and the poor and the deep-rooted class solidification have further aroused the dissatisfaction of the people on various planets, and rebellions have occurred one after another. The hereditary ancient families have long lost the noble qualities of their ancestors who led the Terran humans to overcome difficulties, and the means of suppressing opponents have become more and more cruel. Nowadays, the lives of the lower class people are becoming increasingly difficult, and their tolerance for the decline in living standards has reached its limit. Most importantly, people living under the rule of the Federation can see no hope for the future. However, in those enterprises that originally belonged to the creation family and are now nationalized by the Terran Empire, the improvement of workers' wages and quality of life is immediate. At this time, Morgan, who had just walked out of the number 3 mining site and came to the surface canyon, just wanted to escape from this place of right and wrong as soon as possible. Even the workers who worked here for his family made Morgan fearful. Morgan never cared about the lives of these people, nor was he interested in them. He felt pity for those who struggled to survive, but he never thought of changing the system that allowed the creation family to rule everything. Children born in the Sky Tower can see Tarsinus under the clouds as soon as they open their eyes, while children in the slums can only live in artificial light sources and sewage, and they will hardly see the sun in their lives. The fleets of the Terran Empire, the Zerg, and the Protoss are fighting in the outer space orbit of She. If nothing unexpected happens, she will be destroyed in the melee. However, the federal fleet that arrived did not lend a hand to the workers on the planet. In the past, the federal fleet would definitely send troops to protect the property of the Caribus family, because the private property of the creation family is inviolable. As soon as he came to the ground, Morgan smelled the smell of burning ozone. This is a dry basin in the middle of the canyon, with deep mines, machine wells, shafts, cranes, slopes and horizontal pits all over the ground. The giant laser drill silo stood in the center like a giant sword, and every time it was turned on, the whole earth would tremble violently in the dazzling red light. 4,000 yards away were 3 APAD-33 transport ships of the Federation Navy, with the Federation logo on them not concealed at all, and the air was filled with blue crystal dust. The workers on the ground had been evacuated long ago, otherwise they would have seen the haggard young master and young lady fleeing in panic with dozens of servants and mercenaries in black. Morgan ran the distance from himself to the transport ship surrounded by the butler and the Federation soldiers, and he had to keep his eyes on the sky while running, fearing that the enemy would fall from the sky. A noble lady broke her high heel in a panic, and without waiting for others to help her, she ran barefoot in the rocky mine with her shoes in her hands. For the heirs of the family, they must be resolute and courageous, and practicing etiquette and proficiently using shotguns are also required courses. Carter, where is my father now? Morgan boarded one of the transport ships, calm in his heart, and quickly asked his cousin Major Slade Carter. Like you, he has been traveling around the star zone, and has never stayed in any place for too long. Carter told Morgan, while ordering the pilot to take off. Nowhere is safe now, whether it is a peaceful pastoral world or a barren rocky planet. People's minds are changing. He said, even in those worlds that are still under our control, there are more and more mobs attacking Federation officials and burning down the industries of major families. The number of governors who have been beheaded is too many to count with 2 hands. Augustus Mengsk has proved that the authority of the Federation is not unshakable, which is the most terrifying. The authority of the Terran Federation is based on the deterrence of a huge fleet and cruel means of suppression. Once its dynasty collapses, the worlds that are already dissatisfied with the Federation will immediately change their flags. If it were 2 centuries ago, the colonies that had close ties with Tarsinus would definitely raise their flags to support it, but now the entire Federation world has become disunited and disintegrated. When will this end? Morgan felt like a dog that had lost its home. The so-called family honor and noble dignity had become a joke. Unless the Terran Federation was restored, he might have to spend his entire life on the run. Faster. He stood by the gangway of the transport ship and urged the people behind him, don't let the rebels catch up with us. In the distance, behind the Rift Valley in the mountains, a tropical storm was coming. The clouds in the sky rolled like white foam in the ocean. Storms are common on planets with dense atmospheres, and the ones in the history are particularly strong. Morgan seemed to see the endless swarm of insects coming after the storm, and he suspected that it was just an illusion, because he was too tired. He thought that he knew nothing about the Zerg that were chasing them, and he just ran blindly. Those Federation soldiers must know more, but they always avoid mentioning the Zerg in the Protoss. Fear made Morgan clench the pistol at his waist, hoping that this gun could protect him. It was a P220 pistol, which never jammed, and was always reliable. More advanced and powerful weapons emerged one after another, but the Marines never trusted them as much as they trusted the P220. Morgan knew this pistol as well as he knew himself, and his target bullets never missed, but he had never killed anyone with this gun. But this gun could not protect Morgan. Its purpose was to kill people. Suddenly, a huge explosion rang in Morgan's ears, accompanied by the explosion and the screams of people's sorrow and despair. A federal military transport ship was rolling in the gushing flames, and the molten metal was torn into pieces, engulfing those who were about to board the plane. Several Terran Empire Wraith fighters approached the federal transport ship parked on the ground in stealth mode, and bombed it with laser cannons. They were indeed terrifying ghosts, and the invisible enemy could awaken the fear in the hearts of humans. The running Federal Marines were hit by the red laser beam and immediately burned to ashes. Morgan held his breath immediately, and the many descendants of the creation family around him were also frightened and pale. Several tall figures appeared on the ground. Their red armor and golden badges clearly indicated their identities. These warriors wearing red armor represented the most representative armed force of the Terran Empire, the Imperial Marines. The Terran Empire had already discovered the 3 federal transport ships and immediately mobilized the army. They might have arrived long ago. The reason why they had not shot down the transport ships in advance was just to lure Morgan out of the mining field. "Put up the gangway, Captain," Major Carter shouted. "Take off immediately." Forced to key off might turn into a disaster, but staying on the ground would also be waiting for death. Fortunately, about a squadron of more than 10 federal ghost fighters also came to support, which was better than nothing. It helped the transport ships that were taking off to attract a lot of firepower. Military transport ships are far less comfortable than the private yachts of the Creation family. They are extremely crowded and stuffy because they carry too many people. The military has never considered the feelings of the passengers, otherwise they would not be so stingy for a few temperature control devices. The APD-33 transport proved to all the Federation soldiers that any object with a large engine can fly, no matter what it is. With the huge roar of the engine, the transport was extremely lucky to avoid the missiles and machine guns of the Imperial fighters, and finally took off and began to climb. Morgan thought that it was just because the Empire wanted to capture him alive, so that they could threaten his parents. Morgan and his cousin Carter squeezed near the cockpit, and Roderick, Duple and others followed closely behind. This transport ship is a bit old, and even the baffle between the cockpit and the passenger compartment is unknown. It is also possible that it was dismantled by a Federation officer who was idle at some time after the fall of Tarsus, and pawned it to buy wine. "Sir, at least 5 Imperial Wraith fighters are following us closely," the pilot said to Major Carter, "and most of our fighters have been shot down. Start the jump engine and take off immediately. This is the last chance." Major Carter had experienced many wars, and even though he had faced more critical situations than this, he couldn't help but gasp for breath because of the violent vibration of the transport ship during high-speed flight. "The instrument is working normally, and the jump coordinates are being calibrated," the pilot said. In interstellar navigation, the most important common sense is that the coordinates must be confirmed repeatedly through precise calculations before jumping, otherwise it will lead to extremely terrible consequences, either death or being thrown to the other side of the universe, or both. "Federation ship, immediately land at the designated location, otherwise we will open fire immediately." The intermittent warning voice of the Imperial fighter pilot came from the communication channel. "Ignore them." Carter knew the Empire's plan very well. Take off. In fact, when Marshal Gasser of the Federation fleet learned that a Protoss fleet far larger than his own appeared in the star system, he did not intend to wait until Morgan and others were rescued before retreating, but he could not do without the support of the Creation family such as Carabas. At least, he had to prove that he had done his best. "Cannot take off, sir." The pilot's voice was trembling. "What a dog day joke you are playing," the major roared. "I knew this broken ship was unreliable." Master Duple cried. "Cannot take off." The pilot replied, "I think the channel is locked." "Sir, the ship cannot enter the hyperspace channel. This kind of thing has never happened." Carter seemed to have lost all his strength. "But now it happened, when we least expected it to happen." Roderick pointed out, "This is a sudden disaster." When Morgan realized that they were finished, a battle cruiser belonging to the Terran Empire appeared on the radar scan map. More Wraith fighters approached from all directions, but Gasser Duke's fleet was nowhere to be found. "This is a death trap." When Major Carter ordered surrender, Roderick said, "We were caught in the net from the beginning." The transport ship had to land in the dock of one of the Imperial battle cruisers as required, and Morgan and others were disarmed as soon as they stepped off the gangway. The empty deck was full of Imperial soldiers wearing red power armor, some of whom were wearing even larger armor, like giants. They were the Marauders, the Empire's elite heavy infantry, human tanks and mobile turrets. It is said that the Marauder armor uses a fine steel skeleton and exoskeleton nervous system, and may also be equipped with a personal shield force field. The Federation soldiers must make multiple sacrifices to have the possibility of injuring or even killing a Marauder. Each Marauder is an elite in the Imperial Army, having experienced countless wars and killed countless enemies. Tell the truth about your crime and try to get a lighter sentence. After going through many levels, Morgan finally met a senior Imperial officer who called himself Matt Horner. It won't be long before your family will be reunited in Korhal. I haven't committed any crime, Morgan said. No one is born guilty, but this is for the people who are exploited, oppressed, and enslaved like livestock. Morgan Carabas, your greedy and despicable Carabas family business has made huge wealth in the past 2 centuries, just like the water in the ocean and the sand in the desert, and there is nothing that is not stained with the blood of the people. Matt said, your trial must be fair. The laws of the Terran Empire will not wrongly accuse any good person, nor will they let any bad person go. No matter how you torture me, I will not plead guilty, Morgan said. Augustus became the emperor when he ascended the throne. He was a benevolent monarch. Sometimes, people can speak the truth without torture. Matt pointed out that Emperor Augustus was not cruel. The Federation will not let you go. Morgan finally did not say something like I'm going to find my father. But Morgan still trembled when he thought of what he was about to face, being taken to the prison world of New Folsom, then having his brain removed, his memory tampered, and his organ transplant surgery, then implanting the memory of absolute loyalty, and then they will work for the Terran Empire for the rest of their lives until they die. When we joined the revolution with our leader, we didn't expect the Federation to let us go. Matt nodded. But the opposite is also true. Now I feel okay to go to bed and get up on time on a schedule. It's just that my previous schedule was too chaotic, and I often stayed up late. I just need to spend some time to correct it. Thank you for your concern and advice. Then there is nothing much to say, just update it well. Regarding the first generation of the Federation, the introduction of Tarsinus on the official website has made it very clear. The hereditary ruling family of Tarsinus has become more greedy and corrupt in the continuous accumulation of wealth and power struggles. As the gap between the rich and the poor widens, dissatisfaction and even open rebellion are common among the planets ruled by the Federation. The ruling families used ever more brutal and violent repression to maintain their rule over the colonies. When Korhal IV attempted to break away from Federation rule, the Federation even used nuclear weapons to carry out a massacre, which also marked the peak of Federation tyranny. Chapter 525 Taming the Zerg and Slaying the Protoss. We will rise in battle and serve the blade of none. The Tal'Darim Protoss warriors in the ruins of the temple launched a final desperate charge amidst the soul-stirring screams. Their strong even-toed ungulate feet burst out at a thunderous speed with the help of the charging device. This was the most desperate counterattack, a desperate battle in rage. Only a dozen of the chosen of the Tal'Darim were left, and they were facing hundreds of Terran Imperial Marines and the 120mm plasma cannons behind them. The spiritual roar contained in the Tal'Darim's battle cry was enough to make the human race, a mentally weak race, tremble with fear, but what responded to them was not the emotional fluctuations and screams of fear, but bullets and explosions. First, tracer bullets flew into the air one after another, and then the artillery fire blasted everything into powder bullets, flames soared into the sky, and debris flew everywhere. The Gauss rifles crackled, and spike bullets, depleted uranium bullets and rifle grenades poured out like chains of light. The dense barrage of the Imperial Army first smashed the frontline Tal'Darim Protoss into pieces, and the latter immediately fought back, using the equipped ray guns, phase weapons and plasma weapons, to beat several Imperial Marines into hot metal, flesh, and blood compounds and molecules, making them melt like red candles. This caused a wave of emotions in the human army that was clearly visible in the turbulent flow. It can be seen that they were not ignorant of fear, but their firm will and hatred for the Protoss prevailed. Then came more fierce firepower. The earth was shaking in the artillery fire, and the hot shrapnel instantly burned the air red. The Protoss has a powerful shield, but it is not indestructible. The dying Tal'Darim Protoss soon became few in number, and the last powerful Tal'Darim high-ranking ascendant released a terrifying psychic lightning chain from the 4 grey fingers, clearing a huge gap among the advancing Imperial soldiers. But he was immediately hit directly by a Punisher grenade from the Plunderer, and knocked to the ground. The fallen Tal'Darim High Ascendant was not dead yet. In the light of the uncontrolled blood-colored psychic energy gushing out of his body, he was still trying to stand up again. An Imperial army raider strode towards him. His giant steel body was like a landslide even when he moved. He had iron black alloy armor with a conspicuous golden emblem on it. Those who desecrate the altar will be punished by God. You won't be free for too long. The still dying Tal'Darim High Ascendant never thought that he would die at the hands of humans, and not long ago they were just bugs in their eyes. Not only will I smash these junks to pieces, I will also stand on them and pee. But now I'm still standing here. Where is your god? The Imperial Raider strode forward, stepped on the chest of the Tal'Darim Ascendant, and aimed the Punisher grenade at his thin and slender grey face. Kaboom! The 40-pound grenade cut off the Ascendant's head, and his fallen body also disappeared into smoke, turning into a rising red light. Hey, TUI. For God's sake, these bald heads are really pests in the galaxy. Command, I'm Sergeant Isaac White. The Tal'Darim in the temple have been completely cleared. Sergeant White looked at the ruins that collapsed in the artillery fire on all sides and reported to his commander. Isaac White is a veteran who served the Federation as a bomb disposal soldier in the Battle of Kalian. Because of some accidents that he never wanted to mention, White had to retire from the army early. After the fall of the Federation, White joined the Imperial Army of Emperor Augustus Mengsk and became a raider. After going through layers of selection, he not only received double the salary, but also faced double the danger. Since then, White has followed the newly formed Warfield Legion to fight all over the world and has been to 8 planets in a few months. You know, it is not easy to become a raider, not to mention that White is also a glorious kill team. In most cases, this is the honor of veterans of the Revolutionary Army, and White has his own strengths that make him stand out. He knows explosives and fuses like the back of his hand, and is an expert in blasting. At the same time, Emperor Augustus treated veterans of the Kalian War very well, probably because he had personally experienced the largest human civil war in history. Received, Sergeant White. Stop advancing and clean up the battlefield. This is the order of Marshal Warfield. His immediate superior Zach Turner came from the communication channel. Zach is a commander of good character and convincing. He has helped White a lot in the past, otherwise the stain on his resume is not so easy to erase. Yes, sir. As White said this, 2 Reapers equipped with turbo thrusters flew over the sky, and he immediately saluted. Then White moved his heavy body to the side and waited quietly for the Marines behind him to pass by. The medics in white power armor came to the injured soldiers and treated the wounded as quickly as possible. The particle weapons of the Tal'Darim are extremely powerful. Even if they are only touched a little, they can take away half of their lives. Some of the remains even have only a few limbs left. Those who are still alive will face the fate of amputation at best. Most of White's best comrades are no longer alive. He only hopes that these heroically sacrificed soldiers can return home. Like their cousins on Air and Shakiris, the Tal'Darim possessed extremely powerful technology and magical psychic powers, and their warcraft was considered to be the best among the 3 Protoss races. Generally speaking, the Tal'Darim were capable of destroying everything with their psychic powers, but they were not above using powerful weapons, and would not mind using any means to win, even if that had nothing to do with honor. The Tal'Darim were undoubtedly the most bloodthirsty and warlike of the Protoss, extremely powerful and tenacious, and they caused great losses to the Imperial forces. Even so, the Tal'Darim had to accept their defeat on this planet, as they were extremely powerful, but far from enough in number, and lacked the support of the fleet. As more Imperial forces landed on Syl, the planet would soon change hands. This was not the first planet the Tal'Darim had lost to the Imperials in retaliatory strikes, and it would not be the last. More than a month ago, the Tal'Darim Protoss destroyed 3 human worlds, and now they have suffered the same revenge. 2 Tal'Darim planets outside the Kaprulu sector have been destroyed by the Imperial fleet led by Marshal Horace Warfield. Driven by the will of revenge, the Imperial soldiers are fighting bravely, wishing to fight 1 against 100 and take revenge. This is also the voice of the civilians in the Imperial world. In the Federation era, whenever the Protoss destroyed the human world, the Federation fleet could only withdraw to the core world in disgrace. Since its establishment, the Empire has never retreated when foreign wars broke out. This Empire, born in war, is not afraid of war, nor does it care about losses. They are the saviors and protectors of all the ravaged humans. Thinking of this, White can't help but feel proud. He originally joined the army not to fight against aliens and the Federation, but just to have a war to fight. However, even a war maniac like him is proud of his identity as an Imperial soldier. More than once, White was warmly welcomed in the colonies he visited as an Imperial Sergeant Major, because they came as saviors rather than oppressors. When the Federation Army came, they were met with nothing but rotten eggs and shit. The Imperial Army was no longer as pure as it was in the Revolutionary Army era. Most of them were former Federation Army soldiers, but their combat effectiveness was many times stronger than before. At this time, the artillery fire in the distance gradually subsided, and the arc tanks and sidewinder tanks rumbled through the ruins that were almost razed to the ground. Before the war broke out, this was a lost alien city surrounding a Xel'Naga temple. The Xel'Naga temple was probably built by a different species than the city. Countless tall and straight giant buildings formed a giant maze that stretched for 200 miles. The Xel'Naga were an extremely ancient civilization. They may have existed billions of years ago, and were wandering around the universe. Not far away was the magnificent Xel'Naga temple, like a pointed cone-shaped mountain standing on the horizon. The Tal'Darim Protoss seemed to worship the Xel'Naga as gods, and they also respected these temples. This city belonged to an ancient civilization that may have been extinct for millions of years if they had not developed to the interstellar age. The entire planet and the species on it seemed to have returned to silence overnight. The truth of the destruction of Syl had long been buried in the long history of the past. In any case, Syl has now become a barren desert world with many mountains, magnificent temples and abandoned giant cities, and only sporadic surface water still nourishes the precious oasis. Countless ancient civilization relics are still waiting for human archaeologists to discover. Perhaps the truth of the destruction of Syl civilization can bring some future enlightenment to the Terran humans, and if the lost technology is used properly, it will also be of great benefit to the development of science and technology. However, this is the work of archaeologists and experts. As an Imperial soldier who carries a gun and eats royal food, White is not interested in these so-called alien civilizations, nor does he care about completely sweeping these relics into the garbage dump of history. As the sound of artillery fire stopped, more brother troops passed by, walking or driving various armored vehicles and maglev vehicles, with flags fluttering in the wind. There are many Tal'Darim Protoss captives in the team, pulling several whole cars. White didn't know what fate awaited these dejected aliens, but he wanted to laugh every time he saw such a scene. Other vehicles were loaded with weapons of the Tal'Darim Protoss. Basically, humans could neither manufacture nor use them, but not absolutely. New order, Sergeant Major, protect the engineers, and start clearing a landing zone. The next order came from White's communication channel, but it did not come from Commander Zatch, but from a female voice. Carolina Davis, the boss of White's boss. She was a heroic female commander who had already been promoted to major at a young age. Major Davis was born into a noble family, but she rarely mentioned it. Yes, Commander. White didn't think much about it. As a soldier, he never had to ask the reason for every order. All he had to do was to execute it without any compromise. If you always ask why, it's not an army, it's a kindergarten. But White soon found that there were too many troops assembled here. Even Warfield's direct troops, the Imperial Shield Guard, came. This scene is rare. 10 minutes later, a transport ship under the protection of several fighter planes landed in the landing zone. A figure that came out of it stunned White. Emperor Augustus, the hero of the people. 2 years ago, he was the most wanted criminal in the Star Zone. The Emperor was surrounded by senior generals in the army, and the famous Red Queen Sarah Carrigan was also beside him. The queen had beautiful fiery red curly hair and sexy lips, and jade green eyes were as bright as gems. She was a kind queen who practiced what she preached, often accompanying the emperor to visit various places and sympathizing with the people. Emperor Augustus married a commoner to break the tradition of the aristocracy in the old system of the Federation, or to win the support of psychics. Emperor Augustus no longer needed to obtain the support of the Federation aristocrats through marriage, because they had basically been killed. White had no time to think about why the emperor came to Syl, who was fighting against the Zerg in the Agraria province not long ago. When the emperor passed by White, he immediately saluted like other soldiers. If it weren't for the military's prohibition of kneeling before the emperor, and the servo system of this marauder armor was not flexible enough to allow White to do so, White believed that he would have already knelt on one knee at this moment. Sergeant Isaac White salutes you, your majesty. White reported his name. White was not a fanatical believer in Emperor Augustus the Great, but it was inevitable that he would be overwhelmed with emotion when such a person stood in front of him. The Emperor has his own personal charm, which no one can match. Taming the Zerg and annihilating the Protoss, the Great Empire, the contribution will be passed down for thousands of years. Salute you, Sergeant. Emperor Augustus said as he walked past White. The Emperor nodded to White and stopped not far from him, looking at the Xel'Naga temple in the distance with the entourage behind him. Since there is a Xel'Naga temple, there may be a Xel'Naga portal here. The Emperor said, if we can find this portal, we can closely connect the world where Sil is located with other Imperial worlds. The Protoss also use these portals together with their huge Protoss empire, but in our time they retreated to air. Your Majesty, there are advantages and disadvantages to activating the Xel'Naga portal. If you use the portal to attack the Empire, you will be doomed. The speaker was an old man with a grey beard wearing work clothes. Only the Protoss and my engineers know how to use this portal. Augustus' eyes were always on the Xel'Naga temple. If the Protoss did not betray the Empire, that would be true. Dr. Narad said. The Protoss will never betray the Empire. The Emperor said firmly. Then he asked, how is the excavation of the Xel'Naga artifact fragments in the temple going? It's almost there, Your Majesty. A naval colonel under Warfield replied. In this way, including Monal's piece, we already have 3 pieces of the Xel'Naga artifact fragments in our hands. Dr. Narad suggested to the Emperor, although I don't know how many such fragments there are, according to my research, once all the fragments are collected and reassembled, there may be unexpected effects. It may be an extremely powerful weapon. Is that so? Of course, the Emperor did not know the true value of the Xel'Naga artifact, but he still showed his absolute trust in Dr. Narad. In this way, the work of collecting artifact fragments cannot be left behind. The Xel'Naga artifact may be used to fight against the Zerg. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.